This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Jordan. She drugs me to keep me a vegetable.
She drugs
Jordan.
me to keep me a vegetable.
Jordan. No, I'm kidding.
She drugs me to keep me a vegetable.
Jordan. Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, Jordan. Are you excited to be here once again?
I am here.
Jordan, are you excited that we're nearly almost at the end of season 5? And we will be taking 2 weeks off?
Maybe.
Maybe? Are you a little excited for those 2 weeks off? That little break?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. But that's not yet, Jordan. That comes in 4 weeks. 5 weeks. Jordan! On today's show, you're probably wondering, and the audience is wondering because I haven't said it, what we're doing today. And today, we're going to start with the news. We always start with the news. We're going to talk about Toy Story 5. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about who's playing Amy Rose. There's a new Venom movie coming out. Hannah Montana anniversary special. Jay and Silent Bob doing Marvel. And is there going to be a series finale of The Simpsons and why the showrunner is objectively incorrect? And then you saw the title. We're doing more musicals. And normally I would have asked Haley to join us as she is a resident musical person. But one of my choices is a musical that she is going to do on her show. And I really wanted to spare her from having the same conversation twice. And also, a lot of these ones were musicals we talked about on her show that I haven't seen this, and I really embarrassed myself. So before I return to her show, I have to just say how I saw these movies that we talked about. So that's later. But Jordan, first, I am going to give Jordan 1 minute to say everything that he hates about the Toy Story 5 trailer. 1 uninterrupted minute to say everything that you hate about it, starting now.
Okay. I hate that they have a walkie-talkie which just instantly connects them to Woody. I hate that even though this should really be Jesse's movie and the Jesse Bonnie thing, they can't solve any of their problems without Woody, a big strong man coming in to solve all their problems. Oh my God, the bald spot joke is so cringe and eye roll. It makes me go like, ugh. There's the fact that them bringing in the buzzes just kind of feels like toy soldiers, small soldiers, the one with the Gorgonites and the Commando Elites, toy soldiers, I think that's called. There's the fact that I think that the third one had the perfect ending, the fourth one was the perfect epilogue, and this is drivel. That's really it.
Wow. Man, you managed to do that in under a minute. Just under a minute. Excellent. All right, then. Jordan, I realized I should have done this first, but fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway. Jordan, and all that ranting you just did you hear it?
The phone?
Did you hear the phone? Because, Jordan, who fucking called it? Who has 2 thumbs and fucking called every... The thing is, it wasn't so much that I guessed the exact plot of this. I guessed fucking moments from this trailer. I called everything. I called the fact that they were gonna call in Woody. I called and you vehemently disagreed with that. I called the fact that he was.
Oh no, I never disagreed with the fact that they were gonna do it. I said they shouldn't do it.
I called the fact that he was gonna show up.
And they shouldn't.
I called the fact that he was gonna show up and that he was going to have some sort of damage, which he does. I called entire jokes. I called entire moments. I called entire scenes. Because I'm clever and Disney's not.
I mean, okay, well, let's be fair here. Are you clever, or did you just guess the most obvious thing that they could possibly do?
I did
and
not.
They did do the most obvious thing that they could possibly do, which is why I call it drivel.
I did not call the walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkie made a certain amount of sense. I mean, I did say that...
No, it doesn't make any sense.
I mean...
When did they possibly get a walkie-talkie that he left?
Hold on. The walkie-talkie makes sense, like, in terms of narratively, not like functionally, no, it doesn't make any sense. But narratively, having him have a connection to them that he can, but also to be entirely fair,
How?
this trailer, I watched it a
They
second
were
time.
they were they were on
Oh,
an
okay,
RV driving away. And when could they
hold on.
possibly
You had
have?
your
No,
minute.
it irritates
You had
me.
your minute. Let me please. Um, so the functionally them having a connection where they can contact Woody, like that I get to a degree, just for ease. It exists so they don't have to waste time. But also there's a lot of what appears to be trailer chicanery happening in this trailer, where there's moments and there's plot elements to this that are like that are clearly been cut together different. So like there's bits where it's like Woody and Buzz are fighting even though they have no reason to, which is clearly based on a conflict that they're going to introduce. I think this trailer is playing up the amount that Woody's in there, and I also think I'm hoping, because I agree. I think the walkie-talkie to Woody is stupid. My pitch was I wanted them to go find him, because Toy Story movies are too much of this trailer is in the bedroom. That bothers me, because that Toy Story is always about the adventure every single time. Doesn't matter the Toy Story movie. It's always about going out of the room and leaving the room, and toys going out into the real world. So the fact that they just have a lazily have a connection to Woody, so that they don't have to spend any time in the movie to go look for Woody. The movie should have been
Well,
about finding Woody.
the reason why they don't have that stuff about finding Woody is because the stuff where they go out into the world is going to be them going and getting the buzzes. So you're probably going to have like the characters which stay in the room to disguise the fact that Buzz and certain characters are missing.
But
So like Jesse and them will stay in the room, and Woody and Buzz will go off into the world and get the army of buzzes.
But it was to my see. I think that's what I mean. That's where I'm talking about trailer chicanery, because the the buzzes were supposed to be the bad guys. They're supposed to be.
Well, I mean, yes, that's why I say it's just small soldiers. They're gonna go and get the buzzes. You see the scenes where they have weapons.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They're gonna come back and like their whole idea. Obviously, what they're gonna do is Buzz is gonna go and try and recruit them to make children happy, and they're gonna have like some twisted perception or something's gonna go wrong, and they start attacking people.
Well, they're gonna side with the.
Or they're gonna attack. Probably they're gonna go and attack technology.
Well, that's
is what they do.
What I imagine is this is gonna be. I think they're going for a twist bad guy thing where the movie's gonna break down to a toys versus technology, toys versus screen time, which like in a modern day I don't inherently see. That's a good story that parents maybe need to see.
Oh, sure, but it's unnecessary.
But what I imagine it's gonna be a faction based thing where it's gonna turn to technology versus toys, and you're gonna think that the buzzes are on the toy side and they're technologically juiced buzzes. That's the idea. So they're gonna betray the toys and side with technology.
Yeah, probably.
Or
the technology, the iPad thing or whatever will like hack the buzzes or something.
That's probably what it's gonna be. Yeah.
Whatever the least creative thing you can think of is what they will do.
I see. I liked the Woody is bald jokes. I thought they were funny.
No, they're lazy and they're stupid.
There's also like you could see, Buzz has a sheriff's badge on in parts of the trailer. So that's where I'm like, I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch this in theaters. I've watched.
Probably.
I've watched every. No, I mean, there's no probably. I'm going to watch this in theaters.
I more meant like unless something directly stops me.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Unless it's a case of like I'm out of town. No, it's on my birthday.
Yeah,
I'm watching it for my birthday. It's my birthday. We're watching it for my birthday.
There you go. Yeah, then we will.
I've watched the last 3 Toy Story movies. I will watch it and I will come back here and I will tell you it's bad. But like,
yeah, probably. I will go to it and it will affirm everything that I think about it.
There's so much of this I like. I love the new art style. I love the the fantasy bits where the knife and fork were getting married. I do think that sorry, I don't want that to happen again. Sorry, bear with me, folks. I forgot to close my Facebook. Come on. Stupid mouse. I like the art style. And I would like to see it used in other Pixar movies. But like, do I love its existence? No. But I haven't hated any Toy Story movie. Like I like all of them, and I think this is once I get over my general dislike of its existence, I think and I do think that this trailer, I think it is mistakenly, because all of the lead up to this has been, this is Jesse's story, this is Jesse's story, this is Jesse's story, and I think this trailer's too focused on, because to be clear here, it's a trailer, right? But
Yeah, it's not the
too
final
much,
product.
there's too much focus in this trailer put on, oh hey, Woody's here too.
Woody's back.
Yeah,
Which again would work if he had been gone for a movie.
I think the part of it that makes it not work for me is they're doing the, hey, like if they had done to be fair, there's been a time jump. That's the big thing you got to remember here. She's like,
Yeah,
now
sure,
3 years,
but not for us.
So in universe, no, it has been. It's been like 4 or 5 years. So
No, but I mean, it was still the last movie that he went away.
but there's been enough distance and time between in universe and but regardless, they have this link to Woody to just pull Woody back at any moment so he can just show up and they don't have to go look for him. But they're also doing the, hey Woody, it's been forever jokes. Like they do a joke where Buzz doesn't recognize Woody because it's been too long, and you're like, but you can phone him up and call him like
yeah, I mean, unless
it's
like
contradictory,
unless they have some reason for why they can't just do that every other day.
Right? Yeah, because it's like okay,
like
I could see the comparison or allegory, because I saw someone make this comparison online too. It's like when a kid leaves for college. It's like, yeah, you're still gonna see them, but you're not living with them, and it's never gonna be the same. And I'm like, okay, when you put it that way, like, yeah, you still pick up the phone and call your parents, but you don't live with them anymore. It's not the same thing. So your family is always your family. They're always there. So the notion that he would stay in contact with them a little bit.
That's not my inherent issue. My issue is, where did they get the walkie-talkie? Why do they have the walkie-talkie?
That's where I don't
How did they
disagree
get
with
this?
you.
Because the last time that we saw them, like the last time that we saw the group, was they were on an RV on a camping trip, which implies that they're not like in their backyard. They're not anywhere close to where they live.
That's where.
So how do they manage to get a walkie-talkie from Woody or to Woody to be able to stay in contact?
Fair, he knows where they live, so maybe he hitched a ride to where they live and he dropped it off. To be fair,
that would be stupid.
But like, no, I don't disagree with you. Having again, that line as it's presented in the trailer only exists. And to be fair, that scene might not even be in the trailer. Like that, like they might cut that scene out in the final movie. But like, yeah, having a direct line to Woody, like if it was a case where like they had to send him a letter, and there's a scene where he's like, you see him from the back and he's like wistfully reading a letter for him to come back, and then you do the poncho scene, because him wearing the poncho and now he's dressed differently. And like you market him, he's Woody, but he's wearing a poncho now. Okay, I get that works for me. But again, the fact that they could just call him at any time, it limits the like, they want to have their cake and, as you always say, have their cake and eat it too, and have it where they don't have to put in the narrative effort to get Woody back, and also do the jokes where, oh, Woody's back. They want to do both, and you can't do both. You can't do both. You could do one or the other. You can't do both. Right.
As for what you said earlier about never disliking a Toy Story movie, for me, when it came to the fourth one, I would never say that I disliked it. Like, it was fun in the moment.
Yeah, that's
but
it,
but definitely when I watched it, I right from the onset was like,
oh, it's same. I hate it conceptually.
I felt that it ruined the ending of Toy Story 3.
I hate it conceptually, and I don't like its existence.
And it's been over the years that I have kind of come to view it as an epilogue.
Yeah, you have
so
to.
this you can't have an epilogue of an epilogue.
No, but I like what you said, which is this does. But that's where I agree. This trailer is too Woody heavy. It's too Woody focused.
Like that, and that's where ultimately
I don't mind having him as a secondary character in this movie. I really don't.
For me, the failure or success of this movie will depend heavily on how much Woody is in it.
If it's a case of, because it does give me the impression that he's in the second and third act of this movie. that he's not in the beginning of it. Maybe he's in a one scene where they phone him, but his participation in the narrative, based upon purely upon this trailer, it looks like it's not happening until later in the movie. That, like I say, if it's a game of like she's fighting the technology and she can't win, and then someone's like, yeah, she has to go and get sage advice from the guy from an expert. That's a very typical Western thing to do. It's a very cowboy thing to do. Cowboys would do that, so it's just a thing that would be in line. And like apparently this is going to connect to Emily is allegedly going to show up. So like yeah, I like it, if they did a better job,
Emily.
Jesse's owner.
Oh, you mean the person who is definitely Andy's mom? That's the going theory.
Maybe. But yeah, I wish this was more Jesse focused. I do agree that it's a little bit too much. Like, don't worry, guys. It goes out of its way. The movie is having to go out of its way to explain away a thing it should have never had to explain away. Like, if you wanted to have it where Woody was going to stay connected to them, you should have added that at the end of the last movie. Like, you should have left an out in the end of the last movie.
Or have like an end credit scene or something.
Don't be like, it's obvious that Woody's always going to come back, because that's dumb. Because it's
like you could have had in the last one, you could have had an end credit scene where Woody and Bo are watching them drive away, and he's like I wish I could stay in touch with them, and she's like, well, I might have a method for that, or something.
Yeah. If there was a more, yeah.
But as it stands,
I
mean, I said right from the onset, I don't like that he's in it. I just don't.
I stand by. I think if he was gonna be in
I love Woody.
Like
I love Woody, like, and I have a fondness for that character. But for me personally, his story ended with the fourth one.
I understand. Well, that's just it, right? Is again, too much of this movie is focused on him. If this movie was like, okay, no, this trailer was very much like, no, this is Jesse's movie. She's the main character. She's the main person, and Woody's a secondary character. Sure, I'm okay with that, but he's getting too much. Or conversely, had they done a marketing campaign, a promotional campaign, which they were never going to do, but if they'd done a promotional campaign where they don't tell you that Woody's coming back, they don't tell you.
Or like another way that Woody coming back for this one would have worked for me better is like, you know how there were like they did the Forky shorts?
Yeah.
Like if they had like some like Jesse's Roundup shorts or something, where it's Bonnie playing with Jesse and the toys, and it's like a bunch of shorts or whatever, and we kind of get a progression of the story just in a small form where Woody's not in those at all. And then you have this, movie, and this is his big. It's been a couple years since the last movie, and then at that point, it feels like he's been gone.
I think,
but for me,
to be fair, I think that Toy Story 4 was supposed to be. For them, I think that was the end, and it wasn't until Lightyear bombed horribly that they went, shit, we need to actually do a Toy Story. And I think that's what happened.
All I know is that for me, they need Woody being there undercuts his goodbye. It just does. It just does.
I stand by it. Had they made it a complete total mystery, like not mystery, but had they not said Woody's in this, there's you have no idea he's not in any of the marketing, any of the promotion.
I would have rolled my eyes.
Hold on, let me finish, please. And you're in the theater and you get rid of the walkie-talkie because that's dumb. But you have it where in the third act he just drops in. He's got the poncho and it's from behind. He pulls off the poncho. It's, oh shit, it's Woody. That would have been clever. And the thing is, you got to remember, not the target audience, but for a 7-year-old, that would blow their fucking minds. But this movie can't do that. This movie needs the audience, and that's the thing that sucks with modern Disney. Is like modern Disney spoon feeds you shit where it's like, yeah, man, can you imagine if they hadn't said. Like, cause I'm like, I don't care about me. My taste here doesn't matter. I care about the kids, right? And can you imagine if you're like a 6-year-old and you think Woody's not gonna be in this and you're fucking devastated because you're like, Woody's not in this. I love Woody. He's my favorite character, and then he drops in the second act. It would blow your 7-year-old mind.
So. I do have to contest one part of it. While yes, I do agree that the Toy Story films are for children. I don't think that they are exclusively its intended audience, particularly the third one.
Sure, but
We
its
we were
target
we were the
demographic.
we were the intended audience. We were the
No,
ones that
never.
yes, we were the ones that grew up with it. That's why it was such a big deal that Andy was our age.
Sure, yeah, sure, maybe creatively, sure, but fundamentally, no. The Toy Story movies are children's movies meant to sell the thing they're about, toys. And yeah, the target demographic, the audience they're trying to get is kids. And if you were a kid and you didn't
Also,
know, and you didn't know
if
that
you
Woody
wanted
was
to
in
have
there,
Woody in it, I maintain
I always
you
want
could have
Woody in
had
it.
him be you could have had him be in there in a flashback. And as far as a kid is concerned, Woody's in the movie.
Nah, but that's
A kid's never going to
not the
notice or
same.
distinguish between whether he's there in the
And
present or whether he's there in the
that's
past.
that way. They were Woody was always going to be in this. Like you
Yes, and
just
he shouldn't be.
and you had to get you had to
He
get
shouldn't be. Full stop.
whether
Full
or not he
stop.
should
Full
or not be
stop.
that's again I've said it before. I said that is irrelevant. Whether or not he
It's
should
not
or should be,
irrelevant.
it is irrelevant because it was
It's
never
not
going
irrelevant.
to happen. It's completely irrelevant.
No, it's not.
It was always going to
Yes,
happen.
he was always going to be there in some capacity. He could have been there in a
And he was
flashback.
always going to be there in an active capacity. It was
And that's
always
a bad
It was
choice.
always going to happen. So
That is
it's
a bad choice, and it makes me not like the movie.
I don't know. Yeah, you got a weird hang up about this that you need to get over.
I'm not
Um,
going to. That's my opinion.
I stand. It's a weird.
I think it makes the movie less good.
It's a weird and bizarre hill to die on.
No,
But
it's really not.
it's your hill to die on.
It's really
I'm not
not.
gonna say you're dying there alone, but it's just it's a weird it's weird to get upset about an inevitability. Like it's inevitable. He was always going to inevitably be in it, so there's no point in getting upset about it because it was always going to happen.
Then they shouldn't have sent him off with the last one.
It's about mitigating what you think, and this is what I thought was going to happen. So, and no, it's not.
Yeah, because
not what I thought was going to happen.
it's the
to be
most
honest with you.
obvious fucking thing, which is bad.
It's a lazier version of what I wanted. What I wanted was I wanted them to go out and look for him and have to stop him and have to find him and there have to be a bit of a journey. Not he just comes back. Like it does in that regard. His ability to just come back without any narrative. But again, I have not seen the movie, so I cannot comment on it. But assuming that in the movie there is no narrative effort put into finding him, then I will agree that is lazy. But his inclusion
I'm just saying,
was always going to happen.
on site, like sight on scene or whatever. I don't like it.
They were always going to go to the fair. And the reason why, honestly, the reason why he's coming to them in the room is, you're right. It's because how would the toys know how to find a fair? And that clearly whoever wrote this thought that when it came time, they're like it's one of those frustrating movies where I can see the screenwriter at the computer being like, shit, we need to get Woody back. How do we get Woody back? Okay, they need to find Woody. Shit, their toys. How are they going to find a moving, rowing carnival? Shit, and then it's just clearly what came to. Fuck it. They can just call him. And
that's
how
stupid.
they solved it. And it's lazy. It's lazy.
It's asinine.
But make it where it's like, have it where like the fair is in a town over, or they left the fair and they've taken up residence in like a local abandoned toy store.
Yeah, this is where we're never going to agree.
Or something. Well, no, again, he has to be an active part of the narrative. Like you don't.
Yeah, he could be in a flashback.
That's not an
Justin.
active part of the narrative.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely not an active part.
It absolutely is.
No, it is not. No,
yes, it
not.
is.
That is not. He's not actively influencing the narrative in any significant or meaningful
Absolutely,
way.
it can be if fucking Jesse is remembering a situation,
scene?
which
No,
then helps her fucking go on.
Absolutely,
yes,
was never gonna happen in a million
that's
years.
bad. That's a
In
bad
in
choice.
a million years.
That
It
is a
never
bad
going to
choice.
happen. That's what I'm saying is. It is like you're living in
That's a bad choice.
Whether or not it's a bad choice or not, that's what I'm saying. It's
It
irrelevant.
is. It is a bad choice.
You can think that all you want, but it's the choice.
I do. I think that's a bad choice.
It was the choice they were gonna make,
and it's a bad one.
And I guess that's what I'm saying is whether it's a bad one is irrelevant.
It kills the movie for me.
I mean, that's again, your hill to die on, man. You
yeah,
die,
and it is.
and
I will.
You die on that hill. I don't get it. I don't get your weird insistence of denying children a beloved character from a movie that they want. I don't get it.
Because narratively, it makes
understand
it more satisfying
Who
when then in
cares?
Toy Story 6, he does come back.
No, but the kids don't care about that. You're thinking
The
about
kids
this.
don't care that he's there, Justin.
They do care that he's there.
No, they
absolutely
don't.
care that he's there.
No, they don't.
That's the thing is the kids. You're thinking about this from the perspective of this is an adult movie and I want this to work in a satisfying adult narrative way. That was never going to happen. These movies don't work like that. They've never worked like that. Like they're good movies. They're fun
then they
movies,
shouldn't have set that up.
But he was always because well, clear again. Blame people for not watching Lightyear. The reason why Toy Story 5 exists, and the reason why they didn't do
Also,
anything.
you say that they can't get rid of characters.
They
I mean, they did. They got rid of Barbie. They got rid of a
Like-
lot of characters from Toy Story 3 to Toy Story 4 and Toy Story 2 to Toy Story 3.
Barbie's a secondary character. She's not a main character. Like give you an example. They didn't get rid of the potato heads. They're very much recast. They didn't get rid of Splinky. They got recast. Their character actors died, and they're still around. They've been around since the
Yeah,
Slinky
but
has been around since the third
fucking
one.
their fucking character didn't leave the group.
Yeah, you really got to get over that.
No, I don't.
Again, to be fair, the reason why that happened was because it was supposed to be the last one.
Yeah, and
then-
it should have been.
Hold on, let me finish before you cut me off. Then Lightyear bombed, and they didn't do anything with the franchise in between that like they did with between 3 and 4, because between 3, Toy Story 4 is really more of a sequel to all those Toy Story shorts you didn't watch but exist. So like Toy Story Terror in Time, Toy Story Small Fry, those do the exact thing that you're saying that they should have done between Toy Story 4 and 5, but clearly they didn't intend to do anything further with the franchise until Lightyear bombed and nobody watched it, which was the thing they were going to make a franchise out of, so they went shit back to the well. So you're right, there isn't anything, but when it came time to make a sequel, there was never a world in which they were going to write out Woody. Ever.
And that's a
in
bad
million
choice.
years. There is no universe, and that's not true. There may be a small Earth -1311-5013 where some writer thought, hey, for Toy Story 5 we should just not put Woody in it. You're right, that probably does exist, but it was never going to happen. Now in my defense, what I wanted was
a bad choice.
I wanted a cameo, right? I wanted a small cameo where he was alive and she went to visit him and then she left. I didn't want him to be an active participant in the narrative, but like I recognize that was always going to happen. So
Okay.
my feelings,
whether it was always going to happen or not, that doesn't change the fact that it kills the movie for me.
I mean, again, weird hill to die on, but hey,
It's really not.
It is a strange.
It's
hill to
really
die
not.
on. Like once.
I'm far from being the only person who thinks that.
And one of the few. I've seen
no.
Most people I've seen have gotten over it. I've seen a lot of people being like, I didn't love it, but this trailer in particular. This is where we're gonna wrap it up. This trailer in particular changed a lot of hearts and minds. A lot of them went, same thing I'm doing. It's Toy Story. I'm gonna love it no matter what. I don't care that when it came back.
For me, it's
I
will tolerate it. But no, I hate that.
That means that you've never loved Toy Story to begin with.
No, that's not true.
Because
Toy Story for me ended with 3.
Yeah,
that's where it ended.
I don't know.
My journey ended with Andy, because when I was watching those movies, I was Andy.
Limited. I saw a lot of people I went, I didn't love the idea of it first, but now that I've seen the trailer, I love it. It's Toy
I don't
Story.
mind the 4th one is because I view the 4th one as the end of Woody's journey and the beginning of Jesse's story, and this to me should have been a Jesse movie, and it feels like it's not. It's a Woody movie.
No, you're only...
Woody comes back to save the day because Jesse can't handle it as being the boss. That's what they've set up in this trailer.
We've been through this before. But it doesn't. I mean, to be fair, this trailer does give that impression. It doesn't. It doesn't give the impression that Woody is the main character at all. I
didn't say the main character. I said that he comes in to save the day.
No, he comes in to help her save the day. That much is apparent.
That's not what this. That's not what this trailer gives.
That's what you're seeing because you're so dead set against Woody being involved in this at all that you're just blind hating it. You're just being a hater. Like that. That's just straight up. That's what you're doing. But, like, it's Pixar and it's Toy Story. They don't make bad... Oh. That's not true. They don't make bad Toy Story movies.
I mean, sure, but there's a scale. And the 4th one currently is the worst one.
I mean, yeah, but again...
now the 5th one will replace that and be the worst one.
Again, you're just going... The thing is...
Yes, I don't like that Woody's there. Nothing you were going to say is going to change my mind on that. I didn't like it from its inception. I don't like it seeing in the trailer. I think it's full of lazy he's old jokes. It doesn't work for me.
Yeah, I don't... My stamp, you're just being a hater. That's it.
I'm not.
You are. You're just being a hater. Hater, you're just hating because you hate, because you just want to hate it. You're not. I knew that you would. I knew
no.
nothing will make you happy.
I have
There's
listed
nothing
my
this
reasons
movie
for
can do
why
that will
I
make
have
you happy.
listed my reasons for why I don't like it, and they are perfectly legitimate reasons. From a storytelling perspective, it doesn't make any sense that they have a
Yeah, but
magical deus
no,
walkie-talkie
I will give
which
you
can
that.
just summon
But
him.
I guarantee you, nothing in this movie will make you happy. I guarantee
No,
you.
it won't, because I don't
guarantee
think
you.
it should exist.
Yeah, but you have to get over that. It
No, I
does
don't have
exist.
to. That's what frustrates me here, Justin. No, I don't have to
It
get over
does
that.
exist. Whether or not it
Yeah,
should or should
okay.
not exist is
And I don't
irrelevant.
have to like that it does.
But that's irrelevant. It's
It's not
irrelevant.
irrelevant. We're doing a show where we're talking about what we think and feel about a movie. That's what I think and feel about it.
Yeah, I don't
Nothing
know.
you're going to say is going to change that.
Have fun with your haterade. Haterade. I'm just having fun.
I think that the last one was a good. I think that the third one was the perfect ending. I think the fourth one was a suitable epilogue.
But this
I
isn't
think
an
this one
ending.
looks like drivel.
But it doesn't. That's what I don't. It does not look like drivel. It doesn't. It looks like Toy Story. It looks fun. It's not drivel. You know what drivel is. That's what bothers me. This is what I'm saying. It does not look like drivel. You're just saying that.
Agree to disagree.
But it doesn't. You know what drivel is. That's what bugs me here. This is what has bothered me since the beginning with this. Is you know what actual drivel is. You know, even in animated movies, you know what drivel is, and you know this isn't drivel. In fact, even in the pantheon of Pixar movies, this isn't even the worst Pixar movie. That's still pretty firmly Cars 2. Like, this isn't even the worst Pixar movie by a significantly wide margin. This isn't even close to drivel. Like, you know what drivel is. You're just hating for the sake of hating. You're just being a hater because you hate the fact that Woody's in it and nothing will make you happy. Even if it is a good movie, you would still hate it. And that frustrates me because you're a better critic than that. That's what bothers me. Is it's not drivel, and you know it's not drivel. I could say that there's elements of it that are lazy, and I don't disagree with you, but it's not drivel. Like the Moana live action movie, that's drivel. I will give you that is drivel.
That is also drivel, yes.
This is not drivel. This is competently made. It's well animated. It looks fun. It looks funny. Like it looks as relative quality to the other Toy Story movies, flat out.
Hard disagree.
But you haven't there's nothing in there that is worse than anything else in the other trailers. Nothing.
Yes, there is.
But there isn't. Woody's
I've already said what it is,
No,
Justin.
Again, there's nothing any lazier than anything else in any of those movies. Like that walkie-talkie is lazy, but it's not lazier than anything else in those movies.
Yes, it is.
No. No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is. They don't in any of the other movies. They don't have a magical. Oh, this is going to solve the day button.
But it doesn't magically. That's the whole point of the trailer. It's again, just being a hater. You're just being a hater.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you about this all day. I don't care.
Hater.
I've stated the things that make me not look it, but it's a trailer. There's room for it to there's room for it to change my mind.
I do think there's trailers.
But I think this is a bad trailer.
That I agree with. I do think it's not an exceptionally great trailer.
Like if the point is, and that's ultimately my point, and maybe I should say is, if this is supposed to be Jesse's story, this trailer doesn't set that up.
The trailer is entirely too.
It's the Woody show.
No, that's wrong. Flat out wrong. No,
It's
no,
not.
No. It doesn't. No, the trailer is not the Woody show. The trailer because so much of the trailer is her seeking help and seeking guidance.
From Woody.
No, absolutely not.
Yes.
Well, because he's her mentor, Jordan.
Like it would be different if like
sense.
why doesn't she go to Dolly? Dolly ran the room before her. Dolly knows what Bonnie likes. Why does she need Woody? Woody doesn't know how to run things with Bonnie.
Woody is her mentor.
He actively ended up in the closet.
Yeah, but she's most familiar with Woody in the sense that she watched him run Andy's room. So he's
sure, but she knows.
Hold on,
you
asked the question. Let me finish answering.
She knows that he didn't successfully run this room.
Let me finish answering. So yes, but he's her mentor. He's also a cowboy. So he's the one that she relates to the most. She doesn't relate to Dolly. Like that. Like you could make the same argument. Why did she ask Buzz for it? And to be fair, she might ask Woody or might ask the Dolly for help, but Dolly's not as much of an active character. She's a side character. She's not a main character. The thing you have, if Woody was a side character in these movies, then I would absolutely be with you. But he's a main character. They were never going to cut out one of the three main characters of this movie. And this trailer does not give what this trailer does do and I will agree with you on that, is it's there to assure the audience that Woody's in the movie. And that I agree with you is wrong. That I agree with you is wrong. Like, it does not at all present that movie as being the Woody show. It does present Jessie as being a major driving force of it. It's every major scene in the trailer is her confronting, like, it's her confronting the lily pad, it's her whatever. But I will concede and I will agree that it is very Woody forward, where it shouldn't be. That you're right. Like, all of the trailers have been, oh yeah, and Woody's there.
I have nothing more to say. I don't like that Woody's there.
Yeah.
That's ultimately it. For me, my problems with this movie begin and end with that. That's the big sticking point for me. If they had set, and it has everything to do with the fact that they hadn't set it up. They don't have it set up in any way. He walked away from the group. He wanted to go live with Bo. There's no justification that they have set up currently for me, and maybe they will in this movie. Maybe they will give me a satisfying reason, but I don't think so. I don't think they will. Because they haven't set it up.
I'm laying money right now that come June 19th,
we will probably walk out of it. I'm going to predict it right now. We will walk out from it, and I will say it was fun, but I hate that Woody was there.
Yeah. I know. You're going to let it ruin the movie for you. You're going to get totally hung up on it. And it will be the one
because I do. I hate that Woody is there. I hate it now. I hated it when this movie was first discussed. I hate it with the trailer, and I will hate it in the movie because no, he shouldn't be there.
I will come at you with 1,000 legit reasons as to why it's a good movie, and every time you'll stop me by being like, "My Woody's there," and it'll be the entire thing that you get entirely hung up on, even though you're a better critic than that. It'll be the one thing.
No,
you get
I mean,
hung
I'm
up on,
telling you right now. I know
crazy.
myself. I will be like, it was fun. But Woody shouldn't have been there because he shouldn't.
And then every point I make will be stopped with but Woody's there. Every single point. Yeah, that will be the entire
because Woody
review.
Shouldn't be there.
And it'll be I like the blah 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 blah, and it'll be like every stop it'll be like Woody's there, and it's gonna be the one thing you get hung up on when it's such a small thing. Like
it's not a small.
It is a small thing.
It's not a small thing.
It is a small thing. It is again we always go back to the. Is there a reason? Yes, there's a reason. They explained it. I'm good. I've moved on.
Okay, that's great that you're good. I'm not.
I don't. It's weird. Yeah, again, it's
weird.
They
have a magic walkie-talkie which lets them summon him.
It's a reason.
I hate it.
I've moved on.
I hate it. That's great. That's great for you. I haven't. I hate it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, die on your hill. That's all I will say. I
hate it.
I've moved on.
Okay. You haven't because you keep talking about it.
No, I mean my emotions have moved on.
That's great. I hate it.
Okay. Haterade.
Would you prefer if I said I dislike it? I don't like that he's there. Dislike, hate, whatever word you want. I don't approve.
Dislike a raid. That's what it is. You dislike it. Haterade.
I disapprove.
Disapprove a raid. Jordan. Stop me when this stops sounding exciting.
Stop.
Miley Cyrus.
Stop.
Hannah Montana.
Stop.
Wait, really?
You're gonna say how she's gonna be doing some interview or
okay.
reunion I don't care. It's Hannah Montana.
Pretend you don't know that, Jordan. Okay, pretend you don't know that.
Who cares?
Jordan, Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana, reunion special.
Ooh.
I mean, okay, yes. And Jordan, interview.
Ooh.
Okay, pretending you didn't know that. At what point did that stop interesting you?
When you said interview,
right?
If you're gonna do a reunion thing, if you're not gonna make it like a 30-minute Muppet show thing where it's like an episode of the show, then at least make it a concert.
Right? Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm really I was holding off on telling you that because I wanted to do this bit, but like, okay, so this is what it is, Jordan. The world of Hannah Montana is officially back for with special returns. Disney is setting the release date for the iconic 20th anniversary special, which is going to be an in-depth interview hosted by Alex Cooper. The new interview will dive into the history of Disney's iconic show and feature never-before-seen archival footage from the show as well. And with respect to poor Haley, who disagrees with me on this, fundamentally, who cares? I just
Well, I mean, it's not that I don't think that there's an like. I mean, kids loved Hot Hannah Montana, and if you did like a reunion episode or
yeah, well,
something,
yeah, okay. You're like the kids and the people our age and slightly younger than us love the Hannah Montana. But do they want to? Do they love hearing Hannah Montana talk about being Hannah Montana?
it's not even hearing Hannah Montana talk about hearing. It's hearing Miley Cyrus, who, and I don't know how to say this nicely. She's gone crazy.
No, no, no. She's moved. She's long. She's not gone crazy anymore. She's actually
No,
that.
but I mean, no. But I
Oh, you
mean,
mean she
in the
went
time,
crazy past
she's
tense?
gone. She has gone crazy. Since being Hannah Montana,
Yeah.
she has gone crazy. So like, she's killed any of that goodwill as far
Oh
as
no,
I'm
that is
concerned.
well. I mean, maybe for you personally, but for the audience, no, 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 no. Weirdly enough, no.
I certainly don't think like I don't
Do a
need to
concert,
hear her.
man. Do a
I just
concert.
what can she say in an interview that hasn't already been said?
Right? What behind the scenes videos could be shown that would be all that
Exciting.
exciting? Like for me, it's like Wizards of Waverly. All these shows that it came out around the same time are contemporaries. Wizards got a show. Raven, that's a Raven, got a show. You know what I mean? Like these all got reunion shows. Like what? Like get the cast.
That's what I
back.
say.
Like
Even do a half an hour
do
special.
like a half
or
an hour
something.
special where like for me, I mean the obvious choice is do Hannah Montana the sequel. She has a kid and her kid wants to be a Hannah Montana. Like that to me, that's the
Sure,
obvious
but like
choice.
if they don't want to do if she doesn't want to do a full on show,
Do a special at the very
that's
least.
where I say like a special
Yeah,
at the
I don't
least.
disagree. Like because you're like oh, they're like oh, but some of the cast. Okay, Mitchell Musso is canceled and did drugs, so he can't do any. He can't be on there. But like and like her and Billy Ray Cyrus aren't really all that close, really.
Emily Osment is busy doing
She's
Sheldon.
yeah, she's doing her own show. But like you could get them for a couple days to shoot something real quick on
Pay
a
them enough
soundstage,
money.
right? Like you could get them there for a couple of days to shoot or get Moises Rico. You get him. Like a bunch of these people would totally come back.
Moises something.
Or
Yeah.
like, but I'm like even in like amongst contemporary like reunion specials, this isn't very exciting. Like compare it to like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air one, where the big selling point is that
It was like hyper realistic or whatever.
well, no, their reunion. No, that's Bel-Air. No, I'm talking the reunion special where they all got together.
Oh,
and-
the big thing with that was the mom came back.
exactly right. You've got the Harry Potter one, and like where it's like the big thing of that was they talked to, like they all had a gimmick.
Yeah, but
and
those are also like an hour and a half
well, to be
long,
fair,
and
I
like
don't
there's
know. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is going to be.
like
Although,
it's long enough to be worth something. This
apparently this
I
is going to be
just-
filmed in front of a live studio audience. I don't know, but not the target. I'm not. This is another time. I'm not the target demographic, but I'm just like, as a person who liked that show, and I thought that show was funny when I was like in my 20s.
I mean, the reason why it doesn't
still
make
think it's
sense to
funny.
me is you say target demographic. The reason why it doesn't make sense to me is because forget Miley Cyrus aspect of it. Hannah Montana specifically is for like 11 or 12-year-old girls.
Right.
Do you think they want to sit down and listen to a documentary?
Right.
Does
No,
that
it's not even a
sound-
documentary. It's an interview. It's even worse.
Whatever, same thing.
Whatever. It's even worse.
Like, you think they want to sit down and listen to that? No, they want to
Documentary
either
would
watch
at least,
watch an episode of the show with the characters, or they want to listen to her sing the music.
Right.
They don't want to listen to her talk about her time on the show and all the things that happened while they were doing and this and that and this and they don't care about
And
that.
just like for the adults who are
As
like,
a kid, I wouldn't have cared about
no,
that.
and for the adults who are nostalgic for this, what is she gonna say that is new that you haven't heard already, that you don't already know, right? I've watched
That's
behind the
where I
scenes
just-
stuff
I don't
about the
get it.
show. I already know. I know that it was the character had a different name at one point. I know that she like it wasn't
This
always
and
named
that
after
and
Miley.
this
I
and
know a ton
that
of the
and-
anecdotes, and I was like, yeah, why not do an anniversary concert? Do a filmed anniversary concert. That seems, yeah, it's special where all the characters come back. It's something interesting.
Yeah, like if you're gonna do an interview, at least get all the other people.
right, or as many of them as you can at the very least.
Yeah.
If you can't get all of them, like try to get most of them.
At least some of
At
them,
least,
any
at
of
least, at
them.
least some of them,
I mean,
right?
unless there's something to this that's like not being said that makes it more exciting.
Yeah, that's that. Perhaps there's a surprise. Like I said, if maybe she throws on like I'm not gonna. I don't really have an interest in this, but maybe if
Yeah,
she slaps on the wig and performs a few songs, I'll watch that. I'll skip to that part.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
I don't know. I don't know.
there'd have to be something really interesting for me.
Really
But
enticing.
yeah, but I'm not gonna watch the whole interview because I don't know.
I could give two
I
shits.
could care less. Jordan, Jordan, Jordan. Casting news, Jordan. Casting news.
About
Casting news, Jordan, about Sonic 4.
oh that
And
yeah.
honestly, I'm just gonna say it. I don't think the Sonic franchise movie franchise in terms of voice acting has missed yet because they officially announced that
Kristen Bell.
thank you, Kristen Bell is gonna be playing Amy Rose, and that was rumored there for a while. We didn't talk about it, but it was cropping up as a rumor. Like she was in talks, and I was like, I'm not ready to talk about this yet. But they finally officially announced it. Solid, solid casting. That's good. I could hear it. I could picture it. I could see it.
Yeah,
She's
like
got the vocal
I mean,
timbre.
she's got the voice acting chops too, because she was Anna in Frozen.
No, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. She
So
absolutely is a
like
good voice
you
actress.
kind of I just like I'm picturing like that kind of voice as Amy,
I'm suspecting some
and like
sass.
especially
We're gonna get
with
a bit of
the
sass. We're gonna get a sassy Amy.
especially with the since we've moved away from the Sonic Adventure 2 kind of version of that character, and we have more like the Sonic Boom, the Sonic Prime, where she's
Yeah,
like a sassy kind of
exactly,
person.
exactly.
I absolutely can see that.
I still like your idea where I want Sonic to have a crush on her.
I think that would be
I want
hilarious,
her
and
to
I
be a
think
little
I
older
could
than
see them.
Sonic,
I could see
and
them doing that.
like a because guys like she's from the future. They're doing a time travel thing. Allegedly, there's a rumor that Silver the Hedgehog might be in it as well. Um,
Interesting.
they're doing a come from. So I think they're probably gonna because no, I think have they announced that Jim Carrey is back yet? Have we talked about whether or not he's back yet?
I don't think they have.
Because what I think they should do, although apparently Stone's gonna be in it, but I think they should do a thing where it's the Eggman's computer, and Eggman's computer is sending Metal Sonic from the future.
That's what I think I predicted that.
Did you predict that?
When we saw that Metal Sonic comes from the future and Amy comes from the future,
Because then you
I
don't.
think I predicted that either there's somebody else in the future or that it was Eggman's computer. I seem to remember saying
I mean,
something along
Eggman's
those
computer
lines.
just makes sense because then you can kind of do a Doctor Giro thing, and then you don't have to have Jim Carrey. Boom.
Yeah,
But if he does have
you can have
Silver
a like a synthesized version of his voice or
or
something.
something, and then you get a decent voice match, and you throw a filter on top of it, and you don't have to have Jim Carrey. But budget's a little smaller. But no, seriously, I don't think the Sonic franchise has missed when it comes to voice acting. I don't think there's a single miss in this voice cast.
No,
Even they didn't even. What's weird is like the weirdest
there was
outlier.
definitely somewhere where I was like, when they first announced them, I was like, I need to hear it. Like Idris Elba as Knuckles
Yes,
was a
absolutely. I
situation where I was like,
completely agree.
I need to hear
I
it. But
need to
then
hear
once I
this.
heard it, I was like, okay, no, yeah,
Yeah, no,
he slaps.
he's having a great time. They're having a great time.
Keanu Reeves was
as
pretty
oh my
like on
god,
right on.
that was another case of like there was talks of that. And we talked about that being a potential thing, and then they announced it, and it was weird because it was like I felt like we broke this months ago. Like it's just very strange. It's doing the news is funny like that, where people arrive to shit months after you do. Where you're like, yeah, I feel like we talked about this a while ago. So now I don't do anything until it's like for sure. But like, who would you okay? Now Jordan, they're setting a high bar. Okay, who if Silver is indeed in there, who would you cast as Silver? I have a pitch, and it's kind of crazy and it's kind of out there, and I don't think they're gonna do it.
Hold on, I need to
I
double check what his name is first.
I suspect you're gonna say the same thing I am. You're gonna say Eric Vale. You're
Yes,
gonna say Eric
yes, I
Vale,
am.
right?
I'm gonna say yeah, he's the voice of
So
Trunks,
voice of
right?
Trunks. Yeah, you're gonna say Eric
Yeah.
Vale.
I'm gonna say Eric Vale, and I want him to
Now,
basically
now,
be
now. To be
Trunks
fair, I was
in
gonna like
terms of characterization. I mean,
I don't think he's celebrity stunt casty enough for them to ever do it. But they also have the original voice actors as Tails, which is the weirdest part of that cast. Where you're like, wait, so the rest of them are all celebrities except well, I mean,
except for Tails.
except for
Tails is just
Tails.
Tails.
Tails is just a regular voice actor. So like, yes, I would love Eric Vale, and I think it would be funny.
I think it would be hilarious.
I don't think they'll do it because I don't think he's famous enough. But
I don't
also,
think they'll do it because I also just think they don't want to draw attention to the fact that that's basically who the character
I
is.
don't I don't know. I just don't think it's a toss up for me because on the one hand I don't think he's famous enough, but on the other hand, Tails is the original voice actress and she's just a voice actress. She's not a super famous celebrity. So like it's not I don't think it's that impossible. But let's stunt cast this and we'll pick a
If you
celebrity.
okay, if you can't have him, who are you
Yeah, we're gonna.
choosing?
Oh my god, who am I choosing?
Um, for whatever reason,
I need someone with
for
some
me,
gravel.
for me, the first person that comes to mind is Jake Gyllenhaal.
Why do you always go to Jake
I
Gyllenhaal?
don't know, but it
You
usually is a good
always
choice.
go to Jake Gyllenhaal for some reason.
That's just the
Um.
first one that comes into my mind for that particular character.
Hmm. I've got nothing. I'm trying to think of someone gravelly because
Or
I'm on a podcast. I'll think of someone smart
or
later.
um my second potential nomination would be I can't think of the actor's name, but the voice of Rocket Raccoon.
Okay, Bradley Cooper.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
my second thought.
I could see that. I could see that.
Cause Silver he kind of has the like the
Yeah,
Trunks voice,
yeah. You need
which
something
is why I
gravelly.
immediately say Trunks, which is why I'm like gravelly.
I need something with a bit of
You need a
gravel in it.
gravelly kind of voice.
That's tough. See, I'm thinking younger, but only I don't know. See, with the Sonic franchise, he's got to be someone that you wouldn't think, but also you're like, I could see
Could
it.
work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I can't think of who. Nope, not. So I'll think of it throughout the show, and if something comes to me later, I'll say it. I'll just say it randomly out of the blue. Um. Okay. Excited for Sonic 4, by the way. Excited for that.
Here's the question for you. For Metal Sonic, would you give the main Metal Sonic like a voice? Or would you just have him
No.
be like the computerized grr, kind of
I
chirpy
would probably do
thing?
something similar to as an homage to the Sonic the movie. I would make it so he talks at the end, and then I would throw in line references to that movie. So I would have Ben Schwartz. He did it in an interview once, but I would have him do the I know everything you're gonna do. You know everything I'm gonna do. I would have him do that line as a fun reference because I think it's funny. Um, trailers, Jordan. More trailers. Um,
This would be a funny. Sorry, I just did a cursory Google of actors with gravelly voices, and one of the ones that came up, which I think he would not be good for this role, but I think it would be funny, is Seth MacFarlane.
that would be funny. I that would be Trey Parker. No. Um. The South Park guy. Um. So it's really funny. You sent me a response. So Jordan, the Mandalorian and Grogu trailer.
Yeah, that's a thing.
You immediately went, I could
I'm
care.
so indifferent. I don't care.
It's
I just don't.
it's not. I felt
It's
conflicted
not
about
that
it.
it looks bad. It's just I just don't care.
I'm of two equally important minds of this. Okay, number one, this looks fun. It looks dynamic. The energy is high. The Jabba the Hutt with muscles is funny.
Yeah, but I sure hope you watch the shows because otherwise, if you're gonna
Hold
watch
on.
this movie,
Let me finish
you
my two
don't know who
thoughts.
the fuck they are.
Let me finish my two thoughts. So yeah, on the one hand, I'm of the mind looks fun and I'm having fun and it looks fun. But then I'm thinking about the 3 seasons of television I have to watch in order to appreciate any of this, and I'm like, in order for this to be meaningful or significant, it has to pay off shit from the show, or it's just a random
Multiple shows.
adventure. It's just not necessarily. It doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily.
because he's in like the second season of Book of Boba
Oh,
Fett.
okay, well, Boba Fett, sure, yeah, it's got to pay off Boba Fett. Well, Boba Fett allegedly is basically just it should have been part of season 2 of the Mandalorian.
Whether
and
it
then
should have or shouldn't have, I'm
apparently,
saying that
apparently
it is
midway,
two shows
but
that you
yeah,
have to watch before you have any idea who
three,
these characters are.
4 seasons of television. Then 4 seasons of television. In order to appreciate any of this, if it's going to have any emotional impact, or if it's just a random adventure, like this doesn't give an indication as to whether or not it's supposed to be conclusive or not. Is this supposed to be the last Grogu and Mandalorian thing? Is this just another random adventure that they go on where they hunt a random thing? Is there does it because in order for it to be appealing to people who haven't seen the show, it needs to be general. But in order for it to have any narrative or emotional weight, it needs to be specific, and that immediately turns me off.
My thing too, this is kind of just a complaint about the state of trailers nowadays is because you have trailers for the streaming shows which just look like movie trailers. If I didn't know that this was going to be a movie, I would have thought this would have been a trailer for
Oh,
another season of
I
Mandalorian.
could well, again, one hand, I could see why you would say that. On the other hand, it's I don't want to say it looks too expensive to be an episode of The Mandalorian, in my opinion. There's
It
too many.
doesn't. It doesn't though.
No, because The Mandalorian, especially in season one. To be fair, I haven't seen season three. There's three seasons of The Mandalorian, right? I'm gonna look real dumb if there's only two. I'm pretty sure
I
there's
don't
three.
know. Oh, it's fine.
But the second, they look cheap. They look cheap. They look once you they're shot on a particular I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, but the trailers always make them look more expensive than they
This
actually
though
are.
looks not substantially more
Uh,
expensive, but
Mandalorian was 3 seasons.
oh yeah. It doesn't look, but like there's certain, especially the huts. Like the Mandalorian show would not have been able to afford huts, like fully CGI huts. Like a lot of the Mandalorian is shot on a particular kind of rolling soundstage that once someone's pointed it out to you, you can't unnotice it. And this looks like it's actually on location, and like there are some of the shots look expensive, more expensive than the show does, but like not by much. But again, I don't. I could see why you would say in that same breath. I could also see why you would say that it looks just like the show because it does look just like the show. There's
Which
nothing
is
really
probably
about
by
it that's
design. It's just
oh, it is by the
you know.
design. It's these trailers. It's like we said about the fucking Toy Story. They're so calculated. Like the number one thing that made me laugh was how they needed to justify the fact that they're paying Pedro Pascal to be in this movie by showing his face a ludicrous amount of times in this trailer. Like there's people in the comments who are like he shows his face more times in this trailer than he does in the entirety of the show because he's not in the second. Fun fact about I don't know about season 2, but season 3 definitely Pedro Pascal's not in it.
Mm.
Like physically he's not there anymore. He just does voiceover. The character never takes off his helmet and he just does voiceover. So it's like clearly they had movie contracts are different. Film contracts are different. So in order to justify what they're paying him, they have to show his face. They have to give him a certain amount of face time.
I mean, yeah, like I said, this is just another. For me. I guess the best way for me to word this is for me, Grogu and the Mandalorian are just another Stranger Things. It's been too long. I don't care.
My
I've
big
I've moved on.
this
I
one
don't
to
care
me
anymore.
like the thing that gets me is there's so much of this trailer that's cool that I
If
like.
this had
That's
come out
fun.
like at the height of the Mandalorian when I was still watching it and I still cared,
Yeah,
then I would be more excited for it.
I'd be more excited for this if it wasn't the Mandalorian and Grogu. If
I just
that's
don't
like
care.
if this were about
Some other
another
bounty hunter.
another Mandalorian, another bounty hunter, even another random bounty hunter, and it was about him fighting Jabba the Hutt's son who has muscles, and he's played by the guy from the Iron Claw. Oh yeah, by the way, you know the guy from the Iron Claw, who's not Zac Efron,
Sure. No. Yeah. Sure.
the brother who in that movie who he lost his leg and he got the
Oh yeah.
he's Jabba the Hutt's son in this.
Okay.
Which other people have affectionately called Muscles the Hutt. He's the Hutt who you see who has biceps in the trailer.
That was the only part when I saw that, and I was like, that makes me laugh. But that was one part of a thing.
But yeah, there's a couple like there's the one shot where he walks in and he does the quick bang bang that I'm like it's like I say super frenetic and super energetic and it's way more energetic than Star. To me, it harkens back to the energy levels of the prequels where I'm like, oh, this is a fun high energy movie that if I didn't have to watch 4 seasons of television, I would be like way more excited for. Like if this weren't Grogu and Mandalorian and it didn't require me to do homework, then I would be excited for this. Like it looks like a fun movie.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I mean, for me, there's also just the
that's
fact
it.
that
That's what's precluding me from enjoying
the thing that makes me not ironically, because I haven't seen all of The Mandalorian. I think I haven't seen the third season. But the thing that makes me not excited for this is in much the same way for you is the fact that it's The Mandalorian and Grogu. But that's because I have seen the show. I don't know how to put this exactly. Grogu isn't a character.
No, he's
Um,
just kind of a
he's
prop.
just a prop who's there, and the Mandalorian is barely. He's a cardboard of a character. There's nothing there that makes. He's flat. He's so
Oh,
flat.
I
He's
see.
so
I
flat
haven't
and
seen.
boring and uninteresting.
I haven't seen enough of the show to. I'm like, fuck, Jordan. We're gonna have to finish them. I'm gonna have to finish the Mandalorian, aren't I?
Just from what I watched of it, that's the biggest thing that I remember of that character
Damn it.
is he's flat and boring and uninteresting.
My big thing with Grogu. No, I don't. Number one, the Mandalorian. Just very clearly when they created and conceived this show was supposed to be Boba Fett, and then it laid at some point in the writing production process it changed. You could just tell. But my thing with Grogu specifically is Grogu. I think maybe I might be slightly more interested in this at the very least if they had aged up Grogu. If they had
If
done a
he
time skip,
talked,
if they had done a time skip and he's bigger and he talks like they do a bit in this trailer where he gets in his little thing and he zooms off and I'm like he's still in a little thing. We've done 3 seasons of like they do action sequences with him where he's trying to do like Yoda shit, but he's so small that it's not very interesting or exciting or fun for me. Like if they had aged him up and he's now a teenager and we got teenage Grogu and teenage Grogu has a fucking attitude and he talks now,
yeah. Well,
that
that's
would
where I
be
say
interesting. That would
that's
be
where
like
I say
okay,
he's not a character. He doesn't talk. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't. He
right?
gurgles like
We're
he's
doing the
not. You're not a
same.
baby. You're like 50 years old.
We're doing the same bit that we did. Same bits we did with Grogu that we did in the show. So like, what are we
Yeah,
doing in this?
that's
What
why I
is
see
this
this trailer
movie?
and I'm just like
What is this movie doing? That is the like we often talk about.
the 3 seasons of television didn't
Well,
already do.
like okay, no, but like we've talked about the blank the movie, right? Like I have no issue with the blank the movie, like recess the, you know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
have no
sure, but
issue with.
you have to elevate the stakes
That's
and
my
make it.
point. Yes. So I have no issue with the Mandalorian the movie, but you have to be a good version of the Mandalorian the movie. This, in terms of being the Mandalorian the movie, doesn't look as good as, and this is a funny sentence, the My Little Pony movie looks better in that regard. It looks like it's a better movie version of the show. This just looks like the show.
This just feels like more of the show.
More of the show that they thought that they could squeeze. This looks like a final season of the show that they've because these
This
seasons
feels
are
like a Moana 2.
yes, where this was season 4 and they edited it into a movie. It absolutely
Yes.
feels that way. That's what it looks like. That's what it feels like.
That's the best way I
It
can
looks
put it.
nominally more expensive than the show. It doesn't look like it's way more expensive than like there are. Like I say, it does look in points kind of like kind of more expensive, but not enough that I'd be like, oh, this.
And
Is a
I don't even know
noticeable.
I don't even know how you make a good version of the movie version of the Mandalorian and Grogu.
No,
Like
because it just leans
what
into everything that I hate about that show.
which would be Jedi or Sith.
Yeah, exactly. The thing I only like I stopped watching that show. Full stop. I stopped watching that show when you don't
When they
care.
brought in Luke.
Well, yeah, okay, you already know. I was like, you don't care. You already know. When they brought in Luke Skywalker, badly CGI'd it. Luke Skywalker,
De-aged,
de-aged.
yeah.
I mean, Luke Skywalker. I was out. I'm out. I don't care anymore. I don't. Well, I don't give a shit. And then the next season, it was like, and then Rosario Dawson is there, and she's Ahsoka, and you're like, this is just thing I recognize. It's just evolved to thing I recognize. The thing about the first season of The Mandalorian that makes that show good is that it is detached from everything. Like even the fact that he looks like Yoda, it's still detached from the overall story. So having to it evolved to its thing you recognize. It became boring. It was boring.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
interesting to me anymore. Everything. So yeah, you're right. A Mandalorian movie is just gonna be thing you recognize. Which it
Yeah,
is.
or
It's
just
Jabba the Hutt's
more
son. It's thing I recognize.
more of the same.
Which, like, on the one hand, it is kind of neat to see, like, if you if it is kind of neat if you consider like the Clone Wars movie and show the beginning of Dave Filoni's journey with Star Wars, and Baby Jabba the Hutt being the inciting incident of the plot of that first Clone Wars movie. If you, I don't
And now he's the
Now
problem.
he's the main villain in the Mandalorian and Grogu
Well,
movie.
that's where my
That
thing
is
with it.
kind of neat in a payoff kind of way, but it's just I wish it was in a different movie.
And that's ultimately my thing is and that was kind of a thing as I watched more of Mandalorian and Grogu as characters. They're not. I don't find them to be particularly interesting
No, well, in
characters.
season 3 and 2
So
and 3, they get pulled back. Like Bo-Katan ends up being like the main character from what I've heard in season 3. Because yeah, post
yeah,
after season
because
2,
because
they ran out of shit with those characters to do because what
yeah, exactly. So like, what do you do with a movie?
right?
They're not. And so I don't want to say I fear because I don't really care, but like I wouldn't be shocked if they become relegated to being background characters in their own movie.
I could
And
absolutely see
it's
that. I could
actually
absolutely see that.
like another
I could absolutely see
some
that.
other character takes because they're not they're so dry and cardboardy.
The only
There's
thing
nothing there's nothing to them.
The only thing that could surprise me or interest me is if the Mandalorian gets his ass whipped by Muscles the Hutt. There's a time skip, and now
He has
Grogu
to go get Luke.
and no getting Luke, no
No,
Luke.
I know, but I'm saying that's what they would do.
Oh that no yeah you're that wouldn't surprise me. What I would want is he gets his butt whooped and then Grogu ages up and he becomes a teenager. Like
Yeah.
that's the only thing.
Or something
That's
or
the
something
only
like
way I would
that.
have been interested in this is if Grogu was a teenager. Then
I
I
mean,
would be interested.
if I'm talking about what I want to have happen, if I'm
Cause
talking
like
about
teenage
what I
Groot, we do teenage Groot jokes.
hold
Like
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. If we're talking about what I want to have happen, and I can have anything happen, what I want to have happen is they go and they have their battle with Muscles the Hutt. Muscles the Hutt kills the Mandalorian. We have a time jump of like 5, 10 years later. We now have an older Grogu, and he's the main character, and he has even an ounce of personality.
that, yeah, I'd be down for that as well. I don't necessarily. I I would want to see because I do agree that stoic. I mean, to be fair, not everyone's into stoicism, and that's the
I just think it gets boring.
that's his one character trait is he's stoic. That's his one character trait.
And it gets
But
boring.
I don't disagree, but I think stoicism against stubbornness and teenage attitude is always fun. So I think if you had
Sure.
kept him
Yeah, I think
stoic,
there's some room there for some fun. But
if you
like
if you
if you're
kept
gonna have
him,
and kind of the point, sorry to interrupt, but kind of the point is that currently the dynamic that they have is straight man and prop.
yeah, absolutely, I don't disagree.
And like what you if you're gonna have a straight man, the way that a straight man typically works and is most interesting is when you pair him with a zany, when you pair him with a Daffy Duck, when you
Yeah.
pair him with a Roger
Yeah,
Rabbit, or
well,
what?
or like,
Like,
but also maybe they didn't do this because he's also doing The Last of Us, and he's already got like a curmudgeonly,
that's why I say kill him.
yeah, he's doing a curmudgeonly older character figure. And it's Ellie, so maybe they're like, oh, if we age up Grogu, because yeah, to me, if you age up Grogu and you make him like obstinate, I am Groot. You know, you make him obstinate
Yeah.
and give him like an attitude, like just make him antithetical to Yoda, like just the complete opposite, just a right piece of shit. And he's given the Mandalorian the business the whole movie. That is interesting to me. I would watch that. I would watch that.
That doesn't look like what we're getting.
No, that is absolutely not what we're getting. We're getting an hour and a half episode of the show, and that doesn't interest me.
No, not even a little bit.
Yeah, it's like we always go to this. We always go to this.
I'll watch it on Disney Plus. It's God intended.
As God intended. Yeah, paraphrasing Seth MacFarlane again. But if it's not doing something it can't already do on streaming, why am I wasting my money? I'll just watch it on streaming. It will be interesting to see that. To me, that is an interesting choice to do first. To me, they should have done the Starfighter first because the Starfighter is not attached to anything. It takes place after episode 9. It has nothing to do with the Skywalkers. None of the characters are related to the Skywalkers. And I think that would have been a better choice of being like, hey, you don't have to. It's not just a Disney Plus thing. Like, to me, it being a new story would give people motivation. Because otherwise, what is motivating people to just not wait to watch this on streaming like every other Mandalorian thing? What is motivating you to go to the theater? Nothing. Nothing. This movie is nothing. So yeah. But I won't deny and say there aren't elements of it that look fun. I don't want to do that. We are Jordan. Hashtag. You're not hashtagging with me. Hashtag. Fair and balanced, Jordan. Jordan.
No, we can't both be fair and balanced. You can be fair, I'll be
Okay,
balanced.
that's fair. I'll be fair. You be balanced. Um, Interesting.
It's
So
asking too much for us to be both
I
of us to be both.
I saw this headline, and I saw this headline, and I went, what? And then it was one of those, I wanted to read it, and I held off. I held off reading it so I could read this live on the air. And really, so Sony has, I don't know if it's announced, but according to a new report from THR, that's the Hollywood Reporter, at Sony, there is a new Venom movie in the works. But
Like a Tom Hardy one, or
the difference is this time it will be animated rather than live action.
hmm,
And I
interesting.
don't know. Oh, here you go. For those wondering about Tom Hardy's involvement, Jordan is wondering about Tom Hardy's involvement. Um,
Because I'm wondering if it's like a
Interesting.
continuation of that version of Venom, or is it like a fresh take on Venom?
According to this, he is producing it. He's in, well, sorry, I should say he is quote involved in some capacity. It is currently unclear as to whether or not he is simply producing it or if he is returning to voice the character. I think he should return and voice the character. I really like his version of Venom.
I think he should return and voice the character if it's supposed to be the same version of Venom. If it's supposed to be a new fresh take, then I think we should get someone new in.
I don't. I mean, what I would want, but this would never happen, and this is selfish for me. I want an Agent Venom movie
That'd be dope.
where it's Flash Thompson and he has to go on like Black Ops missions as Venom. That would be
That'd be
dope.
dope.
But I don't know how that. There's so much. That character requires so much history, and they've yet to do a good adaptation of him. They tried doing him on the
Yeah,
Ultimate Spider-Man show, and it was just bad. It just wasn't as good.
yeah. We'll have to pay attention to this one.
You certainly can't. You're certainly not going to get Agent Venom from the MCU. I don't think.
Because like it would be kind of, I mean, what I would maybe do if you're gonna do an Agent Venom movie is I would pardon me. I would do one of those famous Spider-Man Sam Raimi things where in the opening credits you have the montage of all the things that led up to that moment, and then you can have your Agent Venom movie without having to
Yeah, you could
have.
do that. Yeah, you could absolutely do that. I mean, I just don't know that it would land as Agent Venom.
Oh no, it wouldn't, but it would just be a quick and dirty way to get to
To
that.
be fair, when I came into Agent Venom, I hadn't paid attention to Flash Thompson in years. So like the
Hmm.
concept that he had, because the big thing with
Lost his legs.
he had lost his legs and he had been to I think at that point it was Afghanistan or maybe Iraq. He had lost his legs,
One
and
of the
that
wars,
and
yeah.
that he's best friends with Spider-Man, and all that jazz. That without that history, I just don't think Agent Venom works as well. That's why I don't think they've ever. But who knows? I do know that like
So
he was gonna appear in some reference. They were gonna do some reference to him in the Tom Hardy movies at one point.
Um, so okay, this is Sony. So do you think that it's going to be connected to Across the Spider-Verse at all?
It's funny you asked that question because I was gonna ask you the same question. Um, that is the question, isn't it? I hope so. I hope so.
Like, is this going to be a thing where
I
like
hope so.
we find out because in the Tom Hardy movie we found out that the Venom kind of connects across the
Yeah,
multiverse, right? So they've kind of already set up that idea.
absolutely. I kind of want them to do it where it's like, well, on the one hand, I would like to kind of see the continuing adventures of the Tom Hardy Venom because I love the Tom Hardy Venom. Um, but on the other hand, yeah, it'd be kind of fun to do. My dream for those Spider Verse movies. I believe those Spider Verse movies are criminally under market or underutilized. Like I think like there needs to be spin off movies of all those characters. So it'd be kind of fun to do where it takes place in the Spider Verse, but this is his own universe where he is Spider Man.
That could be interesting.
Like not that he's Spider Man,
What
but he's like he
a
Venom
version of
is that
Spider-Man?
universe is Spider Man, but he's still Venom.
Um, what I think could be interesting, and I think this could be fun, but I don't think they would do it. I will preface it with that. But what would be fun is if it did technically take place in the Spider-Verse movies, but it was an anthology style movie where we see Venom across the Spider-Verse, and that's also a canon, like a canon event, is every Spider-Man gets a Venom.
That would also be
And
rad.
we get to see different versions of Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse as the symbiote, like the symbiote portion of their story.
That would be rad. That would be
And
super
it's an
fun.
anthology style move, like an
That
anthology style
yeah,
thing.
that would be pretty rad.
They would never do that,
No, that's
but
too
it would be so cool.
too high concept for Sony, but that would be rad.
So what do you think it actually
I
is?
don't know. I don't. It's legit surprise number one. I'm guessing. Clearly it's a way to keep Tom Hardy involved. Number one is what I think. But um, interesting choice. I'm not against
We'll have
it,
to
oddly.
we'll have to pay attention to that.
There'd be a point where I was against it. I'm not so against it now. Like, I really would like Tom Hardy to do the voice because I really genuinely love Tom Hardy's Venom. Like, I just unironically, I love that character. I want him to come to the
I think
MCU.
I think what I would do is I think what I would do is I would either have it where in this animated thing, I would either have it be where Tom Hardy voices Brock but not Venom, or I would have him voice Venom but not
Oh, then
Brock.
Venom, but not Brock. Definitely Venom. I love
Um,
it. But like, I don't know. It'd be kind of fun to. The problem is it's still a Venom solo project. So like, he loses all this stuff. But a lot of people kind of misunderstand
it
Venom in the sense
depends.
that
It
like
depends on how they do it.
Venom hasn't technically been a bad guy for like decades. It's just
Like
he's stuck in
then
this
that's
one
where
moment in comic history where everyone just remembers him as this one thing, but he's not just the one thing.
it depends on how they do it. If he is actually the Tom Hardy version, then yeah, I mean it's just going to be more of what we've already gotten, but in animation. If they're doing a route of he's a different version of Venom, but he's voiced by Tom Hardy, then it could be their opportunity to do a version of um him versus the like an animated version of Spider-Man because and that could
Maybe
be why they're doing animation because I think they are allowed to
they were
use
allowed to use.
Spider-Man.
They could have used Spider-Man the whole time.
But point being that it might be easier in this instance. I don't
Maybe
know.
I don't know.
Um,
I don't.
but
I truly don't.
we'll have to pay attention to that
Yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. That's the legit surprise.
I need more details.
Jordan. Did you know they're making a Bioshock movie?
I didn't, but it doesn't surprise. Actually, I think you told me that once before, but also it doesn't surprise me.
I mean,
They made a book.
it's been in development hell for fucking ever. Apparently,
Is it based on more on the original BioShock or BioShock Infinite?
by the sounds of it,
Probably the
the
original.
original. Yeah, by the sounds of it, the
They're
original.
probably, if I had to guess, they're probably using the book as kind of inspiration.
But apparently, according to the producer, they're looking to get into production next year, and I don't really like Bioshock all that much. I like Bioshock Infinite, and I think that would make a great show. I don't think it would make a good movie. I think it would make a great show.
So here's the thing for me with BioShock is I like the story aspects of it, which is why I like the book, which is a prequel to the
See,
game.
yeah, no, not the first
Um,
one. The first one, the story in that one doesn't really. Only insofar as the way it connects to Bioshock Infinite, which I think the story is way more interesting. But that's not nothing on Bioshock. That's just me.
no, that's fair. I do like the story in the first one. And part of the thing with the game is you don't get a lot of the story unless you read a lot of the text
Yeah,
sprawls that they give you. Which is why I say it to
I've read about
me.
it a little bit. Like I've read it in Wikipedia articles and whatnot because I was curious, but it was like
Um, that's where I was gonna say. To me, I can see it as a movie, sure, show, definitely. It reminds me of Fallout in that regard, where I can see how you could make it into a
yeah. I also
whatever
just
movie or show.
I don't like the
Um,
gameplay as much in the first one as I do. I
well,
just
that's where I
generally think
say
Bioshock Infinite is a better game. Ooh, that's gonna get me canceled.
that's because it's BioShock Infinite is the more new one, right?
Yeah, yeah, no.
If they remade the original BioShock 1 and 2,
I
I feel
I
like
feel
you
like
could really make some
I
improvements.
feel like
No, there was never a remake. There was just a re-release.
oh, okay. I was gonna say I feel like they did.
No, to my knowledge, anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, internet. But as I understand it, like the version that we have, that's just a
My
collection.
my favorite is the. Did you ever play the DLC for Bioshock Infinite?
Yes, I did. Where
That
they go to Rapture.
that DLC is hilarious because the gameplay wants you to stealth, like it wants, but
Yeah, we've talked about that on here before,
have we?
where
It wants you to
yeah,
stealth,
yeah,
but
where
it
you can just go through and kill everyone.
yeah, there's no active punishment for it. It doesn't act. The
Yeah,
gameplay does
I
not
think I
actively punish you for it, which
I
is
think we talked
really
about that
funny.
when Adam was on.
Was it? Oh, that was really
I think so. Yeah.
really funny. It's really funny. It's a
Um,
terrible DLC. Absolutely
but no,
horrendous.
yeah, once I heard the background of the, and this is why I say I could see it as a show, is because yeah, the book is about what leads to the creation of Rapture.
Yeah,
It's all
yeah, yeah.
it's all of those text
Nah.
sprawls that exist in the game, but as a book,
Like,
and it
nah.
works way better.
Like to me, yeah, I'd much rather Bioshock Infinite show or movie than I would have. But I understand it,
I mean,
and
I'd take both.
it will be rad to see a Big Daddy like on the big screen. That will be cool. So
Um, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where
make them
where
proper
it's like
scary. Sure, why
I'm
not?
not like a die hard, live by, die for a BioShock fan. Like I'm not like
Me neither.
but like, I'll watch it.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna watch it
If it
eventually.
goes if it's going to theater, it might even be one that I watch in theater.
Who knows?
Who knows? It might be one that I don't look at. I need to see a trailer.
Yeah, I know
Like
that is
that's
true.
my thing. Like it's but on face, it's not necessarily one of those. No, I'm gonna watch it on streaming as God intended ones.
Um,
I might see it in theater. I have to see.
really.
Yes, really.
Sorry. So Jordan sent me this story, and it popped up, and I was like, oh yay! Which is that Jay and Silent Bob, they're crossing over with Marvel of all
Yeah,
people.
I saw something about that, and I was like, oh, I should send this to Justin.
Written by Kevin Smith,
Yeah,
obviously, and drawn
Days of Jay's
by
Past, I think it's called, or Jay's of
Jays of
Future
Future
Past.
Past. Yeah, so yeah, one
Yeah,
shot comic special written by Kevin Smith with art by Giuseppe Camuncoli, which I'm entirely positive I mispronounced. It says the story sees the pair embark on a wild trip across the Marvel mythos, colliding with heroes like the X-Men and the Fantastic Four. However, not everyone is happy to see them. The plot kicks off when Doctor Doom decrees that the duo must die, forcing a massive team up of Avengers and other heroes to save them from a lethal case of superhero fatigue. So is it? Are they gonna get? Are they gonna? I kind of want to read it because I want to know if they eventually turn into their superhero alter egos,
Bl
Chronic and Bluntman.
Chronic and Blunt Man. Yeah, I don't know.
Will
I
they
don't
make
know.
an
I
appearance? That must
um
be for Kevin Smith. That if that's not a full circle moment for him, I don't know what would be. Um, to have those characters be in a Marvel thing, like there's no way that's not surreal, like for him because I mean he had an interconnected universes before the Marvel did. Like he was making comic book references. Like when you watch like Mallrats and he's Stan Lee he had a Stan Lee cameo before Marvel movies did.
True. It's true, he
Um,
did. And yeah, no, so I saw that and I was like, that looks fun. That
right?
looks silly and fun and dumb.
But like yeah, he was making superheroes, but Iron Man, whatever references
Snoochie Boochie.
when those characters weren't like super popular. So like yeah, I just have to imagine for him that must be crazy surreal.
The question
Um,
that I have is, are we going to get other Clerks characters in there? Are we going to get
God, I hope so.
Dante being like, oh no, I wasn't even supposed to be here
I mean, I
today.
hope so, and that would be fun. But it kind of seems like it's just
It's Jay and Silent Bob.
they're the ones who are walking through the portal. But it'd be fun if
Uh,
like if they get yanked from the quick stop and they're there in a quick little panel.
in a little nod and
Yeah,
nod and wink.
a little wink and a nod. That'd be fun. I'd take a wink and a nod. And then they should make it into an animated special because I would watch the shit out of that.
Yes,
Um,
yes, they should.
speaking of things that are fun, they released a couple of images of Spider-Man and Superman together. Um,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a thing that's coming.
and there's one where it's Peter Parker and Clark Kent. They're walking together, and Clark Kent looks real proud or whatever, and Peter Parker is his photographer.
That's awesome.
I know, I was like, that's awesome. And then there's another splatter cover image of
Yeah,
Spider-Man
see, I
and
just I hope that
Superman
like the
together.
that one and the Batman and Deadpool one, and I just hope that it fosters a good relationship and leads to other crossover possibilities.
Oh, that's why it drives me
I'm
crazy when people pit superhero shit like against each other. You know what I mean? Like I just because I'm like, nah, man, we all win when everyone wins when
Everyone wins when we get along, when we can have when we can have the all the toys playing together.
right,
Like I know it will probably never happen, but I will forever hold out hope that one day we get Marvel versus DC fighting game.
right.
Like
Apparently,
I know it's a pipe dream. I know the chances of it happening are slim to nil, but part of me will always hold out hope.
right. One can dream.
One can
Uh,
dream.
so during disappointing news for Face Off fans out there, at one point
Gotta take your face off.
off. At one point, they were gonna do a remake, um, and it was going to we talked about who we would face off, and I said The Rock and Danny Radcliffe. I maintain, um, it was gonna
Yeah, so
be
I still think that would be fun. Yeah.
it was gonna be the guy Adam Wingard, known for directing Godzilla X Kong and Godzilla versus Kong. He was gonna direct it,
Okay.
and then it converted. It was instead of being a remake, it was going to be a sequel, a straight sequel, Face Off 2, which I think is a mistake.
I would do a reboot.
I just do a straight reboot, and now
They're too old.
and
Like
it,
forget
it
that.
appears that it might not happen though. So
Or like if you wanted to have them in it in some if you wanted to have the original Nicolas Cage and Danny Travolta,
John Travolta.
John Travolta. What was I thinking? Danny. Sorry. Um,
That's his character's name in Greece.
that and I watched Grease too.
Yeah,
Damn,
yeah,
we've come full circle.
yeah.
I would maybe have them in a remake as like a wink and a nod.
Yeah. Well, I mean, number one, I'm pretty sure Nicolas Cage's character died at the end of that movie.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Number two,
It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure.
if I would have it where John Travolta is not getting his face off in this one, but like his son-in-law or something is like someone he
Or
knows
like,
or
or
doesn't.
like you could have him be like, when the cop goes to have his face swapped, you could have him be like one of the police officers
No,
that's
no, I'm
there,
saying
or a
like
detective, or
I'm saying
like he could be there in a cameo role.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you have him be there, like literally his character from the first movie. He's there,
No,
and
I wouldn't do
he's
that.
well, no, but he's not getting face offed. He's there as the guy helping the guy who's getting faced off.
No, but I'm saying I would do it I like our idea
Oh,
of a remake,
if we're
and
doing a
it's
reboot, then
and
yeah,
it's
yeah, he's
and
just
it's and it's The Rock, and it's The
he could be
Rock
the guy.
and
He could be the
Daniel
guy running the
Radcliffe.
face-off machine. But what
Yeah,
I'm saying is, if you must do it as a sequel,
and Nicolas Cage can just be a criminal in prison.
I mean, yeah, yeah. But I'm saying is, if you must do a sequel, then John Travolta doesn't get face-offed. He's the one doing the face-off, but he's just there.
I guess if you have to.
I always like that his son-in-law has to get faced off because and then he has to learn to like his son-in-law. It's all about learning to love your family, because that's what those movies are really
But
about.
no, I would do a remake
So Jordan, they announced.
if it
Uh,
was me.
Apparently they've released. Not much is known about Spider-Man 4, Jordan. Let's start there. They have not released a new trailer. They might demand for it. I saw someone say they should just not.
I thought a lot has been found out about that. We've got Punisher. He looks like he's going to be turning into the Man Spider.
Those are all rumors. Well, the Man Spider part is rumors. The rest of it has just been announced in the trades and whatnot. But in terms of like actual like solid information, there hasn't been a ton. Like we don't really know what the movie's about per se. Um, so
Per se, Justin.
they
God,
released
does nobody speak Latin anymore?
they released the art book for Spider-Man Brand New Day, and the Penguin Random House websites has given part of the plot description. So this is a plot description of Spider-Man Brand New Day, Jordan. Here we go. 4 years have gone by since last. Let me try that again, Jordan. Let's do it again.
So he's college age now.
4 years have gone by since we last caught up with our friendly neighborhood hero. Peter Parker is no more, but Spider-Man is at the top of his game, keeping New York City safe. Things are going well for our anonymous hero until an unusual trail of crime pulls him into a web of mystery larger than he has ever faced before. In order to take on what's ahead, Spider-Man not only needs to be at the top of his physical and mental game, but he was also must be prepared to face the repercussions of his past.
Okay.
So, good. That does seem to align with the rumor that the movie's going to open up with a montage of him stopping various different like D
Crimes.
level, yeah, D level villains and whatnot. Um, no hint of like genetic or mutants and whatnot. I saw a bunch of. There's been a bunch of stuff that is leaked that I don't want to talk about until it comes up in a trailer.
Because
So
I don't want to manifest it and make it
yeah,
true.
yeah, like yeah. Until it happens, I won't be. I'm not gonna be upset about anything. But like, I'm still excited for this. Still excited for this.
I mean, I love Spider-Man, so
Um,
I'm an easy lay.
and in a shocking bit of news that nobody expected, Jordan, Ronda Rousey's gonna fight again.
But I do need to make it clear in terms of Spider-Man, much like I don't like that Woody's coming back. If his girlfriend and best friend come back, I will also be upset.
Unless his best friend
Unless
comes.
unless it's a walk by cameo.
No, no, I will. There's the girlfriend. The girlfriend. I will take a walking cameo. Ned, I will take active participation if he becomes the Hobgoblin. Not Hobgoblin. Yes, Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin. If he becomes the Hobgoblin.
Maybe, but it also wouldn't make any sense because he doesn't know who Peter is
No,
or Spider-Man.
but the Hobgoblin doesn't know who Spider-Man. And to be fair, it could be he becomes the Hobgoblin because Spider-Man's no longer in, and that would align with the plot of repercussions of his past because he's no longer friends with Spider-Man. He's now angry and bitter. But Ned Leeds in the comics is the Hobgoblin.
I mean, fair enough. No, I don't know. I don't know.
And they did set it up
I
in the last one.
feel
So
I feel ironically like maybe Flash Thompson is the one who will be the repercussion of his
I
past.
mean maybe, but the only reason why I would be okay with it is because they do technically reference it in the previous movie. They when he's like, Peter, I
Yeah,
will never betray you ever. That is a reference to the fact that he becomes the Hobgoblin in the comics. It's not that they have not set up the expectation that he would. So it would not come completely and fly completely out of nowhere. Apparently, he is in this. Apparently, Ned Leeds is in this because he said in an interview that he has hair in this one. His hair is long.
interesting.
Um, so yeah, Jordan, and a big surprise that surprises me, Ronda Rousey's back. She's gonna fight Jordan.
In wrestling?
No, like a real fight, like an MMA fight.
Oh,
You remember how she
I
very
thought
famously?
I thought that she had like too much injury or something. She couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, she sorry, Jake, got kicked in the head so hard she went and she did fake fighting.
Ooh, that's not you can't no, no.
I know,
Staged fighting.
staged fighting. She stopped taking real blows to the head. Um, yeah, she got kicked so hard in the head that it ended her career. No, that's not fair.
Why is she back to
I
fighting?
have no idea, but she is doing an event for Netflix where she's fighting Gina I'm canceled Carano um, on
Okay.
May 16th apparently,
All
which
right.
is really bizarre and it looks like it's a fully sanctioned fight. That's
I have
very
no
strange.
strong feelings about this one way or the other.
It's not that I have strong feelings about it. It's just like she made it clear it would never happen. It's just money, I guess, maybe. I don't understand why she's doing this. The only reason why I'm invested in this is because I talk so much shit about her that, like, I'm and Gina Carano, I've talked shit about both of them. So, like, I'm so fascinated by this. I'm so curious as to what made her come out of retirement. Like, what, what, what things I wasn't expecting in 2026. Um, and finally, Jordan, finally, final story of the day. Are you excited for the final story of the day, Jordan?
I'm not excited. Huh, interesting. Sorry. Not excited.
Showrunner Matt Selman has said that The Simpsons will never have a traditional series finale.
Saw that, and that agitated
He's
me.
wrong. He's objectively incorrect. That is an objectively
It
incorrect thing to
needs to.
say.
It needs to end.
Well, no. What he said was, we're never gonna do a dedicated series finale. So when the show ends, they're just gonna do an episode, and that'll be the last episode they do.
Yeah, I know. That's stupid. It
That
needs
is
to have an ending.
absolute that is disrespectful. That is disrespectful to a show that has become an institution. That is disrespectful to The Simpsons. That's disrespectful to Matt Groening. To me, this show deserves to ride off into the sunset. It deserves to have a proper finale. The thing that's so frustrating is
if he was like, it's never gonna have a season or series finale or whatever because it's going to end with the second Simpsons movie.
right.
Okay,
Sure.
that's an acceptable outcome.
What's frustrating is the audience has demonstrated a want for this universe to move forward. The audience has, and to be fair, the audience for Family Guy and all those shows have expressed the same thing. Like Bob's Burgers and King of the Hill have shown us that people want to see these characters and these universes move forward. They don't want it to be stuck in time anymore, because they did that episode where it was like they had moved. They didn't just skip them to being adults, but they moved Bart and Lisa to being teenager, and then they made Maggie. She was 8.
Lisa's age.
Yeah, Lisa's age, and she was apparently voiced by Lindsay Lohan. And I've seen clips from. I haven't seen the whole episode, but I've seen clips from it, and it's really good. It's really funny. Like, it's a genuinely good.
Well, because
episode.
it changes the dynamic.
Yes,
it changes the status quo, and it gives you a suitable excuse for why voices sound different.
Yeah, and it allows you. Yeah, right. Marge sounds different because she's older, so she
Yeah.
sounds different now. Homer sounds different because he's older. Same thing with Lisa and Bart, and it allows you to mine new humor. Like, they're doing jokes about how they're teenagers, and those jokes are fresh and they're funny. Like
haven't been done 3,000 times already.
And then you could do jokes about Bart. The jokes about Bart learning to drive are funny. They're funny jokes. When you do an episode like earlier in the season where he's driving Milhouse and Nelson around and he's 8 years old, it doesn't make any sense. So it's not as funny. Or like Lisa, the fact that Lisa is falling out of love with playing saxophone, that's funny. Like, all the comments are like, "This is what we want. We want this. We crave this." Like I saw so many comments that were like, "I would watch the show if it was this." Like, why aren't they doing this?
I mean, it would definitely put more life back into it. Because
Right.
currently it just feels like it's limping along.
Like, people don't
going
want
through
it.
the motions.
Why is it creative? Are you like, "Oh yeah, we just kind of want it to inevitably fizzle out"? That's pathetic. Like,
That's
no,
not. That's not okay.
Give the show. It's been on for like 34, almost 40 years. Give it some gravitas, man. Treat it with some gravitas. Like,
Do something.
do something. Like
You don't want to cancel it. Then yeah, you got to do something. Give it a kick of life, a spark of life, like
right?
something,
Something.
or
But, like,
end it in
certainly.
a respectful and like use the Simpsons 2 movie to end it. If you don't want to give the show an actual ending, because obviously the reason why they don't want to give the show a season or series finale is so that it can live on forever in syndication.
Absolutely,
Like,
yeah.
That's absolutely why. And okay, fair enough, sure,
But it's
cool,
already
great,
gonna do
whatever.
that.
But like, then have the movie be the end.
And do a sincere finale. Don't do like a jokey one like you did with the show where you did like, "Oh, this is what we would do if we did a series finale" crack. Because I didn't think that was funny. Like, I just didn't think it was funny. Because I was like, but you guys need to do like the audience deserves. Again, this show is an institution. It deserves it, right? Like, that's. Yeah. I was like, you're wrong. It's a shame you're running this show because you're wrong. You're incorrect. You're objectively incorrect. This is a wrong thing you've said. You're wrong. Flat out,
I
full
agree.
stop. The audience doesn't agree with you. I have not seen a single person on the internet who has agreed with you. Everyone has disagreed with you. You're wrong. That's the news. The news which went on for way too long today.
Yeah.
God,
Which is okay because it means that you get more videos.
it's true. You get more video. You get more spur of the moment. And also it gives me shit to have for when we take our hiatus.
Well, I mean, that's what I was saying.
That's right. Oh yeah. I just to remind everyone, we will be on hiatus at the end of March for 2 weeks. And yeah, we need content for the 2 weeks while we're off because the content train never stops running, even when we are not here. Just so you all know. I realized, Jordan, I meant to do this at the top of the show, but before we say who the show is sponsored by, I feel it important to say that sometimes I make mistakes. Nah, but we'll do it next week. We'll do it next week. We'll leave it. We'll leave it. I'll do the. I have a correction I had to make. We'll save it for next week because I don't want to do it here. This show sponsorship, sponsored by Wild Education, as always. They've moved. They need support to help rebuild their rescue. They have a big open house coming up this weekend. You can get all their information on their Facebook. Subscribe to their YouTube. They got all kinds of great videos with animals and stuff telling you how they're building their thing. They need the support. Go support them.
Won't someone think of the animals?
Think of the fudging animals.
Why doesn't anyone ever think of the animals?
Think of those gosh darn fudging animals. Fudging animals.
Fuck.
Today's show is also brought to you by and sponsored by our good friend Haley at the Party of Broadway World podcast, the 2025 Artie Podcast of the Year recipient, 3-time award-winning Artie podcast winning podcaster Haley. I'm going to be back there in her neighborhood to talk about a movie we're going to talk about today, or a musical we're going to talk about today. But go check her out. She is in the comments. And by the comments, I mean in the description. I've got her linked in the description where you can go click and subscribe to her and watch her most recent episode and leave a comment about how we sent you. Because you're awesome and she's awesome and she would be here, but I didn't want to subject her to talking about the same thing twice. Yeah. Also, today's gonna get a tiny bit academic.
Is it?
Yes, because it's musicals, and I'm gonna explain a certain terminology in musicals. Because the question of what is a musical is going to come up today.
It's going to come up pretty immediately.
Reasonably immediately. John, what's your first thing?
My first thing is called Footloose.
Not a musical.
2011 version.
Not a musical. It is a musical is a movie with music in it, but it is not a musical.
I would define it as a jukebox musical.
It is not, because none of the characters sing a song. There's one song and it's Footloose and that's it.
There's actually, there's a soundtrack which has like 12 songs, which I think are all in the movie.
Does a character break out into song and sing a song in the movie?
I mean, the reason why why Wikipedia and Google defines it as one is because it has singing and dance choreography.
Okay, there is dancing, but the characters, they don't sing Footloose in the movie Footloose.
Well, they kind of do, because when they open up the movie, they're dancing to the old Footloose song, like the original Footloose song, and they're like singing along to it as they dance. Like, like how you sing when you're dancing.
I feel like this
at a dance.
See, Jordan, I feel like you're fucking with me, and I'm right.
I mean, it was on the list. It was on Wikipedia's list of musicals.
Wikipedia is wrong. Because Wikipedia, notoriously reliable Wikipedia. Okay.
Oh, it's always right.
Okay,
so,
sure. Yeah,
interesting thing that I just found out though, which I genuinely think you probably don't know this. So the main character, Ren McCormick, the one that you complain about having the Boston accent that he loses partway through and then gets back, which he absolutely does.
He does, right? Oh my, okay.
Yes.
Okay, oh my god, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm going to turn to Captain Holt here for a second. Vindication! Because I said that, and you gaslit me into thinking that I was crazy. You said that it didn't happen. It didn't happen,
I didn't specifically remember it, but no, it does happen, but not as bad as I remember it being.
Was I once I pointed it out, you couldn't unnotice it, right?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those
You were looking
situations.
for it. It does.
Um,
He has it, and then he loses
but
it for a bunch of the movie, and then he just gets it back. I can
but
picture the scene. It's when he's in the principal's office. He just all of a
but
sudden inexplicably has a Boston accent again for some reason. Sorry,
but
continue.
an interesting behind the scenes thing that you might not have known is who was originally cast to be that character.
Okay, who was
He
originally?
he's a person that's been in a lot of things that we've seen that sings a lot, and he was recently in a thing that we watched where he was a wrestler.
Oh, Zac Efron.
Yes.
That makes sense. I could see that.
He was originally cast to be the character, but he left the project in March 2009, and then 2 months later, it was the guy that is him was cast.
Fair enough.
Apparently, Thomas Dekker was a top candidate, but then yeah, the guy won. Um, but it's fine as a movie. It's okay. So full disclosure for the audience, I've never seen. I don't come at me with your pitchforks like I know you're going to. I haven't seen the original Footloose.
No, neither have I.
Um, so I've only ever watched this version of it, and so what's funny about this movie is I remember when we watched this in theaters, and I walked out of it being like
We
angry,
we did. We hated this movie for some reason. I
and
don't.
I can't. For the longest time I couldn't remember why, but as I was watching it, I can put myself in my younger mind's brain and know what irked me, and it's the fact that this fucking preacher runs the town.
That can't be it.
That would I don't know about you, but I know for me as a young person that would have irked the
There had
shit
to
out
be
of
there
me.
had to be more to it than that.
No, that would have been it for me. That would have been enough.
Cause like I do remember not I do I yeah it went on a worst of list at one point, and
I
to my knowledge
guarantee you,
it was
I
not
guarantee
reviewed
you,
well.
if we went back and we watched that, that would probably be my thing that I got hung up on.
I,
Was why the fuck does this preacher separation of church and state? Why is he allowed to essentially run the? I guarantee you that would have been my tirade.
maybe
That sounds like me.
I rewatched the list, and all we really I can recall all we really said was just that it's typical 21-year-old us. It's bad, with no reasoning as to why it's bad. Just that it's bad.
I
But
guarantee you that's what got under my skin.
I don't. I honestly don't remember why.
For
Apart from
you, I believe I know that you really didn't like the fact that he drops the Boston accent, and I
I,
can believe that younger you
it
would have
was
harped on that.
it was very noticeable. I do
Oh, it
remember.
is. It is
I don't
noticeable,
remember
but
if there's something to do with the plot or something in the later in the I remember I there yeah I remember having a lot of shit to talk. It was one of those times I remember having a lot of shit to talk, and I don't remember any of it now.
but
My favorite bit
I mean,
is when you get
it's fine.
lanky. You have lanky ass Miles Teller, and he's got his when he got his cowboy hat, his dance.
Yeah.
When he finally learns to dance at the end, I remember that's really gratifying. That was really good. I remember
Um,
quite liking him. This is the first movie I think I ever saw him in, and I quite liked him in this one.
I don't know if this was the first one I saw with him. I think
Also,
so.
Julianne Hough is fine like wine, so
Yeah. Yeah.
this is one of like
But
three
no,
movies
yeah,
she
I don't
made,
have
and she's also bad in this.
I don't have a lot to say about this. It's fine.
It's fine. It's not a musical. So Jordan, do
It's
we?
it's an American musical drama film.
No, I guess we'll save the lesson on diegesis for a moment.
Dionysus,
Diegesis.
the god of wine.
My first thing.
Dionysus.
Um, tune into Party Broadway World podcast because I'm going to talk about it there. Boom, moving on. No, I'm totally kidding. No, I watched this because I'm going to be on Haley's show talking about
Ow.
this. But this is called Merrily We Roll Along, the Pro Shot. And it's a Sondheim musical starring Daniel Radcliffe, Jonathan Groff, and I wish I could remember the woman's name. I'm so sorry. She's not. I don't know her as well. And it's basically about Jonathan Groff is a musical composer, and Daniel Radcliffe is his writing partner. So Daniel Radcliffe writes the lyrics, Jonathan Groff does the music, and it's about their life and friendship. And the movie is told or I should say, the musical is told in reverse order. So it starts at the end and it ends at the beginning.
Sorry, what? It starts at the end and ends at the that's okay, that's confusing.
So it starts at the end of their lives where Jonathan Groff's character he's now a movie producer who is having he's at this party and he's cheating on his current wife with the star of his movies, and his one friend shows up and she's drunk out of her mind and she's talking all kinds of shit, and they bring up this one friend, and they're like, you can't talk about this one friend. It's this black spot in his career. And then the movie works backwards from there. So it starts at their lowest point, and it works back to when they first meet the woman, and they're young, idealistic. They're just talking about writing this musical because the play is about they're constantly trying to write this musical that's just them, but the producers of like Broadway producers who want them to produce musicals for them keep getting in the way, so they don't get time to work on their musical, and it's about their relationship slowly dissolving, basically. Um,
Is the music good?
it's a Sondheim movie. It's a Sondheim musical, so he's got a particular motif, so they all kind of match. Though there's the one song where it's the woman sadly monologuing while she cry sings. So in Into the Woods, it's the the last goodbye. That's the song that
Um,
the one where Meryl Streep sings it at towards the end of the movie.
Oh, the Oscar Beatty
Yeah, the
song.
Oscar. This has that basically where she sings about how she hates everything and everyone, and so there's a lot
So
of
what you're saying is mixed bag.
it's if you like Sondheim, it's a very Sondheimy musical. It has all of his musical motifs, all of the songs. In
So
terms of the
so
actual performance, it's the performance itself. It's good. It's one of those things where
so
it
as an aside, real quick, if I took a shot every time you said Sondheim, I would be wasted by now.
Sondheim, 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 Sondheim,
Ugh.
Sondheim. Um, so so for me, it's a personal thing, right? I don't like stories when they're not told in order. So like watching a story be told backwards, I don't enjoy. So it is kind of but by that same token, it's basically as it goes on, it reveals character details about these characters, and then as it goes on, it explains those details about them. So like, so they sort of pay off. So early on, it shows you the final moments of when Daniel Radcliffe and Jonathan Groff break up, basically, effectively. Their friendship finally officially ends. And it's an interview, an infamous interview between him and Jonathan Groff and this interviewer. And he describes in song what it's like to work with Jonathan Groff, about how he's like, we start to write the music, and then he gets interrupted and he's on the phone. He's like, sorry, 1 second. And the way he describes it in song when it eventually gets to that moment in the play later on is exactly how he describes it. Like he describes it shot, and the music lines up with the action in a way that's like it pays it off. So then by the time you get to the end, you're like, wait. Now that I have all the history of everything that has led to the beginning moments of the play, now I want to go back and rewatch it because now it's giving new context to all of the
Hmm.
moments I had seen prior that I didn't understand why they were happening. But
So what you're saying is it has some hidden depth.
yeah, but I don't like stories being told that way. So it's just a me thing. Like this is where I fully recognize it's a
So
me thing.
do you think that the movie musical
Play
would
musical.
be more entertaining for you if you took it and edited it and made it so it was in reverse?
I don't know. That's interesting. Maybe, but it might not necessarily have the same impact because it's being told in reverse. And the other thing that drove me crazy, there's a couple interesting. There's one moment where it looks like in terms of the pro shot itself is all right. There's one really funny moment which I think it was a blooper. Like I don't think it. I think it was an accident because there's a bit of choreography where Daniel Radcliffe and Jonathan Groff are facing to the right, and they're doing a bit of choreography where they're like walking across stage, and the girl is off stage to like right, and the choreography she runs around and she joins them, and they do a kind of conga line almost. But she runs around and they're walking towards her, and then they run into each other, and you hear Daniel Radcliffe go, "Oh shit!" and then they laugh a little bit, and then they continue on with the number. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Like, it's just the way he goes, "Oh shit!" It's just like, I think that was a mistake. I don't think that was supposed to happen. And like, in terms of it being a pro shot, the problem with pro shots is, and I got into it when I did acting. And this happened to me a lot. There's a difference between theater acting and stage act and film acting.
Yeah, well, I mean, because with film acting, you know that they're going to see things that you wouldn't see from like 3 rows back when it's on stage. So you have to
Exactly.
hide more.
Exactly. Yeah, when you can be, subtlety.
You can get
Subtlety.
away. You can get away with a lot on
Yeah.
stage that you can't necessarily on film.
Exactly. You have to act big on stage because people have to see you in the rafters. So acting
And
tends
hear
to,
you.
and hear you. Well, hear you not so much because a lot of, obviously, a big expensive Broadway play has microphones. But,
True. So I guess the ultimate question for this particular one is, and this is the question of any pro shot, did watching this pro shot make you go like, you know what? I'd watch this in person.
That's complicated. Yes and no. No, not the musical itself, because it just didn't really do anything for me musically speaking. I'm not, the only Sondheim musical thus far that I've liked is Sweeney Todd, and I only really like the Tim Burton version because it's got kind of a rocky sound to it. Otherwise, it's just really hokey 1980s musical affair. Would I watch this production of it with Daniel Radcliffe and Jonathan Groff if I had the chance? Yes, I would sit in the front row and I'd let Jonathan Groff spit on me.
Okay.
Spit on me, theater daddy. That felt weird as I said it. I couldn't commit to it. I was like, oh, that
You
was
can't
weird.
you can't come back from that now.
I know I can't,
That
and I would
exists.
write
That
it in
exists.
immediately.
That exists on the internet forever. That will become a short,
That is going to exist on the internet forever now.
and it will become a short. Spit on me, theater daddy.
Spit on me, theater daddy. So this pro shot is really good in that there's no theater overacting, so it's hard to tell. Because with Hamilton, I know that they had to go in separately and do a lot of second unit stuff to get close-ups where there wasn't an audience, and I could hear an audience in this. So, but there's a lot of really great, like, when Daniel Radcliffe is just cutting him up in that interview. The thing with theater is, like, you have to sit there while characters do their lines, right? So you have to figure out, what do I do as a character while I just kind of stand there and he does his bit.
Yeah, you can't just cut away.
And Jonathan Groff, his expressions in some of these scenes, the acting is really good, and like the having to do a character arc in reverse has to be challenging, and his is he's so like ideal by the end of it, which is the beginning. His energy is so completely different. He's like an upbeat, smiley, happy character, and like where he winds up is so destroyed, basically, that it is impressive to think about the mental gymnastics you have to do, because that's not like film. You can't do the ending, film the ending first. You know what I mean? You have to do this in the order that it's in. So you have to think about a character's arc in reverse. The other final interesting thing about this is they're making a movie about this, and they're filming it in real. It's being made by, I think it's Richard Linklater. I think is who's making it, and he's known for sort of kind of avant-garde, I think is the term, but he's doing it in real time. So the play takes course over the course of like I think 10, 15 years, and he is filming it so they started filming it in like 2019. And Ben Platt, who's Evan Hansen, is playing the Daniel Radcliffe character. That I will watch because I'm curious about that.
Sounds unique, but also terrible.
So the how the play works out is like it's different scenes in these people's lives, and it's working backwards. So it's easy enough. You just shoot it frontwards, and then you edit it so it's backwards.
Sure, I just more mean like if I was a fan of that and I had to wait 10, 12, 15 years to see it, that would be terrible.
I mean, yeah, but it will make it feel authentic. Certainly, that will be interesting.
Uh,
It'll be interesting to see
yeah,
how
I
that.
guess.
Because yeah, he
Yeah.
made a movie called Boyhood, where they started filming it when he was a baby, I think, when he was like a little kid, and then they made the movie over the course of this kids, and they took them like 12 years to make it.
I understand. I understand. Musicals can be very musical.
Yeah, yeah. But that's merrily we roll along.
All
Merrily
right.
we roll along, roll along.
So my second rapid fire. Have you ever watched the movie Pitch Perfect?
I have seen Pitch Perfect. I like
It
that
was
movie.
it's a sleeper hit. Came out in 2012.
Here's a question for you,
Um,
as a person who has freshly watched this movie: Is Fat
earlier in the week, but yes,
is
fresh.
Fat Amy supposed to be a good singer?
I think she is supposed to be, but like, I think the point is that like in this a cappella group, each of them can kind of hit a range, like a
Interesting,
range which they're good in,
because that was a
and
question I
the
remember
point
texting my friends, being like,
a
"Is
big
she
point
supposed to be a good
because they're
singer?"
an all girl group. So a big point with their group is they don't have like the low
That
register.
they don't have a bass. Yeah,
Um, and so yeah, I mean, I think in an a cappella group there's what you would refer to as like the front runners, and then there's the back of the group. I think she would be like the back of the group,
because like I remember texting my
where
friends,
like
being like,
she's good at like rounding out the group, but I wouldn't necessarily have her. I wouldn't have given her a solo.
it was like, because I remember what the first time I watched it, I'm like, she's really flat and pitchy, but the movie never seems to say that she is in the movie. Like it was one of those, like I couldn't tell. So that's a really great example. This is a good point to teach the audience about diegesis. So Jordan, in film, we've talked about this before, but in film there is two types of sounds. There is diegetic and there is non-diegetic. And diegetic is the sound that you hear in the movie. So, like typically, an example of a non-diegetic piece of music or piece of audio,
Is when it's being played over and it's not someone actually singing it.
right? Or it's the score. The characters in the movie don't hear the score, or like an example is like when if there's a movie in Watchmen where it shows the helicopters and you see all along the watchtower. In the movie, the characters don't hear all along the watchtower. So
Right.
this movie's music is diegetic because the
Yes,
characters,
because they're the ones singing
they're
it.
the ones singing it, and the other characters hear them singing.
Um,
This terminology
but
will become important as the episode goes on.
I like this movie. I had a lot of fun with this,
It is
and
really funny. It's
I
really
think
charming.
I'm kind of becoming aware that I kind of really love Anna Kendrick.
I do.
Um,
I do like Anna Kendrick. I mean, the music's just good. I like the
there's that
arrangements.
too. I
The
like the
arrangement,
pitch, the Cups song.
the Cup song.
Um,
I like the final two songs
and
that they sing. I like the boys too. The boys are fun.
um, but and this movie, 2012, this definitely kind of is in the era of like the Sydney Whites,
Yep.
the
Yeah.
all those Amanda Bynes ones that I've watched on here, and it really gives me that 2012 vibe, but like
And then they made two more.
not in a cringe way.
Yeah. Yeah. This was good.
Um,
They are definitely decline in quality in my opinion. Although I think the second one, I'm pretty sure it's the second one has Flula Borg, and Flula Borg is the best.
all I know is that my it's funny that you bring up Fat Amy. Um, the one character in this movie that I don't really like is Rebel Wilson.
That's Fat
Her
Amy.
character, Fat Amy. I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's funny that you bring her up because she's like the one character in this movie that I don't really like. Also, that when they said that one of them was a lesbian, one of the girls was a lesbian, it ended up being the vaguely butch um black chick. I thought for sure it was going to be the redhead who stood naked in front of Anna Kendrick and was full confidence and like dragged her into the group. I thought they were going to go for the joke of she was secretly the lesbian the entire time.
No, they didn't
But
do that.
no, no, they didn't do that.
They didn't do that.
Um,
Gone. There's so many jokes in that. I love the show choir commentators because that makes no sense. Like,
I mean,
why do they need commentators?
I love the fact that
Also, they
there's a point near the end or whatever where the guy wanted says a comment of like how he never thought they would have a chance of winning, and the girl commentator is like, well, I mean that's because you've been a well-known misogynist for years now, Dave.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. My other favorite line
um,
of theirs is like they said something to the effect of I can't believe that this is happening. She's like, especially because they wouldn't have us back.
or another one that I like it early in the movie, when Anna Kendrick's character is like fresh at the college and like they're going through like all the different groups, the different scene groups, and the one person is like, yeah, there's the male group or whatever. They're like the coolest people in the school. And then like under his breath, kind of almost, he's like, if you don't count the people that play sports and like do actual things.
Aka, excuse me. Aka,
Um,
what did you just say?
Aka, what now?
Aka, how dare you?
Aka, bitch, please. Um,
I also can't sing Since You've Been Gone without getting to the point where it's like, oh, this is really high.
uh, um, I mean, I still have the Cup song on my playlist, so
Since you've been
ironically, I had that song on my playlist before I had even seen the movie. This was my first time watching the movie,
It's my first time. Yeah,
and
no, I really, again, I like the ending mashups of that they do at the end. All good stuff, all fun, all delightful.
the music is delightful and fun.
Just
And this was one of those like, was it rewriting the genre and like reinventing anything? No, it was dumb, it was stupid, it was fun, and I had a good time with it. It kind of felt like, and one of the jokes that I've also found funny is um, they poke fun at High School Musical, where they're like, oh, like what? You think like you think this is like high school level musical quality? No, this is college.
this is
We're serious here. This is the real
serious,
world, like something like that. And I'm like, that's funny because
real
I'm
world,
guessing High School
bitch.
Musical, probably High School Musical 1 or 2 was fresh around this time,
Yes.
in 2012. But no, I enjoyed this one. This was one of the highlights of my week.
Join this next one. So a couple of these movies turned out to be based on real stories, kind of. So this is Chicago, which I thought Chicago was like a um, kind of like Moulin Rouge and Cabaret, where it all takes place in like an old style like nightclub dealio, but not really. So this stars Renee Zellweger and I forget who the other girl is. I'm gonna pull it up. I know Demi Moore, so I'm pretty sure it's Demi Moore. And it's one of those movies where it's got a bunch of people that you go, really. At one point, uh, John C. Riley is in this as the husband, and he sings a song called "Mr. Cellophane." Um, that I thought. So this is one of those examples where I only kind of know some of the music. Um, sorry, the plot. Let's do the plot first before we talk about the music. Um, Catherine Zeta-Jones, sorry, is the other one. But Renee Zellweger is cheating on her husband, who is John C. Riley, with this furniture salesman, who convinces her that if he named Roxy Hart, he convinces Roxy Hart that if she sleeps with him, that he will get her into this nightclub where she could be a performer, and it turns out that he's a piece of shit, and so she shoots him, kills him, and initially convinces her affable husband, played by John C. Riley, to cover it up, and then she goes to prison, and the movie is basically about her in prison and her getting out of prison and her trial, the trial of the century. And the musical numbers in this movie are non-diegetic, as in they are in her head. They all take place in her head. They're all fantasy sequences. So she, like, um, she sees the warden or whatever. There's a song called Cell Block Tango. She had it coming, he had it coming. Um, and she sees, fantasizes it as like this like long dance line or what have you, or like when she eventually meets up with a scummy lawyer played by Richard Gere, who basically tells her what to say to get off, basically. And in the song, she sees herself as like a ventriloquist
Get
dummy.
off.
Get off of the crime, for the crime. Um,
I mean, a lot of criminals get off on their
but
crime.
she in the musical number where he's singing, um,
I'm a terrible person.
she sees herself as like a ventriloquist dummy or whatever. And so there's only two songs in the movie that happen in the
Uh,
real world and are performances. The song at the end, All That Jazz, which these are all songs that you've probably heard at one time or another. And then at the end, where they're doing a big performance. But yeah, the one song, the two songs I knew from this are All That Jazz, Cell Block Tango, and Mr. Cellophane. And Mr. Cellophane, I believe, is the song that Kurt sings in Glee to audition for the Glee Club,
okay.
which
It's been years since I've seen that, but
which you've
okay.
seen. So in my brain, because Kurt sang a lot of songs by women on that show,
Yeah,
if you recall,
yeah.
yeah, he sang a lot of
So what's your point?
well, in that show he sang a lot of songs that were sung by female actresses. So I assumed that Mr. Cellophane was sung by a woman. Like I thought it was a female character who sang that song, and it's sung by John C. Riley, which blew my mind. John C.
I
Riley.
mean, it might be a thing where in the original musical it was sung by a woman.
No. The song is sung about his character. So it's a song his character sings. But I just made the assumption that because it
Right,
was
but I'm saying in the original musical it
no no
might
no
have been a
no
woman.
no. In the original musical, the song is about the husband sings a song. So no, it's always sung by a man.
Oh, all right,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Um, it's all right. This movie's all right. It's another one of the thing with musicals is I think you said it. Two things have to happen with musicals. Either you have to be into the music and you're willing to not pay attention to the story and just jive with the music, or you have to jive with the story. And if you
Yeah.
don't jive with either, it's just not going to do anything for you. And like I appreciate when it comes to musicals, I always appreciate artistry. So I appreciate how much work it goes into choreography and like extras, wrangling extras and getting choreography. So when you've got a lot of people doing a lot, like when you get big musical numbers, also when it comes to musicals, a big thing is you have to remember when it came out.
This is true.
Like that's a massive thing. So this came out in like 2000, I think in 2008-ish. What year does this have? 2002. So like in 2002, you got like Moulin Rouge. Like musicals are having a resurgence at that time. So this definitely has like a 2000s musical vibe to it, where it's taking itself to a degree seriously. And yeah, it's just I'm not gonna say it's bad. It's just not my thing. It's just not for me. I just didn't do anything for me. That's Chicago.
Okay. Okay. So my next one uh was a little bit of a different one than like all of the rest of the things that I have. Because it is anime. Uh One Piece film Red, which I'm reading here was it was in a commemoration of the One Piece anime episode. I don't know how to 100 1000 comma or apostrophe S. So is that a thousands release?
I'm guessing.
Episode 1000's release or thousandths really? I don't know how to pronounce that. Anyways, sorry, it's just a thing that's tweaking my brain. Um, and so following the broadcast of the episode, a teaser trailer and poster of this movie was released.
God,
So this was an anniversary thing. It's the uh 15th feature film for One Piece.
so much One
Um,
Piece.
There's a lot of One
Gotta
Piece.
go, gotta go.
So,
Set stuff for the One Piece.
uh, I I'm not the biggest One Piece fan. Like I'm not like
I've seen
this
5
isn't.
episodes of it.
I've seen enough that like I've seen I think like yeah, enough that I recognize a good chunk of the characters, but not enough that like there's some characters that I don't recognize, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, um, but this movie, basically the premise is, uh, the world is invited by this singer, who is becoming very popular. They're invited to her concert,
It's an anime
and
movie. It's not going to move the plot in
it
any
it
significant
doesn't
way.
have much depth really, in terms of like moving the major plot along. But um uh so then yeah, over the course, I don't feel bad spoiling because you're never gonna watch it.
Nope.
Over the course of the movie, we find out that this singer was a childhood friend of Luffy's. Um she was on the ship of Red, who is like I think Red is Luffy's older brother, if I remember correctly. And she was on the ship and was essentially like Red's adopted daughter. And then plot stuff happens, and she ends up getting the gum gum, or the not gum gum power, the devil fruit power of singing. And we find out that uh, like all the characters that we have been following in the movie are actually in what is essentially like a dream world, because she has lulled them into it with her singing. And then
All right.
there's the people in the real world who are trying to start. It's basically an apocalyptic type event where she's trying to trap like all of humanity in her dream world, and then she's going to die and trap them in that dream world, and like it'll be like a happy paradise type thing. So like she's not evil, her intentions are good, but like she's going about it the wrong way.
All right.
Um, and you spoke of diegetic versus not diegetic.
Yes.
I believe this would be
This,
diegetic
I believe, would be diegetic.
because
Yeah.
she was doing the singing in the movie, and you see her doing the singing.
Yes. Yes.
Also,
The
it
other
was a
characters hear
little,
her sing.
yes, kind of a major part of it. It was a little bit off-putting for me because um, they obviously I watched the dub, and her dub voice versus her, like when she sings, they have the Japanese singing, and I'm guessing that the Japanese singing is her Japanese dub voice.
Yes, it was very
And it
off-putting.
it sounded, you were there, you
Yes.
heard,
It
it
was like, what
sounded
is this
very
weird language you're
off-putting.
singing in all of a sudden?
um and like the music was good,
Yeah, it was
like
actually
it
a
was
lot
it
of it
was
actually did slap. I was like, oh, this actually kind of
it slapped
slaps.
pretty hard.
Yeah, yeah, it
And
actually
even
did kind of
there
slap a
was
little
there
bit.
was some you didn't hear that was pretty good too, but like it was pretty good. It was just a little off-putting.
So I was like, oh, dang, this slaps a little bit. Kind of slaps.
um but yeah, overall I had fun. It was a good fun time.
It's a good fun
It was
time.
oh god. Um
It was a delightful and
it was
fun, good time.
delightful, fun, and it kind of made me go like, I need to get back into One Piece. I need to get through the 20,000
Yeah,
episodes and
no,
15 movies that there are. But I mean, before I
no,
do that, I need to finish Naruto, which I've not even finished that.
I don't. I just I don't see a world where I'm ever gonna watch One Piece. I tried. It's too much. It was too much.
There's just so
It
much
was
of it.
much too much. Much too much.
But also like it more than Naruto, I feel like I don't need to watch these movies
No.
because even more than Naruto, he really is just pirate
It's
Goku.
Pirate Goku. He shows up. He does a little power up. He does Pirate Super Saiyan. He punches a thing and then he fucks up.
And then he sails off, literally.
Then he sails off into the sunset.
But that's One Piece film Red.
One Piece film red. What's my next thing, Jordan? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. So remember how it was like, you gotta keep in mind about when this came out.
I do recall.
Well, speaking of that, we gotta talk about 1992's Newsies, um, which is about
extra, extra, read all about it.
Yep, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's about the guys who go extra extra read all about it. This movie's about the guys who say extra extra read all about it. And specifically,
Musical tells you about people that say extra, extra.
this is about the
Industrial Revolution.
I want there it is. The New York Newsboys strike of 1899.
Damn, I
Um,
was so close.
and like I looked it up because a lot of it's like the city. There's multiple lines in this movie where they're like the city relies on child labor, and I went, oh, this
Ooh,
must.
that dates this.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this must take place before child labor, and I googled it, and it was
30s,
like
30s or 40s.
I'm like, oh yeah, no, 1899 is when it takes place, so
Uh,
well before child labor laws were a thing, I guess,
in
and
effect.
yeah, so this is about back in that time they all went on strike because they basically how it worked was they go to this guy who the name of which I don't remember what it's actually called, but and he sells
Well,
them the newspapers for it was like I think it was 50 cents for 100 papers, and they go out and then they would sell it, and the more papers they sell, the more money they make, and he passed away recently. But Robert Duvall is who does he play again? You will recognize the name. Pulitzer, something Pulitzer. Um, and he decides that he is going to raise the price of the papers for the newsboys to 60 cents, 10 cents more expensive. And all the newsboys are like, "Fuck that. That's too expensive." And so they go on strike. And in real life, the strike lasted I think a couple years, and it eventually fell apart because it looked like, and I don't like this language, but basically it looked like the leaders of the strike accepted a bribe because at they showed up at
you
what
don't you don't like the word bribe?
I don't like the implication. I don't think kids can take bribes. Like I think taking a bribe is an
I
adult
mean,
thing.
kids can definitely take bribes. You bribe them with candy all the
Yeah,
time.
but they don't.
You go and do your chores, and you will get this candy. You go and clean the gutters, and I'll give you $5 for your allowance. You bribe children all the
I
time.
mean,
I
one
mean,
one would argue that's commerce, and you're paying the children and not bribing them.
one, sure, one might argue that. One might argue you're bribing them to do a thing they don't want to do with a reward.
I
One would
mean,
argue, one would argue that is what employment
I mean, it
is
just
your
sounds like
boss is bribing you with money so you will do a task that you otherwise can't fucking stand doing.
So it was funny because the description of this strike is like, and then once that happened, the strike kind of fell apart, and the newspaper companies just kind of gave them a compromise that kind of barely gave them what they want, but it was just like, yeah, it just kind of looks like you took a bribe, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like being like that kid took a bribe, because to me saying a kid took a bribe is just connotates something completely different than like an adult taking a bribe. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, when you look at the definition of bribe, all it just says persuade someone to act in one's favor, typically illegally or dishonestly, by a gift of money or other inducement.
I mean, that's what it.
Yes, no, children can be bribed.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I felt. But anyway, the movie itself. So those leaders of this strike they're not in this. Well, I think one of them is in this movie, but they are. It is instead. They've introduced a new character named Jack, who is played by Christian Bale, a very young Christian Bale, who is horribly miscast in this movie. He is number one, way older than all of like he's basically an adult in his 20s, and they're all like 8-year-old kids. At least he looks like a man in his 20s. He is too old. He can't sing. Like all of his songs are not very good. Like they're just
Isn't
not.
isn't he the guy who sings um in Rock of Ages, Dead or Alive.
No, you think of Tom Cruise.
What did you say?
I said Christian Bale.
Oh,
Batman.
oh, okay. Yeah, no, no, that's fair. I don't think I've ever heard him sing. Never mind, never mind.
He
Okay,
is not very good.
I rescind my
There's a
comment.
couple of the singers in this who are just not very good singers. Christian Bale is one of them. And to be fair, I don't think even Christian Bale thinks he should have been in this movie. Like I don't think he thinks highly of this movie. Um, and it's really interesting because like to me, it's everything I dislike about '60s musicals. Like it is a pitch perfect 1960s musical, like a Doctor Doolittle or like a Sound of Music. Like if this had come out in 1965, this thing would have been huge. But because it came out in the 1990s, everyone fucking hated it. And
Yeah, it's the grunge period.
yeah, it's really fascinating because I remember when I was a kid, you made fun of Newsies. Like Newsies was like a go-to joke of like joke that's what movie musicals aren't. They aren't Newsies, and
I mean, I don't specifically remember making fun of Newsies as a kid, but I do remember that, yeah, it was just one of those things where musicals were not cool.
they were not cool. And like one of the criticisms of this, which I thought was funny, was that it's too long. That like one of the reviews I saw, the contemporary reviews was it's 2 hours long. It's too long, and that made me laugh because I'm like that shows what a substantially different place we are in. Because I watched one of my later movies. It'll come back up, but the name of is I'm blanking right now. But it was 2.5 hours long, and I was like, this is too long. Wicked was almost 2.5 hours long, and I went, this is too long. So the fact that they went 2 hours is too long in 1990 tells me where we were at when it came to musicals in the 1990s. Because like nowadays you'd be like, that's not really that long. Like it's just at about 2 hours. And was
Depends
it
on depends on the musical, but yeah, no, it's definitely a change in the times.
right? It's one of those like if this is, and what's interesting is so the music was done by Alan Menken. He's one of the guys who did the music for this, and the music for the most part is nothing. It does nothing for me. There's a couple of songs which were kind of slapped a little bit, but for the most part, it did nothing for me. The time it sounds the best is when the chorus is harmonizing. Like a lot of the individual solos, I didn't think they're okay songs, but they sound worse because Christian Bale has a song called Santa Fe, which sounds awful. Like it just he's flat, he's pitchy, and it just sounds bad. But Jeremy Jordan, who plays Lucifer on Has Been Hotel, he sang it, and it actually sounds good. So
He's also in Supergirl.
yes, he is. So this is one example of I might come back to this. There's a pro shot of this on Disney Plus that I opted to not watch instead of the movie. I'd like to watch it to see if it's better. Cause like the music, it was very strange. The music is all right, like it's pretty good, but the people singing it are not singing it very well, in my opinion. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. So it's one of two examples of there's a pro shot of the musical. I would like to watch it. That's it. That's it for Newsies. Next.
Okay. So we briefly talked about movies that were originally shows earlier, and by briefly I mean in great depth with Grogu and Mandalorian.
Yes, those are
Um,
good.
we're gonna do that again, but now it's Moana 2. This was originally supposed to be a mini series for Disney Plus, which they then reworked into an actual movie.
And it absolutely looks like
And
it.
it absolutely, well, even just ignoring you really harped on the animation, which whatever, that's here, there, and everywhere, and can absolutely be part of the conversation. But for me, it even just ignoring that, I just the structure of this movie, I can see where the episodes were.
Oh no, it's because yeah, this was literally the episodes were done, finished. It was
No, I know, and
formatted.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
I can feel it.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
I can see and feel where these episodes, like the first episode was this part, the second episode, like I can feel the
yeah,
structure on it.
yeah.
So
The opposite of that Lego show, which
that
felt like that was a show, that was a movie. They got. This is the
yeah,
opposite.
this felt like a show which was made into a movie. And so I have to go into it with that as part of my
And the
criticism
music is
because
bad.
not all of it. There were some songs which I like. None of them. Okay, here's what I'll say. None of the songs were as good as the first one.
No.
Full stop, flat, and there's just I can't get away from that. But in terms of musicals that I've watched this week, it wasn't the worst.
Oh, man, that's fair. I can't stand
Um,
desperation, where it's like, oh man, we're not doing so hot. Let's just crap out a thing into theaters that we know will make. I think if this bombed,
yeah,
I would be. I think it's the fact that this made shit tons of money that I'm bothered by. If this bombed, I'd be less bothered by its existence.
but like there are some songs in here where I was like, okay, well this one's not so bad. Like this one's okay, but none of them were as good as the first one.
No, it didn't look like it.
Like that I will have to say. Now for the story itself, I mean it felt like Moana. She goes on a journey, she solves a problem. The really only thing that makes me go like I don't know where they go. I could see where they would go from here for a third one, but I don't also
Problems
because
get
at the end of the
solved.
spoiler alert, at the end of this one, you don't care if I spoil it, do you?
Not really.
At the end of this one, she gets struck by lightning and she dies. And then Maui has also lost his demigod powers. And then he basically does like this ritual where he summons her ancestors, and she gets her first Wayfarer tattoo, and he gets his tattoos back. And so at the end of the movie, he's a demigod and she's a demigoddess.
All right then.
And then we have an end credit scene where the one character in the movie which helped them and the god which had like cursed this island that they were trying to uncurse are having this meeting or whatever where he's pissed at her, and then the crab from the first one shows up and he's like, I was also burned by her. I understand what it's like to be
And it's like they're
screwed
like
over
Moana,
basically.
Legion of Doom.
And then he strikes the crab with lightning and all his shiny bits fall off. He's like, I have a song about this, about one, two problems. It's really good for counting. And I'm like, that's funny. Stupid, but it's funny. Um, and so I'm like, I could see where like, okay, I guess the second season of this would have been that God wants revenge.
Probably.
So I'm just like, okay, for a third one, she's now a demigoddess,
I'd say there's not going
and
to be a
he's
third one. Well, that's the thing is, do you think the third one now will be dedicated theatrical release now?
yeah, I do.
They'll actually put the money into it.
I think they will have learned from this that it is a popular enough franchise that they could get away with a third one.
Such a weird decision. Weird
But
decision.
it's fine. Like it's inoffensive, I guess I would say for me.
Interesting.
Um,
Interesting that you would use
it
that phrase.
it well just for the story, I guess I should say.
No, that's not what
Um,
I'm saying. It's interesting that you would use the term. This movie is inoffensive. I mean, it was Moana. It was always going to be inoffensive. That's the thing. I
um,
don't think Disney makes things that I would consider to be like, no, that's not fair. In animation, I would say there's nothing. No, that's also not true.
um, I just more mean like
Couldn't commit to it.
so. Okay, I look at this in two minds. Um, if I'm looking at it just removing the external
If
factors of it
you're
was
an
supposed to be a
eight-year-old
show,
girl and this movie is for you, you would love it.
yeah, then it would be great,
Yeah,
right?
like what I
But
was
like
saying about Toy Story, but for Moana.
I'm looking at this like yeah, like this was supposed to be a show and it feels like it was supposed to be a show, and as an adult I can see the points where it was supposed to be a show,
But like,
and that pulls me out of it a little bit.
a kid wouldn't be pulled out by
A
that at
kid
all.
wouldn't be pulled out by that. I
No,
don't think they
no,
would be.
no, not even remotely. They would. We weren't.
Um,
We wouldn't. We weren't pulled out by the fact that Return of Jafar looks like absolute dog shit, and it claims to be the
or that
sequel.
Milo's return for Atlantis was supposed to be a show.
No, yeah. That see that
Or
I don't remember. I don't remember ever watching that one as a kid, but
I do.
but like
Um,
yeah, that's but yeah that the or there's another one. There's a Tarzan one that was like that where you're like yeah I didn't know didn't notice the difference,
like it's just I guess for me it's just this one. It hits all kind of all the same beats that the first one does.
which is probably a
So
problem.
like for me personally, I'm not gonna say that it's the greatest thing ever made, but I'm also not gonna say that it's the worst thing that I've ever seen. It's real middling. is how I
It
would
sounds like it's
for
exactly as
me
bad as it
as an
sounds.
adult.
As it
For
was.
me as an adult, that's how I would describe it. Is very middling.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it looks about exactly. It sounds about exactly as bad as and as about as middling. Yeah, middling is a good word. As it looked. It looked exactly. It sounds like it's exactly what it looked like.
And it really is. But for a kid, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, big thing you gotta remember. Can't stand it when
Target
people
audience.
forget that you're not the target audience. You're like, am I the target audience for this?
And I also feel like it would have been worse. And this is where obviously this is why they changed it and made it into a movie. But if they hadn't got Dwayne back, if they hadn't
Yeah,
got what's her name? Auli Cavalaho or whatever. If
yeah.
they hadn't got Moana back, if they hadn't gotten all these other characters back, then it would have pulled me right out of it,
That's
and
the
it would
thing
have made
is
it
this
worse.
initially didn't like they again they had fully animated it, fully recorded it with other voice actors like fully.
Yeah, I
Um,
know, and that's what I'm saying. At that point, it would have been a show. The reason it became a movie is because they managed to somehow convince Dwayne and what's her face to come back.
yeah, pretty much. Presented them with the correct amount of money. Jordan, is that it for Moana 2?
I mean, there's really not much else to say about this.
So it's funny, Jordan. I don't typically get offended at movies. I don't typically, yeah, offended. I was gonna say I don't typically get upset. I do get upset at movies, but on this show, I have said that I don't necessarily get the hate for James Corden. I don't hate James Corden. I liked Peter Rabbit. I still think that movie's funny. Um, this movie made me understand why people hate James Corden. This movie kind of made me hate James Corden a little bit.
Oh,
This
dang.
this is called The Prom.
I, I think I've heard of that, but I don't think I've ever seen
It
it.
stars basic plot of it is there's a girl and
She wants to go to prom?
she wants to go to prom, but the parent teachers council has canceled the prom um, because she's a lesbian and she wants to go with another girl to the prom, and so then um, Keegan Michael Key is the principal, and he manages to get the governor involved, so they uncancel the prom. But a group of celebrities, failing Broadway actors and actresses, decide that they're gonna, in order to revitalize their career, make a huge spectacle and show up at the school in order to try and get this prom on to make themselves seem, give themselves brownie
Good
points
press.
in the court of popular opinion. It's got Meryl Streep is there as a character who is ostensibly Patty LuPone, which is a joke that only Haley will get. But for your benefit, Patty LuPone is a really famous Broadway actress who has an ego, and she very
I
famously,
know the name, but
you
I don't
probably
specifically.
talked about her before, but she very famously, somebody was using their phone during a performance, and she stopped the performance and screamed at them mid performance. And they make fun of
I
that.
mean, that's kind of amazing, though.
She's an icon. She's an absolute icon.
Like, that's kind of
Um,
amazing.
but this character, down to the fact that she has Patty LuPone's haircut, she's just Patty LuPone. Like, I cannot stress enough. And then you've got Andrew Rannells, who he was the star of a popular sitcom from the '80s and is in between gigs and is a barista and can't decide what he wants to do with his life. And then um, Kate, I think it's Kate Hudson. I'm pretty sure it's Kate Hudson. Is she? What I thought was funny. She wants to play Roxy Hart, the lead character from Chicago, which I thought was funny. And so she winds up as the chorus line, and she's always been a chorus line girl, which is basically a backup dancer. And then finally, you have James Corden as this character named, I think his character's name is Barry. Yeah, his character's name is Barry, and he is an effeminately gay man with an American accent, and it pulled me out immediately. I kept being like, James Corden with an American accent can't hurt you. James Corden with an American accent isn't real. James Corden with an American accent can't hurt you. And it's awful. He's every gay stereotype. He talks with a gay lisp. He wants to take her shopping. He dresses in bedazzled, sparkled clothes. It's such a
It's
caricature.
just sounds offensive.
It is an offensive caricature of a gay man played by not a gay man, played by a very straight man, and it bothered me the whole movie. I was
They
like,
couldn't have they couldn't have at least got a gay guy to play
that's
the
what I kept
role.
saying. I'm like, there's so many. Like I was like, why is it tight? Like you don't, I don't think you know him. I don't know anything you would know him. No, he was in the Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. I don't know how much of that show you watched, but he was Kimmy Schmidt's gay roommate. But Titus Burgess is like a flamboyantly gay man who would have been perfect for this role. Like there's so many like James Englehart, I think he's gay. Like there's so many gay people of color, gay people just generally. Andrew Rannells, I'm pretty sure Andrew Rannells is gay. Like why wasn't he Barry and why wasn't James Corden his character? Why did they switch characters? Why is James Corden the gay guy playing the most offensively stereotyped gay guy on the planet? And they give him all these scenes where his whole thing is when he was a kid, he's estranged. The lead girl's character is estranged from her parents after coming out of the closet because they live in Indiana. I meant to ask Jake this question as a joke, but she declares that Indiana is not friendly to gay people, is how she puts it.
Okay.
But
I can neither confirm nor deny this. I'm not that.
I'm not from Indiana.
I've never lived there, so
Never been to Indiana, no. But yeah, he has a bunch of. He clearly thinks he's gonna. James Corden clearly thinks he's going to win an Oscar for this or get nominated for an Oscar for this because he's doing all these like weepy, I'm sad, overacting melodrama. Because yeah, the main girl, her parents kicked her out when she came out as gay. So in order to make his character relatable to her, he also, when he came out, he's got this whole monologue about how his parents didn't accept him and said that he was someone that needed to be fixed, and like he's doing this like crying for your consideration bullshit, and it's awful. And I'm like, why? And it's just the entire time I'm like,
sounds very tone deaf.
why didn't you hire a gay guy? And it's again, it particularly bothers me because I don't know if he directed it, but I'm pretty sure he at least wrote or produced it. But it's made by the guy who created Glee, and I'm pretty sure he's gay. So like, surely you could have hired some gay Broadway actor to play this character who isn't James Corden, who is distractingly straight. Like, I don't get it. The only character in that movie who is any good, in my opinion, is Andrew Rannells, and because Andrew Rannells is great. I love Andrew Rannells. He's my favorite. Not only because I grew up with him in 4Kids and watching him in cartoons I like, but because he is in Book of Mormon and he is Elder Price.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's really good. He's really good in this. He has a really fun song. The music in this didn't really do this for me, and I was so off put by James Corden. I just really didn't. There's a couple of the songs that were like, this is a more modern musical, so the music is sort of more similar to, it's a kind of a popish musical, so the music is kind of very similar to like a High School Musical kind of sort of tone to it. But Andrew Rannells has a real fun song where he's basically trying to convince the kids to be cool to the lesbian girl, and he's pointing out, it's a song pointing out all the contradictions in the Bible and how Jesus would hate them, and it's quite funny. But the movie ends with him ultimately deciding, like, the kids are like, oh man, you're really good at talking to kids and you're really good at relating to us, and they're like, you should be a teacher. And he's like the whole thing is the entire movie, anytime the kids are mean, he's like, it's because you don't have a drama program. If you had a drama program would solve all of these problems. So the movie ends with him becoming the drama teacher.
Oh, that's sweet.
I know. I was like, oh, that's cute. That's sweet. Was there anything else that was interesting? Oh yeah, and the first 10 minutes of the movie, like for a movie that's supposed to be about prom and about this girl, she's kind of barely a character. Like, so much of the movie is just James Corden and the actors just talking to each other in inane conversations. Like, the first 10 minutes of the movie is just the Broadway actors. Like, the lead girl character doesn't show up for, like, I swear it was like 10 minutes. I'm like, considering this movie, she's supposed to be the lead character of this movie. It's weird that she's not in more of it. Yeah, I don't know
That
that.
is weird.
I don't know that I would call it. I guess I would call it bad. James Corden is bad in it. The rest of the movie is forgivable. If he wasn't in it, I would hate this less. I think. I'm pretty convinced.
Well, in your defense, I feel like a lot of people say that about a lot of things he's in.
That is true. That is fair. Yeah, I feel like I'm not the first person to say that. It's funny though, because there is a James Corden movie that I do want to watch, which is it's a movie called Supercomputer or Super Spy, where it's Melissa McCarthy and he's a supercomputer that has taken the voice of James Corden. And I thought it looks funny. I don't want to watch it. I'm probably gonna watch it for the show sometime.
Alrighty then.
Bang 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 bang. That's it. That's the prom.
So, my last rapid fire. We have to go all the way back to 1952.
That's a long
Uh,
time.
I watched Road to Bali.
See,
Um,
I know I've seen this
with
movie. I don't remember a
with
thing about it.
Bing Crosby,
And
Bob Hope,
Dorothy.
and Dorothy Lamour.
Dorothy Lamour. I lay you 10 to odds. We meet Dorothy Lamour. Yeah, this is the movie's the only reason I know who she is.
It's the it's the sixth of the seven Road to movies.
Oh, so it's not the last one. It's the second. It's the penultimate Road to
It's
movie.
the
They made
penultimate
7
one.
of those.
But it was the
Wow.
only entry of the series which is filmed in Technicolor.
Really? What about the last one? The last one wasn't
Was
in
the
color.
this Wikipedia says it was the only
Really?
entry filmed in Technicolor.
Really? That's weird.
And it was the first to feature surprise cameo appearances from other well-known stars of the day.
Which one? Which one is the Road to Morocco?
Uh, let's see. Well, you start with Road to Singapore in 1940. Then there's Road to Zanzibar. Road to Morocco is the third
Is
one.
the third one. Oh, interesting.
Road to Utopia. Road to Rio.
Yeah,
Road
I'm
to
not convinced
Bali.
I've seen Road to Morocco. I just know
And
I've seen the
then
song.
the last one was the Road to Hong Kong. And there was apparently supposed to be another one after that, which is Road to the Fountain of Youth, but that was canceled.
Yeah. But yeah, this is what Road to El Dorado is based on. These movies, I love these movies, man. They're really funny. But Bob Hope and Bing Crosby are delightful. Bing Crosby is of that era is probably my favorite. Although Bob Hope is also pretty funny. It's just
Um,
such a different sense of humor. Like they're the reason why that style of old school like quick wittedness is probably why this show is the way it is.
it was funny because to tease ahead a little bit, um, it's funny that I ended up watching a Bob Hope and um, Bing Crosby movie and I never would have gotten this as a kid, but Bob Hope is a cameo in the Muppet movie.
Yes, he is.
Um, but no, yeah. So very basic plot outline here is basically um, Bob and Bing are their characters are American song and dance people.
Of course they are.
They're in Melbourne, Australia. They have to leave in a hurry because they're trying to avoid various marriage proposals. Um, they end up in Darwin, where they take jobs as deep sea divers for a prince.
All right,
Taken by boat to an idyllic island on the way to Bali,
that escalated very
Indonesia.
quickly.
Uh, and they vie for the favors of exotic and half Scottish Princess Lala,
Played by Dorothy Lamour.
who is a cousin of the prince. And then over the course of the movie, they're competing for her affections. They end up on this native island, which I believe is in Bali, where the people there are like, oh, around here, you can marry more than one person at a time.
And you're like, whoa, this is aged badly.
And I mean, you know, there's people that are in polyamorous relationships nowadays.
I
So,
suppose that is true. I more
but
meant the
then,
racism.
oh, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about the things that made me go like, are they? Yeah, I'm not going to talk about certain things where I was confused and I wasn't quite. Anyways, um, I had to look up where Bali was, uh, because I didn't actually know. I thought I, and this is just me just plain old not knowing the world and ignorance. I thought Bali was going to end up being in India,
Oh, yeah, I don't know where Bali is.
in Indonesia.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Um, so yeah, I'm gonna read out a couple of the cameos because maybe you'll know who they are. Um, there's gang cameos. Bob Crosby, Bing's brother, is in it. Humphrey Bogart,
Huh,
um,
really?
by way of a clip of the African Queen. Jerry Lewis, Dean Martin, and Jane Russell as her character from the film Son of Paleface. There's a cameo by Martin and Lewis, which was part of a comedy trade where they made an appearance in this movie while Hope and Crosby appeared in their movie Scared Stiff the following year. Uh, and there was
Real
one at the
who's
end
who
of
of
the
who was relevant back then.
Pretty much, yeah. There's one at the end where after Lala chooses George over Harold, um, Harold conjures up using, the stuff, funny stuff, conjures up Jane Russell from a basket playing a flute, and then she ends up choosing Harold as well, or George as well, rather. And so then the movie ends with Harold trying to stop the end from appearing on screen.
That's funny.
And he's fighting with it, and then it eventually does, and it ends. What's really funny is if you people on the internet who don't have Tubi or whatchamacallit, the other one that it's on, want to watch it, it's on their Wikipedia.
Huh, neat. That's
The
funny.
full movie is
That's
just
funny.
on the Wikipedia for
That's
this,
hilarious.
so you can just watch it on
I
Wikipedia
wonder
for free.
that tells me. I wonder if those movies they must be royalty free by this point.
I'm guessing probably. It makes me curious if and I'm gonna while we move on to the next one and you talk about your next thing, I'm going to behind the scenes try and figure out if Road to Morocco is on the Wikipedia as well, and then I'm gonna proceed to be pissed because I couldn't get that one to download.
Hey Jordan, you can always pick R.
R?
Pick a letter.
Oh, you're right. I could. I could. I could. So what's your next thing?
My next thing, Jordan, is a very famous musical that a lot of people love, and I
Hmm. It is not.
watched. Um, Interesting. It's a movie. It's a movie. And to be fair, okay, I watched the movie version, but the musical apparently is quite popular. Jordan, this is Rent. You know Rent, Jordan.
It's one of those famous ones where I know the name. I assume it has something to do with them trying to do whatever it takes to get rent so they can pay that month's rent.
Well, Jordan, Rent is technically speaking a adaptation of the famous opera La Boheme, which is about basically it's about a bunch of starving artists and they're surviving through the plague, I think, and a bunch of them get tuberculosis and die. And in this, and I didn't get this, but I guess this movie is supposed to take place in 1989. I completely missed that, and it takes place during the AIDS crisis, and it's about a bunch of people who all live in like the same area. They're a group of friends basically, and they're like bohemians. I don't know if you know what a bohemian is.
No.
Bohemian is like an
I
artist.
wouldn't I wouldn't even know the word if it wasn't for Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah, that's basically that song's about what it's like to be a bohemian, which is basically you're like a wild starving artist, basically a person who lives for the arts and is poor and starving and downtrodden. And this movie's set. And this movie's sad. They'll get in various trouble. The one of them is a drug addict. Two of them are drug addicts, and their relationship isn't very like good. And you got the one who's she's a lesbian. She's in the she's a couple with another lesbian, and she cheats all the time. And then you got the one guy the two guys who live in a house, and they don't want to. Basically, they have a deal with their friend who they're pissed because he's given them a deal where they don't have to pay the rent, but he's reneged on that deal, so he's saying they now have to pay the rent, and they're pissed because they have to pay the rent, which just feels narcissistic. Um, and the big thing with, and this came up a lot, is a lot of times you have movies which are operatic in nature, or musicals, I should say, operatic in nature. Jordan, do you know what that means?
Operatic, where they're
No, more they there's no dialogue. There's no spoken dialogue. It's an opera.
oh, like
Um,
one of my future ones.
yes. A great example of that you would know is Les Mis. Les Mis is operatic in nature. In the musical, in the actual play, there is no dialogue. The dialogue is told through song. It's conveyed through song, and a lot of times when movies adapt
Operas.
operatic play musicals, they choose to add in dialogue to make the scenes flow better because it is a movie. What works on stage doesn't necessarily work in film. And so this is one of those movies where there's a lot of times characters will just randomly say spoken words for no reason, and then they'll just go back to singing, and all of the spoken dialogue is really clumsy and clunky. And then but then it also has lyrics and songs. You kind of broke this down a bit better than I did, where you're like, there's songs which aren't really songs; they're just there to move the plot forward. Like
Yeah.
it's just
There are
musical
songs.
dialogue.
There are songs which are written as in, with the actual musical structure of being a song, and then there are songs that are there just to fill in plot or to move the plot along
Yeah,
or to narrate.
yeah, to narrate or to
And
have the characters say extraneous
they
details.
don't work quite as well.
Right, yeah, and they're always clunky. They're always really clunky. You have a movie
Yeah.
coming up that's chock full of those. Um,
Oh yes, I do.
this is the same way, where intermediately you could tell there's lines of dialogue that you're like, this was clearly music in the original version. And then there's lines which are in song, lyrics and songs which are, again, really clumsy, that don't rhythmically don't work because they're trying to convey story or character details in dialogue, but it's a musical, so they have to sing it. Um, I've discovered I prefer musicals where it's like age old. When it comes to musicals, you hit a point where the emotion bursts out of you and you can no longer contain it, and it bursts out in song, and so you break out into song. Like, I prefer musicals that are like that. I don't like the musicals where they just. I discovered that I have a hard time following story through music. If that makes any sense.
That's fair. That's fair. For me, it depends on how it's sung.
Um, yeah, like sometimes there's exceptions where I can, but for the most part, like eventually I can if I listen to the songs like 4 or 5 times. But a
Mhm.
lot of times when I'm watching musicals, in order to understand the plot, I'm reading the Wikipedia article or I'm watching. So, like, full disclosure, I watched a bunch of additional videos on this and Phantom of the Opera because I didn't understand what was happening because I was having problems following the
Like
story.
sometimes you need to fill out the world a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. So I prefer when the characters stop, talk about their feelings, about what they just sang about, in order for me to understand and follow the plot. Um,
Yeah, like for me when it's all 100%, and that's kind of I ran into that problem with one of mine, but when it's 100% song all the time, my mind wanders.
yeah, yeah. Because I'm just driving to the music. I'm feeling the music. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not.
sometimes, but like also it's just there's periods where it's like when you're singing a conversation to me, I'm not engaging with it like it's music
Yeah, and I'm not.
because it's
Yeah,
not a song, and I'm
exactly.
not engaging with it like it's a scene because you're singing.
Yeah, like I'm not. I can't. I can't engage with. But like that's. I'm
That's
fully.
just me.
That's just a me thing.
That's
That's a.
how my brain
That's
works then.
exactly. My brain works exactly the same way. Like I'm not engaging with it as though it were a conversation, but I'm also not engaging with it as though it were a song. Like that is exactly how I would put it. Yeah. And this is a lot like that. This was another example of there is a pro shot of this that I would like to see if it's better because I understand that I think they're called rent heads. They don't like this movie. And the people who like Rent don't like this movie. So like
They don't like this take on it.
Yeah, so I'm like, maybe the pro shot's better because this. I don't want to say this was bad. I just
It
some
just
of this.
didn't land. It just didn't land with
Yeah.
me.
Also, like, there's a lot of restructuring of it that is confusing. Like, they open with the song "Seasons of Love," which in the actual play begins the second act and is supposed to indicate a time skip. That's why they're singing about a year passing. It's because it's
That
supposed to
makes sense.
reflect the idea that a year in the story has passed. So it's supposed to help move the story. Um, yeah, I watched a really good video. Lindsay Ellis watched a ton of really good Lindsay Ellis videos this week about how much Rent sucks, and yeah, I was like, okay, now because I was after I watched it, I'm like, I don't know how to describe what happened in this really well. Um, so I was like, I need to watch and read other things so I can do that. Yeah, that's Rent. People really like that musical, like a lot, a lot.
So, time for us to move on to have scenes. Um, and full disclosure, my next two things are two different Muppet things. I'm almost inclined to do them together, but I'm not going to. Um, but after we watched the Muppet Show with the new voice of Muppet with Kermit
New
rather,
new voice of Muppet,
um, um, I wanted to go back.
and watch with old
And
voice of Muppet.
this was a good, yeah, this was a good excuse to kind of be able to go back and watch a couple, like, two different generations
Yeah, no,
of
all the people who want to tell me because I have rewatched the Muppet movie for this reasonably recently, and like it cracks me up when everyone kept coming at me being like Steve Whitmire and Jim Henson are noticeably different, and I'm like, but no, they're not. Like
no,
they're
they're
not.
really
They're
not.
not. Not compared.
I
Not
mean,
compared to Matt Vogel. They're not. They're not.
no, like
Absolutely
that's
not.
where it's like yes,
Flat out wrong.
I can tell a difference because I'm looking for one.
Yeah.
Right? Like I can tell a difference because I'm looking for one. But with Matt Vogel, I don't have to be looking for one to see a difference.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's how I would word it.
Yeah.
Now we'll talk about the movie itself,
Absolute fucking
which is
classic.
still great. That being said, I love this movie and I love most of the things about it. The song with Miss Piggy, she sounds off key to me.
Yeah, but I think that's part of the joke
I
with Miss
think that's the
Piggy.
joke,
Is
but
she
like
can't sing. I
when
think
you can when you compare her to like modern day Miss Piggy where she can,
yeah, yeah.
it's just that's a thing that I
My
noticed
thing with
now.
the Muppet movie is, and this is just purely a technical thing that only bothers me, is I think it's filmed on mono stereo as opposed to modern. So the Muppets all sound like they sound hollow when they talk and sing.
Kind
Um,
of, yeah.
like you could
I don't
tell
know
that
if it
they
was, but
you could tell it sounds like they're being done externally, like they're not being done on set. For some of especially Kermit, he has this really hollow piggy sound, but also that could just be the Disney Plus version of it. Like it might not be the original movie itself, but and again, it's a movie from the 1970s, 70s, yeah,
huh.
70s, right? My first Muppet movie is
Yeah,
1970s.
19 this was 1979.
Yeah, so it sounds like a movie from 1979. It's not the movie's fault. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's not its fault though.
Yeah, and then it's funny how
Um
you went celebrity cameo. That's my favorite thing about Muppet movies is you can tell when it came out based on who the celebrity cameo is, and
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there in a second. But one thing that I did want to say about this one is so obviously, or maybe not obviously, but fun fact, I guess I should say, is I have more of the Muppet movies. The one that I've probably seen the most recently prior to this was the 2011 one, where they're all coming back and everything, right? And so it was funny watching this one and getting rewatching this one, I should say, and getting jokes that I kind of forgot.
yeah, I know, yeah. It's funny about the Muppets.
um, so like in the 2011 one, when they go and they get Gonzo, he's like a plunger toilet king or whatever, right?
Yeah,
And in this one, he's got his truck or whatever, and he's a plunger, like he's a not a plunger guy, but whatchamacallit, plumber, like a
Plumber.
traveling plumber.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so I'm like, that's obviously in the more modern one, that's a callback to this. And I'm like, I totally forgot about that in this.
I
So that
mean,
makes it that much funnier.
chock full of jokes you don't get as a kid. I mean, I saw the Big Bird. I'm looking to get into public television.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Good
That was
luck.
funny.
That's a funny joke.
Um, um, but
I mean, just
so cameos.
a lot of technical mastery in terms of puppetry. Like the thing about Jim Henson is, man, they were trailblazers. Like, there's a lot of making puppets work in the real world shit that they had to work through. Like the driving the car was like the
Yeah,
biggest
that.
thing.
The ride Kermit riding the bicycle.
Yeah, Kermit riding
That
the
was
bicycle.
impressive.
That was a way bigger thing in the third one. They had to figure out how to make all the Muppet characters ride bicycles. That was a big thing. I watched the behind the scenes on
Um,
it. They'd had a lot of discussions on how they, or the other one, there's a in the I watched Jim the Man himself, and they have a diagram of it. But the setup for him to do Rainbow Connection, where he's in the water in like a little bubble under the water doing Kermit.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, damn.
yeah. It's crazy. Like
Um,
the actual setup for it is crazy.
so this was filmed during the third season of The Muppet Show.
Yeah.
And so we'll get to the other the guest stars in a second, but fun one that I didn't know. Frank Oz himself, not like playing one of the characters, but as like as a live
Yeah.
action. He appears as a cameo as a biker who beats up Fozzie Bear.
Oh, really? Oh, that's funny.
Um,
That I didn't
and
know.
and another one, um, Steve Whitmire appears as a man in the Bogan County Fair.
That's pretty funny. I didn't know
So
that.
before he was Kermit, he was still around. He was
Oh
still a
yeah.
part of it.
Yeah,
Uh,
this is would be well before. This might have been before Rizzo. Because Rizzo, I think first premieres in the
yeah,
Manhattan. I think.
I don't think Rizzo was in this one.
No, I don't think he was a thing yet.
He was a cameo in my next one though.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
but so okay, special guest stars. Very beginning of the movie, he's the talent agent and producer of the original Muppet Show, which
Oh,
I did not know. Dom DeLuise.
oh, that's funny. I didn't know that.
Um, James Coburn as El Sleazo Cafe owner. Madeline Kahn as a patron. Uh,
I,
which she's using the same personality that she did for a character in Blazing Saddles.
my personal favorite
Um,
is like the thing about the Muppet Show
there's a lot
Muppets
of cameos.
Muppet cameos is the ones where you're like no one know. The thing I love about those cameos is they do that thing where they look at the camera as if you should know who they are.
Yeah, right.
My
Which
favorite
you
one is
should if you've grown up in the time, but like
my favorite
you get
one
Bob Hope,
is the
Orson Welles.
I forget the character's name, but the puppet, the famous puppet,
Oh, he might be here.
Borgen, Bergen. Uh,
Bergen's last film. Edgar Bergen as himself and Charlie McCarthy
yeah,
playing judges at the county fair.
yeah. They were arguably more famous puppet. He was a more famous puppet than the Muppets at the time. Him being in this was like a big deal, and kids nowadays would have no. Who's the puppet? I don't get it.
I saw him and I didn't. I was like, I understand that. Like, and that's my thing with a lot of the cameos. It's like I know they're famous, but
Yeah, early
they go
Muppet Show
right over
is
my head.
early Muppet Show is like that. Yeah, I mean this is the best Muppet movie. Although I meant to do the Great Muppet Caper for Mysteries and I didn't for some reason. I got sidetracked by the ones, but I need to rewatch the
It's
Great Muppet
hard
Caper.
not to say that this is the best because if this didn't happen, none of the other ones would have happened.
Oh, that I can't say. That I think there would have been a Muppet movie regardless. It's just whether or not it would have been this Muppet movie. But I want to rewatch Great Muppet Caper for something. I'm gonna have to find an excuse to watch it for something, because I need to rewatch that because I think this is the best.
Apparently this one was selected for preservation in the National Film Registry by the Library of Congress
Because like
for being culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant.
this you can appreciate just as its own thing. It's like it's just a great. It's just a good movie. Whereas a lot of the
Yeah,
other Muppet movies are really dependent on you knowing what the Muppets are. Like, a lot of them require you to have some sort of feelings about the Muppets. They're all like that. Like, the Muppets Take Manhattan is like that. Obviously, the newer ones are
This
like
works
that.
because this is the prequel. This is the kind of the
Yeah.
I mean, with Kermit's own words, with some artistic liberty, but
Yeah.
like this is the how the Muppets meet.
Like,
So like yeah, this is where
2011,
theoretically this is where it starts
the 2011 Muppet movie might be a better movie, but it's
for the
so
characters.
dependent on Muppet nostalgia and you appreciating
Oh
what the
yeah.
Muppets are. With that, it doesn't work on its own. I need to see the Great Muppet Caper because there's a lot of people who are like the Great Muppet Caper is the best Muppet movie, and I can't disagree with it because it's been so long since I've seen it. Like,
Yeah, I'd have to watch that
I
one.
know I've seen it.
But
I know I've seen it. I don't remember anything about it,
as
but I
it
know I've seen
stands
it.
right now, I have a hard time saying that this is not the best one.
I'm pretty positive. But yeah, that's with a pin in it till I come back to the Great Muppet Caper
It,
because I do need
I
to
mean,
watch the Great
especially
Muppet
because
Caper.
it had a budget of 8 million. Do you want to guess what its box office is?
Probably like 16 million. It probably doubled it.
65.2
That's
million.
pretty good, especially for the 70s. That's really good. That's really successful. It
Keep
basically
in mind that might be counting in re-releases and
it
stuff,
launched
but
the Muppets into the stratosphere. Yeah, there's a really funny clip. There's a bunch of funny shit. There's a really funny clip of Kermit interviewing cows when they were doing the test footage. That's really funny. Um, yeah,
I think I remember
there's a
seeing that.
bunch of test footage of them trying to work out how to do the Muppets in the real world that are just exceptionally funny. But yeah, we're gonna come back. We're gonna come. We have. I think that's no. That's not. No, we have to do all the bad Muppet. We could easily do an entire just do a Muppet episode because like
I mean, between the various movies, between the Muppet Show itself, Muppet Babies,
I, we still have to talk about the Muppets Wizard of Oz, widely accepted to be the worst Muppet thing.
that's the last prior to the 2011 one. That's the last Muppet thing I remember watching, and I remember it being bad.
It's bad. It's horrendous. I remember it being terrible. It's the thing that put me off the Muppets for like yeah,
A while.
pretty much till the 2011 movie because like there's a couple of Christmas specials that come out afterwards that are apparently all right, but that I saw another podcast. They did a joke on it where yeah, it's that bit where Rizzo's like, "How do the girls on Girls Gone Wild do it?" But like when you go
Oh
back and
yeah, there's
you
that one too. Right. I forgot about that show.
no, that's from Muppets. That's from the Muppets Wizard of Oz. That joke.
Oh no, I'm thinking of all the Muppet things that there
Oh
are,
yeah, there's
and
also
that made me
Muppets
think of
Tonight, which we
yeah, or the Office style one.
yeah, the Office style one we could yeah.
I
Um,
mean, and if you really wanted to do an episode full of stuff, if you throw in Sesame Street stuff as well, then that's an entire category
yeah,
too.
yeah. But yeah, that the Muppets Wizard of Oz I think is probably the worst Muppet thing. I'm pretty convinced it is. I don't think there's a worse one than that. That one's pretty bad.
I can't think of.
That was a real low for them. That really was.
Yeah,
But
that
also
was
like
them. That
re-examining.
that was them like selling out basically.
I hate that Girls Gone Wild joke, but like also it is kind of the level of humor that like I always thought Pepe and Rizzo pushed it too far. Pepe in particular. There's a clip of him just staring at some post boobs that I'm like, I think that character pushes the envelope too hard for the Muppets. I think he's too he's too coarse for the Muppets. But the Muppets were also Jim Henson was adamant they were not for kids. So, you know.
Yeah, um I think Rizzo and Pepe walk a fine line where if they're paired, like for example, when Rizzo is paired with Gonzo,
Yeah.
I think Gonzo kind of I don't want to say holds Rizzo back, but like he makes it work better than when he's paired with Pepe.
I feel a similar way of Pepe. Like there's a couple of really quite funny clips where he's with Kermit. Where I'm
Or
like, that is funny.
when he's with Fozzie. There's some ones that I've seen where he's with Fozzie where it that works for me.
Yeah. There's just times where he's it's when he's on talk shows and they let Bill Beretta do whatever he wants, where he's just entirely too horny. I said that on Threads. I was like,
Yeah.
he's too horny, and everyone agreed with me. It was really funny. Jordan, is that it for the first Muppets movie?
That's all I have to say about the first Muppet movie. We'll be back to talk about the Muppets right after this.
We'll
Go ahead.
return to talk about the Muppets after this. My first thing, Jordan, is and I can't. These two I don't think you've seen, Jordan. Well, maybe you've seen one of them, but the first one is Rocket Man, journeying at his face out here alone, and it's Rocket Man, Jordan, is a biographical slash.
Yeah, I know what it is. I'm trying. I I know I've got the music of it on my playlist, but I'm just trying to be and so I'm like I must have watched it because why else would I?
Yeah, fair
But I
enough.
don't specifically remember anything about it
The number one thing I would call this movie is confused.
other than that it has Eggy from
Yeah, Taron Egerton.
yeah,
Yeah,
from
really weirdly, it's produced by Marv, which is the company that Matthew Vaughn owns, who made the Kingsman movies. So like the guy who made Kingsman really wanted to make this movie for some reason, and so did Elton John. Elton John. Oh yeah, Rocket Man is a biopic slash jukebox musical about Elton John.
yeah,
Um, and he's been trying to make this movie since like the '90s. He very much produced it. He produced it in cooperation with Matthew Vaughn, and it was after they did Kingsman 2. That's what
that
made
makes
them
sense.
make this movie. Yeah, because he's in that. And the reason why Taron Egerton is in this is, and as near as I could tell, I thought I saw an anecdote that said it wasn't, but I googled it, and it's apparently because Elton John heard him sing "I'm Still Standing" and sing, and that's why he sings live in this movie.
Interesting.
And like Taron Egerton as Elton John is good. Like I'm surprised he didn't get more notice in terms of awards because he looks like Elton John. Like they've got him made up down to the tooth gap that Elton John has, and like the performance, it's believable. You believe he's Elton John. When he sings, he sounds like Elton John. It's fascinating. It's really quite captivating. And what's interesting is like you know how where like when the movie involves the guy, it tends to go soft.
Yeah.
They paint Elton John to be a right asshole in this movie, like just a complete asshole, like an egotistical monster. And then the movie tries to paint it as though like it's because he's addicted to drugs. It's like, oh, he's an absolute monster because of the drugs,
Mm.
and but like it's sort of implied that no, he just kind of has an ego, and you kind of get that because there's a really famous anecdote of and I'm sure I'm getting details wrong, but the basically originally you know how Can You Feel the Love Tonight starts with Timon and Pumbaa and ends with Timon and Pumbaa.
Yeah.
Originally they were gonna sing the whole song, like they were gonna sing the whole thing, and they took it to Elton John and played it for him, and I'm pretty sure I might be getting the quote wrong, but he said, "What the fuck is this?" And he got pissed and forced them to change it because he really wanted to win an Oscar, which he ended up winning. But apparently he's like, "What the fuck is this?" Something to that effect.
Fair, fair, fair,
Um,
fair.
And so this movie, in my opinion, this movie has like a real identity crisis between like there's moments where it's doing like serious Oscar baity. He's at his lowest point. It's the all is lost moment of the biopic where he's become consumed with all these movies have the same trajectory. They start off as a nobody, they gain success, and then they become consumed by their own success. It does every beat a major biopic will do, but like it periodically cuts to musical numbers, and the musical numbers in this are
Elton John
Elton
songs.
John songs, but there's one performance where he comes out and he sings Rocket Man, and he's dressed in like a baseball. That was a real concert that he did. He's wearing a baseball uniform. That was based on a real concert that he did.
Okay.
But like there's other times where he's singing like he's a kid and he's playing a song and he's singing Saturday Night, and it transitions to him being an adult. And obviously Saturday Night had not been written yet. Or there's points in the movie where it's like this is a moment in his life that really happened, but he's
But
playing a song.
not with this song.
Yeah, this song didn't exist yet, and so it's really confused and it's really conflicted between being a jukebox musical and being a biopic, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Right, it can't decide what it wants to be.
pretty much, right? And so the jukebox musical parts are all right. Like this is fun, this is okay, but it's just tonally for me, it was so confused.
All
And
over the map.
yeah, it really quite was. But like the ending was kind of like it ends with basically the framing device of the movie is it's Elton John is in rehab dressed in this like ridiculous Elton John-esque outfit, and he's stormed off and he's stormed into rehab, and he's telling the story of his life or whatever, and it allegedly paints a lot of people in his life who were not awful as being awful. Like it paints his dad as being terrible. It paints his longtime manager as being an abusive asshole who's like, just dress him up and throw him on stage and he'll be good. And so the final song of the movie is him singing "I'm Still Standing," which
Oh yeah.
which I really dug in a meta sense because it was like the rhythm is different than how he sang it. And he sings it differently than he did in Sing. It's slower. It's more. It's more like a bit longer,
Dense.
a bit more elongated, and then it turns into a recreation of the original music video of "I'm Still Standing," complete
Oh,
with
that's cool.
complete with music, complete with outfit, and yeah, it's really cool. And it's like, oh, that's really neat. But it definitely made me go like, if he's willing to like appear as being a total prick in this movie, which is a biopic, which are typically meant to fluff the person who it's about, what must have he have been like in real life? He must have been a right monster, just an absolute
Or
asshole.
or he was as bad as he was in this, and this is just entirely accurate.
I mean, sure, I could, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it suffers from the same problem a lot of jukebox musicals do, where it's like the lyrics he's singing has nothing to do with the situation he's singing about. This is clearly not what this song is about. It's a bit less bad because Elton John is obviously participating in it, so it's a little less bad for that. But like my favorite bit is where Rocket Man is just this drug trip where he's depressed and he jumps off of, he has a pool and he jumps off of the diving board into the pool and he swims down, and it's just his childhood self singing Rocket Man as he just watches. It's super weird. In a lot of ways, a lot of parts of this movie reminded me of Across the Universe.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's not. Like, I didn't hate this. But I also really like Elton John music. So like it's not entirely fair.
It's doing some heavy lifting.
Yeah, exactly. This is an example of if I didn't like Elton John, like if I didn't like your song, and if I didn't like Rocket Man or Crocodile Rock or Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, like if Goodbye Yellow Brick Road didn't like touch me in my heart a little bit, like I don't know why that song always makes me feel emotional.
That's fair. I understand.
If I didn't love I'm Still Standing, like yeah, this movie wouldn't work for me. It's like we keep saying, your attachment to a musical is going to be entirely dependent on how much you're into the music. But again, this movie weird mix of non-diegetic and diegetic musical numbers. Very strange, very odd, very confused. But I enjoyed it. Much like Elton John. Did you know that real quick before we move on, did you know Elton John was married to a woman?
I believe that's who he's singing about in Crocodile Rock.
No, I believe he was singing about a man. But like the thing about
Me and Susie had so much fun.
yeah, I don't think that's about a woman. I mean, to be fair, he didn't write that. Because actually, the big thing with Elton John is he didn't write his music. He wrote he is you remember how in Merrily Roll Along I talked about Jonathan Groff wrote, he writes the music. So his partner Bernie Taupin, I think is what his name is, Bernie. They keep calling him Bernie. He writes the lyrics. Elton John doesn't write his own lyrics. So like in, you know how like when they talk about like when he did Lion King, it was like Tim Rice and Elton John. Tim Rice writes the lyrics. Elton John writes the music. So he didn't technically. I mean, maybe there was a person in Elton John's life named Susie, but it's probably more. There was a girl in Bernie's life. But like, it's just so interesting to me because like, I know Elton John as being flamboyantly out and proud gay. Like that's like, of the three things I know about him, that's like the first thing is Elton John is gay. It's the thing you know.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He sang Stan with Eminem because you know he's gay and whatnot. So it's kind of I forgot there's a period of his career where people didn't know that Elton John was gay.
Hmm. I understand. I understand. That can be very confusing for some people.
But yeah, anyway, Rocket Man. That's it. Second Muppet thing, Jordan. Modern day
Um,
Muppet thing.
I watched Muppets Most Wanted.
The
Came out in
final thing.
2014.
No, that's not true. No, yeah, I'm pretty sure 2014. You
I'm
said?
pretty sure, yeah, 2014.
Pretty
I
sure
was
this is
pretty
the.
sure that was the final Steve
I'm
Whitmire
pretty sure
thing.
this is the final Steve Whitmire thing. Yeah, I think you're right.
Um, but it also has what's his face
That's Constantine. Yeah.
as Constantine, the world's most dangerous frog. This movie's fun. I like
Mm-hmm.
the music. And you can tell Ricky Gervais is having a
Oh, he's
blast.
having it out. The best part of this movie is all the promo he did for it, where they had to do promo days, and it's him doing interviews with Constantine, and he just keeps breaking because he
Um,
can't reconcile the fact that it's a
real,
puppet
real, real quick. Haley Marcus says, I mean, in the 90s, no one knew about gay.
in the '90s. Well, Elton John was by the '90s he was already known as gay. He was way bigger in the '70s and '80s. That was when a lot of his major music came out, and for a big portion of his career, yeah, people didn't know he was gay, which blows my
Um,
mind now. Muppets, yeah, no, the funniest was Ricky Gervais doing promo with Constantine, where he can't reconcile the fact that it's a puppet. Like his brain just will not let go of the fact that he's next to a puppet, and he keeps laughing at everything Constantine says because his mind is just cannot wrap his. He's just like, yeah, that's a thing, and he just keeps laughing, and
he
it's
can't. That's like
the
that's
funniest
like
thing.
when he was on Sesame Street with Elmo,
Yes,
and he's like,
exactly.
why don't you wear clothes? Why don't you wear
It's
clothes
he's
and stuff
trying to
like that.
apply he's trying to apply his reality based humor to the Muppets, and he keeps making himself, and it's the funniest thing. And
That's
yes,
so
he
funny.
is having a absolute ball in this movie. He's having so much
Um,
fun. It is very
one
funny.
of one of my favorite parts of the movie is after Walter, Animal, and Fozzie go off to find Kermit, and Ricky Gervais' character. Uh, I'll read your comment in a second. Ricky Gervais' character and Constantine are like, yeah, they decided to quit to quit the Muppets, and Rolf is like, Walter decided to quit the Muppets. We just had an entire movie about he wanted to join the
We
Muppets.
just
What are you talking
we
about?
just did this, man. What are we doing?
What are we doing? So funny.
Yeah,
Uh,
this poor movie, man.
she says, that's the movie I first remember the Muppets the most, is
Yeah,
Muppets Most Wanted.
that makes sense. That makes sense. Solid.
Um,
The solid movie to start off with. The thing. Man, yeah, shame. This movie bombed horribly, and it still upsets me.
yeah, it,
It effectively killed the Muppets. Pretty well.
yeah,
Pretty well. They have
and
not.
it's
They have
just
not recovered.
disappointing. It's disappointing that this was the final time that we will ever have heard the real Kermit.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and,
yeah.
until the guy that they currently have playing him gets replaced and the next guy actually comes in and sounds like Kermit.
Right.
Um,
I still
but
maintain he's only Kermit
not
because he
gonna
worked a Kermit puppet. It's the only reason why he's Kermit.
not gonna spend the entire time harping on that, I promise. But after hearing two movies with Kermits that actually sounded like Kermit, I can firmly say that he does not sound like Kermit.
With correct sounding Kermit. Yeah, yeah. I this was tough because they were in a bad position with this movie where what do you do? The last one is entirely built upon nostalgia for the Muppets, and so this one comes out and it's just a pretty typical Muppet movie. But the thing that's funny about it is it is and it isn't. Like it's definitely in its tone and its intention a lot similar to the very similar. I would say it's closer to the '90s Muppet movies. Like it reminds me a lot of Muppets from Space. Like it's
I
I
can
would
see why
say
you'd say that.
it's not but and also closer to the Muppet movie. I think the movie that misunderstands the Muppets the most, and I maintain this is still Muppets Take Manhattan. That movie grossly misunderstands the Muppets. I think I'd like you to
It's been too long since
you
I've seen
you
that
might you
one.
might have to do that. We might have to find an excuse to do that.
Yeah. I I I mean, if I'd like to do that, and I'd like to do Muppets in Space.
Yeah. I'd also like
because
to
it's
see
been
Muppets in
so
Space.
long since I've seen Muppets in Space, and I'd like to watch that
I
one
remember watching
again.
that in theaters. I remember watching Muppets in Space in theaters.
Yeah, I remember having a great time with that one.
I think
It
that,
was weird and it was fun, but like, yeah, no.
but yeah, so people were. I think they were expecting. That's the thing is, I like they were expecting it to be as sentimental as the previous one, and I want to be like that's not what Muppet movies are, but I mean that's kind of what they are. I don't know what this was missing. I don't know what this lacked that made it not do as well as the previous one. I really don't. I don't know what ingredient
Yeah,
this was
I
missing.
don't, because
Because
like,
I love this movie. I love the music. I love the joke that Josh Groban is hidden the entire movie. Then he bursts out at the end of the thing. That's funny. The celebrity cameos
um,
are all good. They're all funny. Like I said,
there's a lot of them.
I
There's a lot of cameos.
my favorite is Ty Burrell in the interrogation song.
Oh, I mean, one of my favorites in terms of cameos is
Tina Fey is also funny.
I can never remember the actor's name. Uh, he's in Spy Kids. Hold on, I'm
Spy
trying to
Kids.
find him.
Spy Kids.
You would know him. You would know him as soon as I say the name.
I could think of people from Spy Kids, but I can't think of who you. Daryl
Uh,
Sabara.
he's Machete.
Danny Trejo. Danny Trejo is also funny. Yeah, did you? Oh,
The fact that he's not a character. He's Danny
He's Danny
Trejo.
Trejo. Did you
They
hear?
refer to him. I didn't realize. I'm looking at all the cameos. There's a lot,
There's a
but
lot.
there's a lot, and a lot of them are just like pass-bys.
But that's
Um,
the thing about I do think that
I didn't
this
realize Tom
movie
Hiddleston was in this.
yeah this movie uses the celebrity cameo better than the previous one did. Like the previous one was very much like, oh, here's a celebrity. This one's like, no, the celebrity cameo they have to be playing a one-off character. That's the joke. Like they have like in the original movie, you get like Milton Berle as like a cab driver. Like that's the joke. Is like, oh, here's this famous person and they're playing like a C role. You don't have them. That is, I guess, kind of where this movie misses the mark a little bit. Ricky Gervais is a tiny bit too involved in the plot of this for a celebrity cameo, but I think it's
Yeah,
funny and I more or
but
less like Ricky Gervais.
I don't view Ricky Gervais to me in terms of this movie. He's not a celebrity cameo.
No, he's a
Cameo is when they're like
yeah,
there
he's a
for a
character, but
short moment.
he
He is essentially this movie's version of Jason Segel. Um,
I would have said Hopper,
Hopper.
the bad guy from the first one.
Oh no, he's in it too much to be that.
I mean, Hopper's in it quite a
He's
bit.
he's yeah, but not as much as Jason Segel's character is, or as this character is.
Oh, I guess fair enough.
Um, or I'm trying to think of another one, but those are the two that I come to.
Um,
Um,
but did you hear
or
that?
I guess in terms of like, um, in terms of things from Muppets past, he's like from when the Muppets did what's that famous one about the three ghosts that haunt him? Scrooge?
The Michael Caine.
Yeah, he's like Michael Caine,
Okay, yeah,
where
you're
he's
right.
like
Yeah, that's
the
fair.
one
That's
human character
no, that's fair.
amongst all the Muppets.
Did you hear this? Have you heard the story about Danny Trejo when he was making this movie? I want to say it was his mother, either his mother or his grandmother, passed away while they were making it, and Kermit. He talked to Kermit while they were filming it, and he cried. It was the first time he cried. Was what Kermit told him everything was gonna be okay.
Oh, that's amazing.
If I find the clip of him saying it, I'll put it in a video or something. But yeah, he was like the Muppet. The character became real in that moment, and that's just such an accurate thing about
That's
the Muppets.
so Muppets,
Right, like
yeah.
I don't care whether or not the thing is I can talk shit all I want and I can like Kermit doesn't sound right. But if Kermit popped up on my Zoom call and talked to me today, it would not matter.
Oh, I would go with it.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter one fucking iota. It would not matter. Like I'd be like, all right,
Um,
that's Kermit. I'm good. Moving on.
um, but no, this one has so many cameos that some of the actors filmed scenes that were cut from the theatrical release, and they were restored on the DVD and Blu-ray release.
That makes sense.
Um, those actors include Dexter Fletcher, Peter Schreiber, I can't pronounce that name, Bridget Mendler, Debbie Ryan, Jake Short, and Tyrell Jackson Wilson as
Uh,
wedding guests.
Bunch of Disney people. Those are all Disney people.
Um, but No, I don't care. I don't care what anyone
Uh,
says. I like this one.
the theatrical version cuts out my favorite line from the interrogation song, which is a stoop to stoop to stoop. What the chef said was not English. No, it's like stoop to stoop to stoop. What the chef said was not Swedish.
Was not Swedish. Um, I like this movie. I don't care what anyone says. As for what it was missing, I mean, part of I think for me is like you set up this entire thing about Walter being important, and then they didn't really know what to do with him in this one, and he's just kind of
No,
there.
they don't know what to do with that character. Period. He's gone.
He's
He
gone.
stuck around for a little bit post this. I think he was in he's in the Haunted Mansion special, but
He was a ghost in that.
it is very peculiar. There must have been something hinky behind the scenes because it is very strange that both him and Jason Segel are gone.
Well,
Segel.
Jason Segel,
Jason
Jason,
Segel. You've got me for mispronouncing it now. It's Jason Segel, as in the animal Segel,
Jason
not
Segel.
not Seagal like Steven Seagal. It's you've got me doing it now. It's Jason Segel. I never bothered to correct you, but now you've got me doing it. And it's becoming a problem. It's Jason Segel.
Not being in it makes sense though because he goes back to his happy fiance wife person.
Yeah, it's very
Um,
strange because like
and so him not being in it makes sense. But like,
kind of
no, Walter he joined the Muppets.
no,
He
but
should just be
I
a
mean like
character in the background.
him being involved. Like I don't think he produced it. There must have been some falling out or something behind the scenes because, it's odd that like Seth Rogen, who is connected to Jason Segel, comes out and does another reboot. So that is odd. Yeah, it's just very odd that like there must have been something behind the scenes involved in this that went wrong. Because I mean, maybe it's purely because of how much money it made. Because yeah, it did not do well. Um,
Yeah, it had a budget of
it bombed horribly.
50 million, and it had a box office of 80.4 million. It did not do very
It did
well.
not do very well, no. Especially considering how much money they spent promoting this. Like they spent a shit ton of money promoting this, and yeah, just
I mean, the thing, one of the things that I'm never going to forget about, I think it was this one, it might have been the previous one. But when we watched it in theaters and there was a knockoff Muppet poster where it was, I think
yep.
it was a East Indian version or something,
Yeah,
and they had Angry Kermit.
Angry Kermit, and then we posted on Facebook, and someone we used to know said a racism.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about Bruno.
But hopefully going forward, we get more Muppet stuff
I'm
because
hoping. I'm hoping. I'm
I like the
hoping.
Muppets, and I, to round this out with my thoughts on the Kermit voice, I will say I do agree with the comment of the more the current man gets to do the voice
Yeah.
and we get exposed to it, it's not that I think it'll get better, but I do think me, the world will get used to it.
Desensitization will happen. Here's a
Yeah.
question: when that Piggy movie comes out, do you think Kermit's going to be in it?
Sorry, say that again?
That Miss Piggy movie comes out, do you think Kermit's going to be in it?
Yes.
You think so? Think he'll be a
Yes.
minor character there? All right.
Depends if it's supposed to be like a biographical movie about Miss Piggy's life, then it has to have the moment where they meet.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
If that's supposed to be the idea of it, right? Like to me, that makes sense.
That does make sense. Yeah.
But that's the Muppets for this week.
Yep.
That's my have scenes.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I wish I could pinpoint. Cause yeah, no, legit. That if you wanna say where's the moment that the Muppets died, or certainly like they fell off, that's it. That's the point. Because after that, until this new Muppet show, it's
And
floundering.
they've had some live
There's some
shows,
live
but
events, but it's otherwise been floundering in Disney Plus specials and shows that nobody watches. Yeah, I think that this new Muppet show, I'm really hoping is a rejuvenation. I really would like to see more Muppet movies. I miss the Muppet movies, but yeah, I miss those characters, and I'm really hoping. Here's hoping. Hopefully our discussion of them, or if we don't stop talking about them, they'll be like Tinkerbell and they won't die.
one can only hope.
One can only.
One can only hope.
So my second half scene, is so Jordan, critically acclaimed Broadway producer and composer Lin-Manuel Miranda. Jordan, you may know he created what music? No, let's look at it this way. Jordan, what famous musical did Lin-Manuel Miranda create? that's really popular, really well known?
Moana.
Okay, do it again, but the actual answer this time.
My name is Alexander
It's
Hamilton.
Alexander. Well, Jordan, just so you know, before
There's a
Hamilton,
million things I haven't been,
before
but
Hamilton, Jordan,
just you wait. Just you wait.
and if you're like Jordan, how come even though he's the least talented person in that cast, he gets to be the lead role? And the reason for
That's
that,
not
Jordan,
that's not very nice. I mean, I think he would take offense to that.
I mean, he would, but it's accurate. Anyway, before that, Jordan, he had another equally successful musical.
I, I think Haley's gonna be coming after you.
Equally, I already said it to her, so she already heard me say it. Um, I think Christopher Jacob, the guy who plays Washington. He's the most talented guy in that cast. Anyway, um, before he made Hamilton, he made a musical called In the Heights, which he won a Peabody for. He won a bunch of awards. So before Hamilton, he was already an award-winning composer. And In the Heights is basically I don't know if it's completely autobiographical, but it's semi-autobiographical. It's about living in Washington Heights, and the main character is a character by the name of Uznavi, and he owns a bodega in Washington Heights, and it's about the various characters in his life. There's one guy, he runs the cab stand. His name is Benny. There's a girl named Vanessa.
He says, and like I said before, wrong.
I mean, no, Christopher Jackson is the most talented person in that cast. I'm not wrong. Other than maybe some of the women, but he's the most talented. Anyway, so yeah, takes place in Washington Heights, and Vanessa, and it's basically about a group of people. It's very similar to Rent in that fashion, and it's about they're all in a particular stage in their life. Usnavi is looking to sell his bodega and move back to Puerto Rico. Vanessa wants to become a famous clothing designer. Benny wants to marry the boss's daughter, but the boss's daughter is in Stanford, but has come home from Stanford because of racism. No, literally, that's a part of this movie. She's like, I don't want to go to Stanford because everyone there is a racist. And what else? There's a group of hairdressers who are being forced to move because they have been priced out of where they currently work, and one of them is played by Rosa Diaz from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
We like her. She was also in Encanto.
She was also in Encanto, and I did not
Mhm.
care for this movie. I don't want to say that I don't think it's very good. It's just
No, you do want to say that it's not very good, but you're afraid to say that.
I just don't think it's as good as Hamilton. I just don't. I don't think the music is as good as Hamilton. I don't think any of the solos are as good as Hamilton. The number one thing that's exceptionally funny about it is you can tell that the main character is that was initially played by Lin-Manuel Miranda because he raps like Lin-Manuel Miranda. Like, you know the way that Hamilton raps? I don't know how else to describe it, but you know, like that particular rhythm that he has?
Yes. Yes, I do.
The character raps just like that. And the character doesn't sing because clearly this is before Lin-Manuel Miranda could sing, so the character never sings. And there's songs where the character is rapping while the character is singing at him, and it just is not working. At least it's not working for me. And then there's another character, Benny, who you can tell is played by the guy who plays Washington in the original version because it has all of his vocal timbre. All of the songs sound like they're written specifically for him, and it's really obvious. And if you're familiar with, same thing as Sondheim, Lin-Manuel Miranda has his motifs. So I don't know if I've ever shown you this, but if you listen to Washington on Your Side and You're Welcome, they're the same song.
The beats, yeah,
The
they
beat is
match up.
It's the same thing with this, where the beats and the motifs all match up. Where it's like, oh yeah, this is clearly a Lin-Manuel Miranda song, and
He
like
has a style.
there's a lot of those. What works on stage doesn't necessarily work on film. So like, there's a song where you could tell it's a solo song where the character just clearly stands on stage and sings, but the movie has to like make it work. Like the one song for me that worked in terms of it being emotional was there's a character who's they call Abuela. She's basically like the matriarch of the neighborhood, and she, spoiler alert, dies. And there's a song she sings where basically this movie is based on, I guess, a true event where in Washington Heights they had like there's a massive heat wave, and so there's a bunch of power outages, and while the power goes out, the Abuela character dies, and there's a song she sings when she's dying, where she sings like she's like, "Oh, it's my time to go away now," where like you see her like spirit like leave. That was kind of effective emotionally, where I was like, "Oh, okay, no, this is getting me a little bit." And there's kind of a neat twist where the entire movie is framed by he's telling the story of how he met Vanessa to a group of kids, and as the movie goes on, it's revealed that one of the kids is his kid, and you think that he's moved back to Puerto Rico, and you think that the movie's gonna end with him moving back to Puerto Rico, and then there's a big song at the end where he's doing his big like all is lost, I'm leaving now, goodbye song, and then he does a wait actually, and like no, this is where I blah blah. He does like this is where I belong, this is my home, and that it pulls back and it reveals that the entire time he's not actually in this bodega in Puerto Rico. He's still in the bodega in Washington Heights, and he's actually telling the story to the kid. And the palm trees and whatever are just artwork that have been painted onto his bodega wall.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
I know, and I was like, oh, that's a fun twist. That's kind of like if you've never seen this before, it's kind of a fun twist. And like the guy who directs it is the same guy who directed Wicked, and like in terms of staging, he's good at filming musicals. Like I have no issue with the filmmaking itself. The filmmaking is really good. There's a really cool number 40,000 or something is what it's 96,000 I think is what it's called, because part of the plot of this is someone wins a lottery ticket. It's not important, but there's this big musical number where, and this is where I will always sing a musical's praises, where there's like at least, I want to say hundreds, but if it isn't hundreds, it's close to hundreds of extras dancing in a pool and doing choreography, and like you would have to get on just the coordination involved in choreographing a big number like that with that many people. It requires skill and talent, and some of the dance numbers, like anytime you're not using CGI, I'm happy. You know what I mean? Like I'm having a good time. Yeah. But it's just a musical is either going to do it for you musically, it's not. And this, I just think Hamilton is better. I think the music in Hamilton is better. I just didn't think. I'm not into Latin hip hop fusion music, so it's just like there's no yeah, like
But my father, but I always say I'm from.
yeah, that's from In the
That's
Heights.
that's
Yeah,
one of the songs, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
My
I've seen
name
that
is
on TikTok.
and I always say I'm from Queens. Ha.
Yeah.
Apparently that she completely I've heard from people who like that musical that she fucked up that line. Apparently it's meant to be said in a different connotation. Like I can't remember the connotation like it's supposed to be like she's like a ditz, and it just doesn't, it's not reading that way apparently. I don't know. I don't, it's interesting because the main guy who plays Lin-Manuel Miranda is also in it. He plays a character, Piragua is what they call it. I know I'm mispronouncing that, but it just kind of looks like he's a snow cone guy. Basically, he's he cameos as some poor Spanish Mexican person's gonna yell at me, but it looks like a snow cone, but there's something different about it. And he has musical numbers that I would cut out because they add nothing. But it's what's final note on this. What's interesting to me is it's interesting that back in the 90s, they're like, the critics are like, Newsies gets lambasted, bombs horribly, does badly, and is told it's too long at 2 hours. And this is 2.5 hours long. I think it's like 2:25 almost. And I was like, this is too long. And everyone praised this movie. Like it got nominated for a couple of awards, and everyone talked this movie up.
It's a different age.
It just
Justin.
shows you where we are with musicals. It's very funny. But yeah, that's In the Heights. Did nothing for me. Nothing. I wish I felt more about it to be angry about it. Shit.
That's fair.
That's kind of how I feel about this week. It's like I wish I felt stronger about these.
So we're moving on to have not seens. Um, and this first one was a weird one because I've listened to a number of the songs from this a lot, but I
Yeah,
had never actually sat down and watched it. Um, you introduced me to the music.
I did.
Uh,
I did.
and that's Repo, the genetic opera.
It's
Which
it was funny because listening to it, it's a significantly worse movie than I remembered it being. Like just listening to you watch it, I'm like, this is awful. I remember defending this to
it
so many people,
has it has highs and lows.
but they're real highs
Um,
and real lows.
my thing with this movie that I kind of realized as I watched it, and I'm gonna try and put I had articulated this well in my head when I watched it, but I'm gonna try and do it now. Um, it felt like several music videos that were loosely cobbled together to make a plot of a movie.
I can see why you'd say that. I can see why you would say that.
Um,
And some of the
um,
music videos are bad. Like,
I mean, yes, but I just like that's kind of what it, because like you have these connective scenes where they need to give you plot, but because it's supposed to be like an opera, they do a little bit of talking, but they can't do major talking moments. So instead they have these like comic book style things which give you all the context that you need. And so I'm like, if you didn't have those, then it would just feel like several music videos cut together
yeah.
with like
Yeah, it does. It does
not
that thing where like, but it's weird. No, actually, no. This was based, I believe, on a like not a huge like an off Broadway. Like I think they did it in. I'm pretty sure they did it in Canada. I'm pretty sure. But the guy
well,
who
so
plays
this was originally like an on-stage thing, a
yeah.
stage musical with the same name, but it also says here that it was based on, I don't know if this is a book or a play or what it is, but it was based on the Necro Merchant's
Oh, interesting.
Debt, like Debt.
All I know is the guy who sings I think he's the Gravekeeper. I think is the character. The guy who sings Zydrate. Zydrate comes and
Oh
goes.
yeah,
I
I think he's a gravekeeper or
he.
grave robber rather.
I'm pretty sure.
Terrence Dunich,
I'm pretty sure he's the.
Zunich.
I'm pretty sure he's the creator. I'm pretty sure he created this, and he used to.
Uh,
Because I watched a bunch of behind the scenes on this years and years ago, but all I know is that like the
he is one of he appears to be one of the writers.
yeah he basically created this. He would perform.
Him and Darren Smith
He
were
would
the two
perform.
writers.
I've seen clips of him performing Grave Robber on stage, and I know that the movie itself was sold on Anthony Head, the guy who plays the repo man. Jordan, we should say what the plot of this real quick plot, because it's you can do it in a sentence. I know you can.
So I'm just reading. There were some cameos in there. Um so basically um big corporation, 21st century, mid 21st century, big corporation will do surgeries and stuff
Transplants.
to enhance the human condition, as it were. Where they'll give you like eyes and organs and stuff like that. And if you can't afford to pay for it, then they have payment plans. If you can't continue to pay for it, then Repo Man will come and take back the organs.
Repo
Um,
them from you bloodily and violently.
and so this follows one Repo Man in particular who has a daughter who has a disease, which I think, if I understood through the
It's
music
fake. It's not real.
talkie, is fake,
Yep.
and he was like putting something in her medicine or something.
Yeah, to make her think she was
Um,
sick. He was basically
um,
he had Munchausen by proxy. He had Munchausen, I think is what it's called, where he was keeping her sick.
so yeah, so that she would not leave
So
him,
she so she
basically.
wouldn't she wouldn't leave him. And yes,
And then
they
but then there's also there's Roddy who is his wife's ex fiance who wants to have the daughter be his heir as a way
yes.
of screwing over the repo guy.
But he also, it seems, wants to
Yeah,
bang her as well, which is weird.
I mean, they don't really. It's weird.
It's
It's
implied.
weird.
It's
It's
implied.
implied, and it's weird because she's 17.
It's the girl from
Um,
Spy Kids, and it's weird.
and it's weird.
And it's weird.
Um, and also Paris Hilton is in this.
Yeah,
It's the only other
she's.
name in here that people might know.
Paul Sorvino is in there. Thank you very much, Paul.
Oh, right. Sorry, yeah, I forgot he's a famous person as
He's a
well.
famous person. He's in there, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, they sold this movie off of Anthony Head singing the one of three good songs in this movie.
Let the
Um,
Monster Rise.
Not Let the Monster Rise, but that's one of them. No, it's the first one he sings. I can't remember the name of it now.
Uh, Legal Assassin,
Legal Assassin. Yeah, yeah.
I think.
There's a clip of him performing it where he hits the high note. But yeah,
Might have been that one.
all the this movie is truly bizarre in the sense that like he's the only one I would say he's the only one who's not bad in this. Otherwise, everyone is terrible except for in songs that involve him. Like it's very strange. Like they're all decent at singing in like the one song they sing with him.
Or maybe it was
Otherwise,
Night Surgeon. It might
Night
have been Night
Surgeon, yeah,
Surgeon.
Night Surgeon. That's the one where they all sing together, and they all sound good in that song. It's bizarre, but in every other song they sing, they sound terrible. And what's weird is like this does that
It's just it's
thing.
I've got the list of the songs here because it's on it's on the Wikipedia, but it's hard for me to keep track of which ones they are because there's 56 songs here, and a
Most of them,
lot of them are like the talking
most of
parts.
them are terrible. No, it's like my favorite is when you were like Paul Sorvino. He's doing this what I would talk. I wouldn't even graciously call it talk singing. I don't even know what you would call it. Um, and you're like he's a terrible singer. I'm like, but no, he's not actually. That's what's weird. He sings in the one song that we like, and he's good in it. It's bizarre.
There's a number of them that are like that, where it's
It's
like,
bizarre.
and that's because, and I that's where I say, it's because in the parts where they sound bad, they're not really singing, not in their range anyways. They're
No.
talk singing.
Yeah.
They're doing that thing that operas do where they're talking but they're singing
Where
and
you
so it
need to
sounds
talk. I'm a
bad.
bad singer, so this is gonna sound. But where you
You
need
need
to talk
to
like this, and then you say, "How I walked out the door." Jordan, I'm confronting you about a problem that I have
Yeah,
with
but
you.
even you're singing more than talking,
It's
whereas they are talking more than singing.
it's
And so it
bad.
sounds bad as a result. So then when they're in the part, like in the songs where we say they sound good, that's because they are actually singing,
And then it's interspliced with
actually
like
singing actual songs
the thing that drives
in their
I
range.
realize drives me crazy is if you're gonna do an entirely operatic piece where they mostly where they sing, commit to it. Don't do the thing where they talk randomly because it makes the dialogue sound stilted because it
To be
is.
fair, they only talk a couple
It's
times in this,
bad
but it's
though.
still it's still
It's
bad.
bad. It's bad and
This movie's
stilted
not
and
very good.
no, it's
It's got a few
not.
good it's got a few good songs in it, and I will say go ahead and like just put on like go to YouTube and look up the particular songs and watch it as if it's a music video.
Right? Yeah. It's
That's
weird
all you
because
need to
like
do.
again, the songs that involve Anthony Head are phenomenal. Like they're like genuinely good. Like yeah, let the assassin rise or whatever. That song, that first song that he sings, that's the song that like hooked me into the soundtrack. Like and like yeah, the rest of it is varying degrees of okay to terrible. Um
There's
yeah,
like four or five good
baffling.
songs.
Baffling. Yeah, four I
Four or
would say
five
4 or
good
5.
songs
5 good
and
songs.
the rest of it, yeah, is
It's
kind of
crap.
terrible.
It's crap.
Kind of terrible,
But
and
it's
that's me being
but it's
generous. Now
fascinating crap.
that being said, in terms of a movie, it's crap. But in terms of like, I don't know how to. I like how the world looks.
Yeah, yeah, it's a shame this isn't. It's the kind of movie where you're like, it's a shame this isn't in a better movie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because like I like
absolutely.
how the world looks and I like the visuals of it.
If you gave, I
But
don't
it's
even think
just
so.
the
I don't even think most of the soundtrack is bad. I think if you gave it to someone, like maybe a studio and like a director with some talent, like I hate to invoke his name, but
I
if you like
I
maybe
think
gave this to Tim Burton, I think Tim Burton would be really good here. I think he'd be really
I
suited
think
for this.
what this movie needs, I think it's a very different situation when you're watching an opera or a thing on stage versus on film. I it's funny that you say one or the other. I agree, one or the other, but I think this would have been stronger if you kept those four or five or six, whatever, the good songs, and maybe make the rest of it just talking.
I could also I could get behind that. That's why I'm saying one or the other.
Yeah,
I think you could absolutely make a
but
fully
I'm
fleshed out
saying
rock
in
opera,
this
but that's not what this
instance,
is.
in this instance,
I think so.
on a video, like on a movie
But I don't
basis,
know. A lot of the
I think
dialogue in this is
having
horrendous.
dialogue is better.
I think this would serve as again much you need a better director and production team would. Okay, I don't think that's a bad idea here, and I don't completely hate it. And it's one
I
of
think
those.
you could do a I think you could do a remake of this and have it be better.
It's the kind of bad movie though where it's a recommend for me because it's fascinating. It is a fascinatingly terrible movie where
It's a hard one for me to recommend
like for me
personally.
it's the kind of like if you like watching bad movies because they're bad, like if you're the kind of person who likes like The Room or Troll 2 or like one of those kinds of like it's comedically bad, it's fascinatingly bad.
So
um
so to wrap up this one, uh
that's the kind of bad it is for me where like I could
to
recommend
to,
this to people for fun.
to wrap up this one, I will say, and I don't know, it's just it's that low because it didn't have a wide release. I'm guessing it probably didn't, but it had a budget of 8.5 million, and it had a box office of $188,126.
Did not do well.
But that could be because it might not have had a wide release. I could believe that it didn't have a wide
I saw
release.
this on DVD, so like
Um, I could very much
your
believe
friend
that it didn't have.
insisted I watch this, and I hated
Yeah,
it.
so I'm looking at this. It had a limited release in the United States and Canada on November 7th, 2008. So it looks like it had like a 1 day release basically.
Yeah,
So okay, that's not terrible knowing that.
my brain starts to glaze over a little bit because but yeah, it's one of those things where too much music and my brain starts to glaze. It just happens. Speaking
Yeah,
of which,
I mean, that's why I say I think this would work better if you had actual dialogue.
yes. Speaking of which, Trent, is that it? Is that it for
That
Repo?
is it.
Is it interest? It's always funny when our like themes kind of sort of align because my next one, my first have not seen is Jordan is the Phantom of the Opera.
Da-da-da!
The Phantom of the Opera. And everyone knows the Phantom of the Opera. Even if you don't think you know the Phantom of the Opera, you know the Phantom of the Opera. You've seen a version of this somewhere. You've seen a Phantom of the blank. You've seen a Phantom of the. We always reference Flying Rhino Junior High. That's Phantom of the Opera.
Yep.
Um, okay. This is the movie version, and the movie version notoriously is very very bad. So like I did not care for this at all. But I couldn't tell if it was an indictment on the musical. Like, do I not like the musical or do I just not like this movie? Because it's Gerard Butler is the Phantom, and a lot of people have said this. So this was an example of I walked out of this, and because most of this is told via music, I had trouble following it. So I watched Lindsay Ellis video about why this movie's bad, and I read several Wikipedia articles so I could understand the plot of this thing. But this movie wants to paint it as this tragic love triangle. Basically, this movie is about a girl named Christine who is a opera singer, a young burgeoning opera singer, and she develops a relationship with a handsome young guy named Raoul, who is played by Patrick Wilson, and
Raoul.
the opera is being haunted by a ghost that nobody knows whether or not he exists, who they call the Phantom, and he takes a special interest in Christine and helps train her to become a better singer, and has a particular set of rules. He's like, oh, I demand to only have exclusive access to box 5 or whatever. And he's like, you'll put Christine as the lead of this play or somebody will die. And then, yeah, he's just a psychopath who murders people. but the movie wants to be like, and this could be a thing of I'm maybe misunderstanding it, but the movie wants to be like, people don't like me because I'm ugly, because that's the thing that the Phantom is known for. He wears the mask and he's ugly, and it's like,
Right.
no, people don't like you because you're a crazy psychopath. That's why people don't
And
like you.
because you're ugly.
It's not really because of the ugly thing. Um,
Oh.
and it's very similar to Repo in the sense that in order to help convey plot and move plot, because movie is different than play, songs, what were once songs, are now dialogue where they speak, and they just randomly speak randomly at random times, and it's random and it's distracting and it pulls you right out of what is supposed to be an opera. But then it also does the characters talk like this and talk back and
I
forth.
am the Phantom,
And
the Phantom of the Opera.
it's got that really clunky where characters are having a dialogue, you're having a dialogue, and it's really, the lyrics are really clunky because they need to convey story and exposition, and it's just, the songs are not, they're not very good. I only like the one song from Phantom of the Opera, and it's Phantom of the Opera. And like, it's just not, I won't go into all the reasons. It's directed by Joel Schumacher, and it's a terribly it's just a badly directed movie in terms of filmmaking. It's not a very well made movie. Apparently, Andrew Lloyd Webber produced it with his own money, and so his desire was to make it exactly like the play, the musical, to the movie's detriment. Like, it turns out that when you make a thing too much like the thing it's based on, it winds up being not very interesting, which is, this isn't. Gerard Butler can't sing. He plays the Phantom. He can't sing. It's awful. He can't hit, every single time he hits a high note. It made me physically cringe. He sings two songs where he has to hit a high note, and it made my skin crawl. I was like,
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, stop! Please stop singing in this movie where you sing. Stop! I'm begging you, please, for the love of God.
The word of the day is tone deaf.
Oh, awful! I couldn't understand why he was in this. I'm like, surely there were like hundreds of better guys who could have played this character who's known for his singing.
There were not, and don't call me Shirley.
Or the girl who plays Christine. I discovered. I mean, to be fair, I don't like opera music just generally, but I don't like warbly. I don't know how it's like that. Yeah, like in Les Mis, Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah,
How
you
she
constantly
sings.
complain about
Yeah,
her.
like Christine sings like her, where it's just it tweaks my ear. And it's like, oh, please stop warbling your voice. It sounds awful. It sounds like you're shrieking when you sing. And like, she doesn't sound good with anybody she sings with. Like, none of the duets sound good. Like, none of the music. The only bit of it that's cool is there's they add a sick guitar riff to Phantom of the Opera. That sounds cool. It's the only time musically I was ever invested in this. I dislike this, and this is the question I wanted to ask to people who like Phantom of the Opera: is there a good pro shot of this that is better? Because like, this movie was crap, and I hated it, and I was like, this is bad. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I'm missing about Phantom of the Opera. Oh, there's a really funny bit where they're singing about how they're singing about the two characters singing about how they love each other and junk and whatever, and the Phantom is there, and he's just kind of standing off camera, and they're singing at each other and they don't notice him, but you can see he's standing right there, and it's supposed to be like menacing.
A metaphor?
Menacing, like he's supposed to be like threatening them. It's supposed to be threatening. So it's just kind of like they're singing this song. It's like, stop singing. What are you doing? He's standing right there. If you'd stop singing about how this guy is threatening you, you'd see he's standing right there.
Get out of there.
You just stop singing for, yeah. And there's so many scenes that are like, and cut, and cut, and cut, and cut. Yeah, bad movie, terrible.
Cut.
Surely.
Cut.
This is a beloved musical that has ran for like 30 years. There's got to be a version of this that I would like, because I did not like this. That's it. That's the Phantom of the Opera.
Okay, so let's finish this week with what is probably one of the worst musicals I've ever watched. Um,
Yeah, you said
to
I don't know which is worse, this or
to the point where
Repo the Genetic
I'm
Opera, and I said,
I'm well, I more meant like on a technical level.
and I was like, you
Um,
remember the songs from one.
um, I'm actually thinking of adding this to your list.
Grease 2,
Yeah,
done, added.
because it's so I think it's so bad, and I need you to validate my thoughts.
I
Um,
can do that. Hold on. Uh,
and we'll very
there it is.
I'm good. This won't take long. I'm not gonna do an in depth because we'll save the more in depth for after you watch it.
Nope, that's not the right
Um,
list. Sorry, I'm listening.
can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna put Muppets Take Manhattan on yours.
So okay, this is supposed to take place 3 years after the events of the original film. Um,
At Rydell High.
at Rydell High. And so there are some returning actors. At least I think they are because I recognize them. The principal and the secretary seem to have come back. The gym teacher seems to be the same gym teacher as he was in the first one. And also Pinky,
Pinky.
whatever her name is.
Beauty School Dropout.
Um, yeah,
You
Beauty School
fucking
Dropout
suck.
is
You're bad
she
at what you do.
she has come back after 3 years to finish her chemistry class or something.
So wait.
So that
She's there as a student.
yes, it's weird and I don't
Why
understand
would you
it.
not
And
bring her
it's
back as a teacher? That's a very
she's supposed to be only 3 years older. When she can't have her as a teacher, she'd be too young.
that's weird. Or something, or like a tutor, or surely there
But
are
like
better ways to.
she's there to learn chemistry so that she can make her own like hair stuff, basically.
So she still despite the angel telling her that she sucks, she's still trying to make it as a beauty school a beauty person.
Seems to be it, yes.
Is it still played by the same
Um,
actress?
yeah,
That's weird.
she's one of the only actresses and only people that apparently I read something about how Danny Travolta was supposed to come back, but it ended up not working out or something.
Weird. What
Um,
would they done with him?
oh, so here we are. We have an actual list of people that are reprising their roles, which yeah, okay. Didi Khan as Frenchie. The principal is the same. The coach is the same. Blanche Hodel, whoever that is the same. And Eugene Felsnick is the same.
Felsnick.
Um, and then I guess these are people that are different from the original, but are the same characters. Are Balmudo is Dennis Stewart, and Dick Patterson is Mr. Spears. Anyways, so you have this. It kind of feels like the intention was supposed to be like this is like an inverse of Grease because now the main Danny like character is the girl who is a pink lady. Um, and that's the other thing which just immediately made me like go like okay, but this is I don't so in the first one the Thunderbirds and the Pink Ladies they were the gang like they were each the gang. It was the gang of the girls who were the girlfriends or the people interested in the T-Birds, right? But though it wasn't like there was like a wide it wasn't it was just those people. So like that
There's
it's
a
not like a title that you
there's a
it's
show
not like a,
that's technically a prequel that's about the formation of that gang.
a prequel to the first movie.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's called
That
Pink
changes
Ladies.
nothing. That changes nothing about what I'm saying.
I mean,
What I'm saying is what I'm saying is it's not like we didn't have like a scene at the end of the last one where there was a bunch of younger students that they bestowed the title
I don't know, but
onto.
it might be a gang that just exists in that school. I cannot say I have to actually see the movie first, but it could just be like a thing of
It
like
it
maybe there's been a history of that club of gang throughout that school.
it just the way that it was portrayed in this doesn't work for me.
I can't
Is what
say.
is
I
what I'll
haven't seen it.
say.
Whew.
Um,
I have not seen it, so I cannot say.
Um, but anyway, so the idea is supposed to be that those who have the pink lady jackets have the pink lady jackets because they're dating the Thunderbirds.
Gotcha.
That's important for later. And then at the beginning of the movie, there's a transfer student who we find out via Frenchie is Sandy's cousin, who is a guy.
All right then.
And so it just really reads like it's like the inverse of Greece, where like he wants to be with the main pink lady girl, but he can't because he's not a Thunderbird.
He's not tough.
So in order to be able to be allowed to date her, he has to learn how to ride. And that's the other thing. Is this one the Thunderbirds are really like they're a motorcycle
Gang.
obsessed people? No, because they don't seem to have motorcycles in the beginning, but like rival people do, and then he gets a motorcycle, and it's just it's sloppy. It's a sloppy movie, in my opinion. Um, sorry. In one part here, it says that the plot returns to Rydell 2 years, but then when you scroll down to the plot section, it says 3 years. I think it was 3 years. I think the second part is right. Anyways, um, um, I don't think the music is very good. It's definitely nowhere near as good as the first one.
No, there's a reason they didn't
Um,
make a Grease 3.
and I didn't like it.
I thought it was bad actually.
I thought it was kind of really bad, and I mean, contemporarily, um, I'm the correct one because
Nope.
it has a cult following,
I
but
have a friend who likes
uh,
this movie. They really like the
it had
song
a
"Sex Education" for some reason.
yeah, I don't know why. It's not a good song. It had a budget of 11.2 million, and it had a box office of 15.2 million.
Yep, I told
It,
you. There's a reason they didn't
it
make Grease 3.
did not do good. I would tell anyone who is thinking of watching this movie to pass.
To watch Grease 1
Um,
instead.
yeah, apparently this was a musical too,
Oh, and you
like
mean a
a
stage
stage
musical?
play.
Really? They took Grease 2 and
Yeah.
made it into a stage musical? That's funny.
Um, but yeah, I don't have much. Oh, there was plans for a third one.
Was there actually? That's funny.
In 2003, Olivia Newton-John confirmed that a second sequel was being developed. They're writing it. We'll see what happens. If the script looks good, I'll do it. But I haven't seen the script, and it has to be cleverly done.
I'd
Then
be down for like you get
Newton-John
Olivia
died.
Newton. Wait, is Olivia Newton-John alive? She died,
No,
right?
she passed.
Yeah, she passed away. Yeah. I would have done like you
Um,
have Danny and Sandy come back and they're teachers now.
and then in 2008, it was reported that Paramount was planning a new sequel to Grease that would debut straight to DVD, but it never came to fruition. And then 2019, it was announced that a prequel to the original film entitled Summer Lovin', with John August attached to write the screenplay, was in works at Paramount.
Summer loving
And that's the
hasn't
last we've heard.
passed. Summer loving
Apparently,
hasn't
yeah, apparently
passed.
it just says stage musical. It says the film was later adapted into a musical Cool Rider with the script rewritten and modified for the stage. And that's the thing with this movie. And
So
this
they
is going to be my
wrote it to not be a Grease thing, basically.
which yeah, which so and I kind of I had to have and that's why I'm making you watch it because I'm interested to see what you say. I I think this one, ignoring how bad the music is, just the plot.
If they cut out
Um,
had it take place at a different school,
if
cut
it
out all the
wasn't
references to
attached to
Grease.
Grease, I think it would have been more like received better.
I don't know. I guess I'll find out.
Because the plot of it is otherwise. If you ignore all the grease aspects of it, the plot of it is otherwise. New kid comes to town, wants cool, like the bad girl or whatever, and becomes like a motorcycle hero almost, and wins her over.
Is there a Grease Lightning?
I guess technically it would be his motorcycle, which he fixes. He like buys like a scrap junk motorcycle and fixes it.
Does he call it
So
Grease Lightning?
no,
Oh, that's awkward.
but yeah, I don't like it, Justin.
I don't
I,
like it.
I don't, I don't like it.
I don't like it.
But that ends out my week. I don't know. You have one more?
Oh God, Jordan. Yeah, Jordan. I knew I had to end on something bad because funny. Um, but it's funny because I expect this was bad. Don't get me wrong, this was bad. But I expected it to be worse, and it wasn't as bad. But it's bad in a unique way. This is Mamma Mia. Here we go again. Here we go again.
Na, 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 na,
So this is a
na,
sequel
na.
and a prequel because it's got a dual narrative. For some baffling reason, for reasons I don't understand. Um,
I'm, my tablet's just about dead, so I'm gonna exit the chat.
all right. Um, Bafflingly, Jordan. Bafflingly, this movie has chosen to kill off Meryl Streep. So in between this one and the last one, they've killed off Meryl Streep. Meryl Streep now dead, and so this takes place after the next one, where it's about.
Probably because she didn't want to come back and do another
I
one.
don't understand why. It's an absolute to this movie's absolute detriment. There's no real plot reason why she couldn't be alive and still have the same basic beats of it work
Because
out.
the actress probably didn't want to do it.
But she loves the first one. They all do. Like every one of the cast except for her comes back, and she does come back. She comes back for one song at the end where she's a ghost. And that's it. No,
So
sorry.
dumb.
Sorry. 2 songs. She comes back for 2 songs. One at
As
the
a
end
ghost.
where she's a ghost. You cannot tell me she's not a ghost. That's the. And then another one where she's not really in character. She's basically just Meryl Streep, and it's the last song of the movie. This has all the exact same problems as the previous movie has, where ABBA's songs are not. ABBA was a Swedish band, so their songs are incoherent, lyrically speaking. Like they have nothing to do with anything. So
you don't want to be a dancing queen?
a lot of the musical numbers are just kind of generic love songs as characters tumble around. And so the movie's divided into 2 narratives. It's the present day, which is after Meryl Streep has died. Amanda Seyfried is trying to rebuild her hotel and get everyone to come for a big reopening party. And for one reason or another, they can't make it due to a storm, due to whatever, they can't make it.
Yada yada yada.
And then there's a big happy ending at the end. Everyone finally makes it. And then the second narrative is a prequel where it basically shows the entire romance from the previous movie, completely removing all of the romance and mystery out of it. Because the whole thing with the previous movie is you never really find out exactly what the deal is with the relationships between Meryl Streep and the dads are. Like there's kind of an element of a mystery to it, an ambiguity to it, if you will. This movie's like, what if we just zapped all of the romantic ambiguity out of the previous movie and told you exactly what happened. They still don't tell you who the dad is, but they tell you the exact backstory for every single relationship from the previous movie. And I imagine if you like the first movie, that might mean something to you. If you were a fan of the first one, you might be like, oh hey, that's the guy who becomes Pierce Brosnan. Oh hey,
Such and such.
that's that character. You're gonna be like, yeah,
But-
I'm into that.
But the important question that the audience needs to know is, did you like this one more than the first one?
No, I didn't. But I didn't
So
hate it.
So you wouldn't recommend it?
I didn't hate it more than no, I wouldn't because it's. I didn't hate it more, but I think it's objectively worse because, and this is the most important part, they just sing the same songs again. Like imagine if they did a sequel to Across the Universe, and they sang "All My Loving" and "I Want to Hold Your Hand"
all the
again.
same all the same
All the
Beatles
same
songs.
fucking songs. Now it's not all the same songs, but it's mostly the same songs, but sung worse. Like they sing "Dancing Queen" again. They sing "Mamma Mia" again. They sing "Super Tramp." They sing "Dancing Queen," but it's
They
all
do the
done by
hits
people. It's all sung by actors and actresses who don't have the vocal range um,
to do it.
to sing these songs. They're all badly sung. Like none of them sound good. They all sound weak. Like they're not vocally strong. It just sounds badly sung. And I've already heard these songs sung by better actresses. Um, yeah, it's just it's a pointless movie. I don't understand its existence.
So it was a bad way to end the
I
week.
maintain that it's the equivalent of drunk 40-year-old moms, 45-year-old moms doing karaoke badly. Like that's what this movie is, and then now it's like what if the first one was like 35-year-old women doing bad karaoke, this is now they're like 45, 50.
40, 45,
Yeah,
50.
this is now like remarkably, and I didn't know this.
Now it's just sad.
Now it's kind of sad. Yeah, I didn't know that this came out 10 years after the first one. So it's like it's all like yeah, half of it brings the cast back, but most of them can't really sing all that well. all that well anymore.
So what you're saying
And
is it should be forgotten and left to the.
I don't understand how they're making a third one. Are they gonna come back and sing the same
No, I
songs
mean now
for
they're
a
going to be
third
55.
time?
Now they're going to be 55, 60-year-old
My
women, Justin.
best guess. My best guess is they're gonna do a thing of like it's 10 years later now, 10 years, 20 years after the first one, 10 years after the last one, and Amanda Seyfried now has an adult daughter. Like that's my best. That's my best guess for how that. But I'm just like, what more songs could they possibly do? They've already
Oh
done them
no, Justin.
all.
Oh no, 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 Justin. They're doing the same ones again.
Like,
You think they're going to do something different? No, 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 no.
I,
Now they're going to do the same songs again,
I
but
don't get
sung by
it.
the grandchildren.
I don't get it. I still hate this franchise. I don't understand it. This movie was crap.
I mean, to be
It made
fair,
me
I
less
don't think I don't
outraged than
I don't think it was made for you.
no, I don't think so. I definitely felt less angry because there's way less of like scenes that don't make any sense. Like this
Oh,
movie.
I thought you were going to say I definitely felt less angry because I in fact felt more defeated than ever.
Well, it unlike the first one where it is unclear as to whether or not the music is diegetic or non-diegetic. Like there's points where like characters break out into song and then in the next scene they're out of breath and it's like wait, so did they are they late because she strutted around town singing a song instead of showing up on time for this thing? But
Because
this
that's
one
kind of a dick
it's kind of a
move.
dick move. But this one it's clear about what musical numbers are fantasy and which are performances. Like it's much more clear about that. But like the music is still bad. Like I don't know, maybe if I was a fan of ABBA, I would feel less of a way about this. But like yeah,
Probably.
I felt way less this pissed me off way less. I hated this. I don't hate this. But I just don't think I think it's probably
It's
equally
not
as
for
bad.
you.
I would
It's not for you.
say it's probably equally as bad as that first one. And God, I'm gonna end up watching that third one, aren't I?
Probably. But I think that brings us to an end.
That would be the end of the musical episode. Everybody, get excited for musicals.
Get get excited. This was a long one.
It was. It was. Next week, everybody. You want to know what next week is, Jordan?
I do. I do need to know.
Next week.
I'm one of the people that definitely needs to know what is next week.
Next week is gonna be pick a letter, Jordan.
Oh dang.
And Jordan,
So
I think
next week is gonna be brought to you by the letters F and U.
I think what we're gonna do, Jordan, for fun, is I'm going to just really quickly, Jordan. I'm gonna pull up a roulette.
You can do that?
All right, let's do. Let's see if we can find a random
You should just bring up a
number.
dice, like a random six-sided dice, and assign or 20-sided dice or something, and assign
This is a really
things.
dumb question. There's 26 letters in the alphabet, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna.
27?
Okay, so what is the 23rd letter of the alphabet?
I don't know. A B C D
Okay.
E
I think
F
this will work.
G
Okay.
H I J
So Jordan, we're gonna
K L
randomly
M N O P
we're gonna
Q
randomly
R
generate.
S
We're gonna
S.
we're gonna randomly
I
generate.
think.
No, it's not. It's W. We're gonna randomly generate a number between 1 and 26. Generate. So Jordan, you have to do the fourth letter of the alphabet.
D.
D. Now for me, I have to do the eighth letter of the alphabet. What is the eighth letter of the alphabet?
H.
H. Okay.
I think.
H. Okay. Okay. I will do H.
And I will do double D.
We'll do double D. And that is next week. H and D. That's next week. And then, just because it's fun, week after that we're doing the Razzies. Then we're doing the Oscars. And then we have a super secret special season finale. The most controversial episode we have ever done. Or will ever do.
Wow. That sounds a little too controversial.
It's gonna be hot takes all over the ground. Just the hottest, spiciest of num takes. But that's not for a few weeks yet. Next week, pick a letter. Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Mondays on my Twitch, Zetgore187, and when I'm not doing that, I'm doing this.
I'm also doing this every weekend. When I'm not doing this, I'm doing that. And by that I mean TikTok. Justin Spurr. You also find the show
TikTok.
on the TikToks. You also find Spur the Moment P on TikTok. You can email the show. It's Justin's business. There's other things. So go check out Haley. Go
Think of the animals.
Think of the Animals. Arte Media. If you want to see last week's episode, our Dawn of the Millennia. See, I actually remember this time. Dawn of the Millennia. In the year 2000 and 2001 episode. Click the box on the left. If you just want to see a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy, click the box on the right. I'm sure the boxes have popped up. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. Jordan, how many videos a week?
Every single day. There's one every single day.
Everybody. 6 days a week. One podcast on Sunday. Subscribe. Hit like if you haven't already. That really helps us. Leave us a comment. What's musical? What do you think of the musicals that we talked about?
What are some that we should watch for another future episode?
Yeah, what are more musicals? Give us more musicals. We want more musicals. More musicals. That's it, everybody.
Or if you have any suggestions of movies that are letters, that's
yeah,
that's acceptable too.
I accept the outcome. We'll see you next week, everybody. Bye.
Bye.